Hello and welcome back everyone, we Weeb Online, and today I'm gonna continue the story What If Naruto Conquered the Allied Nation Part 3. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
Was Kurama suspicious of his rival? That never took place. He typically just instructed Naruto to beat the bandits quickly so he could return to sleep, regardless of how large they were. He didn't seem to care, even when it came to Neji and Sasuke, and those guys had been tough. Indeed, this man was an adult ninja, but there wasn't much of a difference between them, was there? It was a 2-on-1 situation because Tenten was also present. However, the Senju clan man's use of jutsu appeared to be more important than anything else. That wooden wall was incredible. He pulled out a kunai and stabbed into it to test it. Even with the force he had used, the tip hardly penetrated the thick fortification's surface. He made these trees come up from nothing. That is incorrect. It's my second most abhorred keke genkai that you blasted humans have come up with, Kurama said with a growl. Right behind Sharingan, then there's the Mokuton, which gives the user the ability to create and manipulate plants. Where the Sharingan combined a Biju mentally, Mokuton combined a Biju physically. Bullshit. Kurama reiterated their experience with Shukaku when they said, I never kid about the Biju. If I say it, you damn sure better believe it. Naruto turned to face the man who had confronted them after realizing that he hadn't been killed by a deadly blow to a vital area during his entire mental conversation. However, Tenten posed the apparent query, you didn't attack while Naruto's back was turned. Naruto-san here isn't a bad little ninja to get away from that woman. For some reason Konan-san has an actual bone to pick with him, Tenzo stated with a contrite face. I don't though. This isn't something that I want to do, and the last thing I'd want is for you to see it happen or be involved. I have a heart, you know. Yes, exactly. He wouldn't be attempting to murder him for simply being a Jinchuriki if he had a heart. Naruto called him out on his excuses, his accent cracking in frustration, saying, then you wouldn't be doing this at all. I'm tired of telling people, everybody in the village, and now people like you and the Konan bitch that this isn't anything I did, and I'm not gonna roll over and die just because you don't want to wait on me to fix this myself. Tenten furrowed her brow again, completely unaware of what he was talking about. Listen, if you stay out of the way and let me deal with Naruto-san, I won't hurt you. I'm being nice. Tenzo sighed and attempted to appeal to Tenten's basic sense of reason. Konan-san wouldn't have cared. She would have killed you right along with him without giving you a chance because it would have saved more time. Tenzo insisted that Konan let him handle things on his own because he was trying to protect the girl who had no interest in this. However, he would break her as much as necessary to finish his task if she got in the way. Naruto swore to himself as his back heel bounced impatiently off the ground. Even though fighting alone against someone who made even Kurama pause was essentially his doom, that was fair. Tenten threw a kunai directly at Tenzo, who caught it between his index and middle fingers, before he could even say anything, telling him to stop talking. There was no time for Naruto to question why she would do such a thing when she had the option and they hadn't been friends for that long overall. According to their team dynamic, his legs carried him forward to get her front after that, which was the final straw to keep things from getting out of control. The little ninja managed to avoid breaking his stride when Tenzo flipped the kunai and threw it back at Naruto's head. Naruto was able to unseal a Fuma shuriken as he leaned back up, his arms hidden in a puff of smoke from the scroll he carried in his pocket. It was dangerously thrown at Tenzo by Naruto, who only unfolded 2 of its blades. To his surprise, it curved back around and he saw a glowing blue string on his shoulder that led back to Tenten. That thing isn't aerodynamic enough to hit me with only 2 blades open. She was able to control Naruto's shuriken with her fingers back with Tenten because she had chakra strings attached to it. Tenzo ducked beneath the wire, forcing it to plant into the wall before the bit of subterfuge was finished, even though the wire would strangle his neck when it wrapped back around and make him an easy target on its second pass. With a small surprise for Naruto, Tenzo threw out his arm and said, Mokuton, Daijiren no Jutsu, Wood Release, Great Forest Jutsu. Brat, move. Naruto, substitute. As the wooden spears grew and branched out from Tenzo's arm, Naruto's eyes took on a shocked expression. The big target dummy that was skewered in Naruto's place was revealed in a puff of smoke. To save Naruto from certain death, that damned girl had unlocked a countermeasure. That kind of communication worked so beautifully after nearly 2 months of training and continuous teamwork. It was evident that Tenten supported Naruto's closer, more direct approach from a distance. Even though she might have saved Naruto, Tenzo's attack proceeded regardless, splitting into multiple skewers that pursued her. Tenten gasped and flinched, thinking she was going to be impaled, but Tenzo only pinned her to the wooden wall, leaving her with no room to move. The sight of Tenzo severing his arm's tree attachment to return his attention to Naruto made her heart pound in her chest. Damn it, she thought. Naruto. As he felt several more clones he had created die at Tenzo's hands, Naruto swore, "I'll get you out. Just hold on for a bit." He tried using his swarming style of taijutsu in conjunction with his clones, but it didn't work. But this time, as his clones continued to arrive, he was struck hard in the face, knocking him back. "Please don't die," Tenten grunted, stuck against the wooden wall in a position that made her wince every time she tried to move. Just, don't die. She knew there had to be a way out, but she couldn't even move her hands enough to reach any of her ninja tools, much less make a hand seal. After just a few days, she wasn't that proficient with the chakra strings that Konkuro had shown her back in the desert, and she could hardly move her fingers around to manipulate them. Her arm was stuck all the way down to the wrist, and she needed to move her hands more directly to make them work for the time being. Tenzo turned to Naruto and shook out his wrist after using his melee Mokuton techniques to eliminate more of Naruto's clones. "I told you I wouldn't kill her if I didn't have to. Killing kids isn't my thing. That just leaves you and me." He had to give Naruto credit when he attacked him once more before he could do so. "All right." With a focused expression on his face, Naruto charged at Tenzo, saying, "If this is it, I might as well go hard." Naruto's kunai flew out of the wooden wall with a forceful tug of his right arm, frightening Tenten, who had been unaware that ninja wire had been tied to the ring the entire time. Tenzo loaded up his legs to prepare a counter and a dodge that would swiftly kill the boy and spare him pain as the weapon sped through the air past Naruto. The kunai's speed and power boost caused a terrible disruption to his timing. Futen. Ripusho, wind release, gale palm. As Naruto attempted to punch his clock clean, Tenzo turned his head back forward to grab his forearm, moving his head straight out of the way of the weapon that would have otherwise brained him. In an attempt to knock the boy to the ground, Naruto used his other hand to post himself upside down. Then, in a flash of inspiration, he executed the kunai spinning exercise, which enabled him to twist and smash Tenzo with a spinning kick. Tenzo swung his leg around and kicked Naruto as hard as he could, sending him flying into the front wall of one of the buildings lining the street, blocking the surprise taijutsu and stopping him cold. Naruto spits blood while lying face down on the ground, trembling and twitching for a short while. That was painful. That was really painful. In training with Kakashi and Kushina, sparring with Neji and Tenten, and actually fighting the Uchiha clan, he had never been struck so severely in his life. Never. He believed that the impression of Tenzo's sandal could have been seen through his back if someone had been observing. Tenzo started to approach Naruto to continue, sighing that he had to hit him so hard to stop, saying, "I'm not going to stop." So, Naruto thought to himself, clutching a handful of dirt as he attempted to raise himself, "This is what fighting Kakashi would be like if he wasn't constantly holding back. It's awful." "Get up, Naruto." "I know." Naruto began to make subtle hand seals while on his knees, back to Tenzo as he stood up, trying to conceal them as his adversary approached. "Come on, Mom, help me out here," he said. Inu, nay, Ushi. He clapped his hands and then slammed one on the floor, causing a ceiling array to appear directly underneath it. The array and the nearly instantaneous extension of the jutsu's formation directly beneath Tenzo's eyes, a replica of the smaller array beneath Naruto's hand, caused him to exclaim, "Uzumaki clan binding Fuinjutsu. Well, I'll be damned." It was successful. Until Naruto raised his hand off the ground, he was unable to leave the array's perimeter after becoming trapped inside it. He could have broken it if his chakra had been much stronger than Naruto's, but since Naruto's clan was known for its strong chakra and sealing knowledge, it would be difficult for someone without both of those things to do so. "I forgot you were an Uzumaki," Tenzo joked. "You really don't look like one, I've got to say. You proved that though. I can't get out of this." "Hey, gotcha. If Tenten wasn't stuck, this would be the time where she finished you off with enough sharp metal to start a scrapyard," Naruto said, sitting cross-legged on the ground and wiping his nose clean of the blood from Tenzo's earlier punch to the face. He made sure to keep his right hand flat on the ground to maintain the seal. Tenzo praised the effort sincerely. They'd caught him. Naruto heard the clapping at that moment, as though it weren't made of flesh and bone. Tenzo's body appeared to be wood before his eyes. A copy. After all that effort, they had been tackling a clone, one duplicate. Tenten was pinned to a wooden wall, and Tenzo's body came out of it as though he had always been there. His expression was one of dead seriousness without a word. After 3 hand seals, he created a water spiral in the middle of his right palm and hurled it directly at Naruto, saying, "Suiten. Hanryu, water release. Tearing torrent. Doden. Doryuheki, earth release. Earth-style wall." Before Naruto could get back up, a wall adorned with 4 bulldog sculptures rose in front of him, shielding him from the tearing bolt of water that was tearing across the ground. Tenzo was drawn to the wall and didn't realize until just then that Tenten had left the spot where she had been stuck. He had to activate his chakra and defend himself out of a burning sense of self-preservation. Mokuton. Mokujuheki, wood release. Wood locking wall. The wooden half-dome that rose from the ground was engulfed in flames by a massive fireball. When it burns to the ground, Tenzo emerges from beneath the surface and glares up at the attacker. At first glance, he recognized the man in just 2 seconds. Hitaki Kakashi, the copy ninja. Standing atop the defensive wall he had previously raised to protect Naruto, Kakashi declared, "Tenzo of the Mokuton. Obviously, I'm saying that because of all the wood." "Obviously," Tenzo said deadpanned, "since the girl's gone, I'm assuming that Naruto-san isn't behind that wall any longer." "Of course he isn't." Kakashi responded with conviction, "Do you know how hard it was to track that boy down after he signaled for me? I tried to peg him by scent. Not the best idea when he split off his clones all over Twin Ridge Town to throw people off. I'll just find him later after I'm through here." He fought like his life was on the line, but that won't be enough, Tenzo reassured him. "I was making him fight my clone to wait for him to tap into his Biju powers, but he never did. Which one does he have?" Rather than respond to that question directly, Kakashi opened his normally hidden eye and gave him what seemed to be a friendly smile behind his face mask. He had no intention of leniently dealing with one of the most influential Senju clan members of the contemporary era. "You know, I take personal offense to people roughing up my cute little runts. That's my job," he said, slowly drawing his white light chakra saber from his back with masked intent. He then opened both of his eyes, revealing the Sharingan in one of them, and added, "I like it even less when they try to kill one of them." It wasn't a real face-off because of the strange method by which the two acquired their bloodlines, but it was Mokuton versus Sharingan for the first time in decades. With Tenten and Naruto, as he and Tenten ran from the battle site that Kakashi had captured from them, Naruto sobbed, "I love Kakashi. I'll never make fun of him behind his back ever again." Tenten asked Naruto, observing how roughed up he appeared, "Are you alright? That guy, what was that all about? We haven't done anything to the Senju clan. The only real clan we've fought is the Uchiha clan. Wouldn't that make them actually like us instead?" he asked, ignoring the blood still on his face and smearing his shirt. Furthermore, Naruto was an Uzumaki. After trapping Naruto, Tenzo's wood clone had verified that he was aware that Naruto was one. Those two clans were very close to one another. Naruto needed to get it out of his chest. The fact that she was unaware of the reason behind all of this was unfair. It had been less than 2 months since they first met. Although fighting for your partner was morally right in theory, it wasn't right that she didn't understand why she was putting herself in danger. Hell with it, even if she decided to flee from that moment on. Instead of dying without ever understanding what caused it in the first place, it was preferable that she did so and lived in fear of him. "That guy, he's after me because of something I have, and what I am. I'm a Jinchuriki, which means that I have a Biju sealed inside of me," Naruto remarked as they continued to escape through the town to a safer location. When she heard such a thing, she nearly stumbled and fell, but Naruto's quick grab on her arm kept her upright. "What? That's possible. No way," she said, looking to the side to see his face, which revealed that he was very serious. Naruto told the truth. Even though he occasionally exaggerated, he never told lies. "You're not kidding. Why didn't you tell me?" Keeping his eyes open for an attack, Naruto replied, "How? What, do we just wake up one morning and somewhere between breakfast and morning training I say, 'Hey Tenten, by the way I just thought you should know, I've got a Biju in me. You know, one of those things like Shukaku? I'm not a Biju or a thing weakling. I'm the thing and the Biju. Either use my name or get it straight." Tenten's face took on a reflective expression when she considered that, if this were true, her friend might be harboring something similar to Shukaku. Fuinjutsu was genuinely frightening. That made her wonder why he was telling her this in the first place. "You think I'm supposed to be scared because you've got a big chakra monster sealed inside you? No way," she said, a smile tugging at her lips. "You're way too puny to be scary." She could only roll her eyes at the thought of the guilt that was plastered all over his face. Oi! Why did it return to the height every time? Damn it, he would grow taller soon. I'm not that little. Seriously, are you kidding? I've seen Shukaku. After living with you and seeing him, Shukaku is infinitely scarier. There's no comparison between the two of you for being frightening, and when your clan talks about seals, people are supposed to take your word for it. This was all in jest, though, and was intended to ease tension between them. In any case, she was becoming genuinely attached to Naruto and Kakashi together. Something that hadn't caused her any trouble up until that point wasn't going to drive her away from the people she wanted to be with right now, of all times, after she had been alone since her parents passed away. Being with others was far preferable to being alone, as I had previously experienced both loneliness and having a family. Given that the opponent could create a massive wall of trees out of his chakra and split the road with a torrent of water, the two of them concluded that any battle Kakashi was engaged in would be far too intense to be near. In order to give themselves new hiding spots, it was best in this instance to move to the opposite side of Twin Ridge Town. The town was large. There were many places to visit. When Naruto felt a certain step he had taken on the sturdy bridge collapse through, he felt as though he was missing something as they crossed the dam that separated the town's two sides. Innumerable pieces of paper had been used to simulate an entire additional section of the dam, creating the appearance that they were a real part of the construction. Before Naruto could fall to what was almost certain to be a pretty terrible death from that height, Tenten grabbed his arm and dragged him back up onto the actual dam. "I almost fell," Tenten said. "Why didn't you warn me about that one? You did warn me about half of the things that happened to me today. In fact, we could have avoided taking the dam." The town's two sides were connected by about 6 additional bridges. Kurama was more than happy to make up an excuse. "I thought you had it," rather than acknowledge that he was unable to distinguish between a worthless human structure and an illusion of a useless human structure made of paper. "No, it wasn't with me." Konan emerged from the ruins of her made-up world as they recovered from the near fall. As though they made up the entire body composition of the stunning woman in her black dress, her body appeared to be assembled from innumerable sheets of paper. "Tenzo is too cautious," Konan stated as he approached the two children. "He insisted that the safest manner to deal with you would have been coaxing you to utilize your Biju's chakra before shutting you down with his Mokuton binding techniques. He expected you to do so the moment you realized that you were in distress. You never tapped into any though, did you?" Naruto acknowledged, "I didn't even know I could," while futilely attempting to rationalize that he was not a threat. "I don't know anything about Biju or Jinchuriki or anything. Leave us alone already." Konan said calmly, "You're in no position to be demanding anything of me, little one," without even flinching. Her gaze strayed to Tenten, where it paused and she stopped moving. Seeing her with Naruto brought back memories of bygone eras. "You remind me of how I used to be. That's a shame." She thought of times when she and the other person didn't have a good ending. She truly felt genuine regret for what she was going to do to Tenten, in contrast to how she felt about what she had to do to Naruto. But she wasn't Tenzo. She had a far more pessimistic view of the world than he did, and children were treated with no respect just because they were children. Dozens of the paper sheets from her previously interrupted trick on the eyes became spears, big shuriken, and a variety of other weapons when she waved her hands in the air. With their hands clasped together in front of their bodies, Naruto angrily created a circle of clones in response, yelling, "Fuden! Ripusho, Wind Release, Gale Palm." Paper was paper, weaponized or not. In his attempt to blow the lethal origami away, Naruto created a sort of little windstorm, using clones to cover every blind spot that could have been the source of a deadly attack. As he did this, Konan's lips formed a tiny grin. Indeed, it fulfilled Naruto's intention. It kicked up the even more numerous stray sheets of paper that littered the dam, but it also shielded him and Tenten from the easier attack of her origami weapons. He hadn't been conditioned to recognize that every sheet of paper, whether folded or not, was dangerous because she had changed the shape of every one he had seen since she first introduced him to her. Until they abruptly turned inward and attached themselves to the various incarnations of Naruto that were causing the windy commotion, a plume of paper rose up, following the currents of Naruto's wind. They were completely covered in paper from head to toe, to the extent that their mouths and noses were smothered and their movements were restricted. They dispelled themselves beforehand, revealing that Naruto had once again left, much to Konan's dismay, and that he had taken Tenten with him. Asphyxiation was a terrible way to die, even for a clone. That brat certainly knew how to try to hide himself. She was attacked by multiple clones from what was meant to be her blind spot, but they were skewered by paper sheets that were still lying around. Before Tenten could reach for a pair of scrolls on her person, she used a cast of her hand to engulf them in paper up to their waists. Millions of sheets of levitating paper. How did you combat them? Although his arms were free, he was unable to Kawarimi his way out of it because of a specific tag. a chakra suppression tag. That was affixed to the small of his back among the other papers. The papers started to cover Naruto's head, covering his eyes, ears, and then his nose and mouth. As far as techniques go, Tenzo was your worst possible match short of the absolute strongest of Uchiha Little One, Konan said to Naruto. Right after that, I think I rank as the next worst for you in my opinion. There was nothing you could have done to get away from both of us. Long time no see Konan. A man with a strikingly bright blonde hair and a flowing white haori stood in a crouch with an odd kunai in his hand, and in a shunshin so quick that the person doing the jutsu appeared before the papers on the ground stirred to register his presence. Just the sight of him required Konan's undivided attention. She was seeing someone she nearly couldn't believe. Why at this particular moment? It was her lot in life to find him here. Minato, the blue-haired woman said sternly, referring to her bothersome intruder, I had hoped it would have been for 40 years, but I guess I can't be that fortunate. The last I'd heard, you were wandering through the desert. So I was sitting at my inn out on the balcony looking out over the ravine trying to figure out where I was going to go next, when all of a sudden way back in the distance I saw a big extra chunk of the dam that hadn't been there before suddenly transform as if a paper mill had sneezed, Minato said, standing up with a stern expression on his face and pointing his kunai at Konan after flipping it. She had had no intention of fighting him. From the bottom of her heart, Konan had faith that she could defeat any ninja, even if it meant losing her life. However, she knew that it was impossible to fight Minato unexpectedly. You didn't just confront Namikaze Minato and beat him without any prior planning. I wish I could say that it was nice to see you again, but I'd be lying, Konan grumbled. I personally would have preferred to never see you again, Minato. Now that's not how you treat a former fellow apprentice, Minato replied with a scowl. We were all Jiraiya-sensei's students. You, me, and Yahi. Don't say his name, Konan stated, ice water flowing through her words. You left. You went away and became the famous Yellow Flash, all on your own. After you left, Jiraiya-sensei must have gotten bored with us, because we were nowhere near as strong as you were when he said that we were serviceable enough shinobi to take care of ourselves. You have no idea what happened after you two found better things to do, but maybe I can give you an idea. The large sheets of paper that covered Naruto and Tenten coughed them out and threw them off the dam with a hand motion. Minato's brain processed the boy's features in slow motion, even though the majority of Naruto's body was covered, when he saw Konan throw him over the side. He landed on the dam, his eyes wide with horror, and then ran over the edge to catch the falling kids. Konan had thrown them so far from the structure that, even if they could think about it, they couldn't use their chakra to try to slow themselves by latching onto the wall. It was a long drop before they reached the craggy bottom. Minato screamed through the air, reaching out to seize Naruto's shirt, only to discover that the boy had pushed Tenten into his arms. As soon as Minato flashed away with her, a smile appeared on his face. He returned immediately to get Naruto and bring the two kids back to the dam's safety. After a quick glance around, he discovered that Konan had used the opportunity to chuck Naruto and Tenten off the dam as a pretext to get away and avoid facing him. It was all right. In any case, he wasn't particularly eager to battle an old friend. Something far more significant was now directly in front of him. I was going to get you both, so why do you have to make sure that she was first? Minato asked Naruto, who was standing behind him at a reasonable distance as the boy attempted to lower his heart rate after taking an unwelcome plunge. Because none of this had anything to do with her. It's not fair that she got caught up with my stuff. I knew you wouldn't have jumped if you didn't have a way to get us both. Even if you didn't, you getting her was good enough for me, Naruto said, sitting on the dam with his eyes wide and fixed on the ground from the near-death experience, while Tenten lay on her stomach in a similar frame of mind. Kushina did a good job with him, saying, yeah, actually even if I didn't have a surefire way to get you both I still probably would have jumped anyway. Fathers are kind of supposed to get like that when it comes to their sons. Minato gave him a warm smile, something Naruto couldn't see. That really is my boy. After saying that, Naruto's body became noticeably more rigid, as Tenten rolled onto her back to truly take a thorough look at the person who had saved them, his head craned around. Naruto turned back to face the man after noticing an odd formula array on the sleeve of his shirt, which Minato had firmly grasped to tag him. At first, it was nearly too much for Tenten to process. Minato-sama. So this was him? After the man himself admitted that he was his father, Naruto only needed to see his physical attributes. The jolt of yellow he appeared in to save them from their impending death plunge, and Tenten's reaction upon seeing him. Wow, Minato exclaimed, his eyes wide with awe as he struggled to find the right words. From seeing Konan to realizing that she was going to kill his son to having to save him, He had accepted everything as it came, compartmentalizing it to deal with each situation separately. This whole turn of events had been unexpected. He was overcome with emotion now that it was over, saying, the last time I saw you, you were such a little thing, Naruto. When Naruto opened his mouth, nothing came out. He had absolutely no idea what he should say. That was his father, really. Something about the man seemed to glow. Either he was losing it, or his brain had been affected by previous oxygen deprivation. He could only take action. Naruto stepped forward, hesitantly extending his arms as though he was unsure of what to expect from the man in front of him but still wanted something. Minato nearly shed a tear when he saw that Naruto wanted to embrace him, but he was unable to move quickly enough to give his son the embrace. Which is why a quick knuckle jab to the throat was so ideal for him. After taking the blow, Minato, who had been bending over to give Naruto a level hug, sprang back up, gripping his throat while sputtering and rasping. Tenten's expression was dry as she watched. "Oh, you were really serious when you said you were going to punch him in the throat when you saw him." "Of course I was, TT Ibeo," Naruto said, emphatically addressing Minato. "Did you think I wasn't ever gonna come see you, old man? Did you think saving my ass one time made up for 10 years of never seeing your face once? You better recognize? You said you would in the desert." Tenten countered in support of Minato following Naruto's mini rant. "I thought you were going to give him a chance. All I did was hit him. I never said I didn't want anything to do with him at all. You just punched one of the strongest men in the world." Naruto turned to face Minato, who still appeared to be attempting to clear his throat due to the shot's pain. "Among the most powerful? Really?" Squinting as he evaluated his father, Naruto's face contorted in contemplation. "Are you sure? Because Kakashi would have never let me hit him, even if we were that close." "Huh," he said. "Wait, what about Kakashi?" Minato asked, clearing his throat and rubbing it one last time while choking back a tear. How did his son know Kakashi? "Actually, Naruto. Why are you here? You should be back on Uzu no Kuni with Kushina." Sometimes I take really enthusiastic walks." In other words, he was far from home. "We're about 700 miles away from the east coast of High no Kuni." Really enthusiastic walks. After a while, Minato's in. Kakashi had to admit that he hadn't anticipated enough trees to be grown from the ground to fill 6 entire city blocks in order to give the man a tactical advantage. He wasn't sure how he had anticipated a fight with someone named for a skill known as wood release to proceed. I'm glad Minato wasn't the only one in town. Otherwise, that fight could have gotten out of control. Because it wasn't out of hand to make a miniature forest, not in Kakashi's estimation. Tenzo left the battle just as Jiraiya arrived to further tip the scales in Kakashi's favor after witnessing a woman and innumerable pieces of paper fly through the air. Kakashi wasn't overly surprised when Tenzo backed off for the time being because he knew that if he could find Naruto once, he could find him again later. Kakashi wiped as Jiraiya bandaged his bruised shoulder and bicep. "Thanks again, Jiraiya-sama," he said. "Between Shukaku and Tenzo, well, I guess you could say it's been quite a week." "No, thank Minato," Jiraiya replied as she unfolded the medical bandage around Guy's arm. "He was the one that first saw that something seemed to be up, and he made me go with him. Trust me, if it was up to me I probably wouldn't have budged from where I was doing research and I would have missed that it was you altogether. Do you know how many battles happen in this town? This place is Outlaw Central. Battles involving trees growing into the air in the middle of crowded business hubs," Kakashi said, squinting across the ravine at the side of the town where he had been fighting out of the window. "I think you can still see it from here." Before giving Kakashi a hard pat on his recently injured shoulder, Jiraiya tightened his bandage, emphasizing, "The more high-level the fight, the less reason for me to feel inquisitive and poke around," with a drawl. "Like I said, thank Minato. So you brought Minato's kid, did you?" he asked. Kakashi stood up and gave the older white-haired man a nod before they left. Jiraiya, who had never even laid eyes on the boy before, had a strong desire to witness the entire father-son encounter. However, now that he had fulfilled his overreaching mission parameter of getting Naruto to Minato, Kakashi was prepared to wait things out back with his primary responsibility of protecting the cart. With Naruto, Minato had been walking with the children on their way back to the ramen cart when Naruto gave him the full rundown of what had transpired. He told him what had transpired that made him leave home. When Naruto had told Minato about the masked person who had started it all, Minato had never had the sudden desire to kill someone quite like that. Naruto then went on to describe how he had met Kakashi and the reason behind Kushina's request that he look for Minato. Unfortunately for Naruto, Minato had asked to look at Naruto's seal there and then. His wife's handiwork did not disappoint him. Amused as ever by Kushina's method, Minato said, "Incredible," with a headshake and a hapless smile. She had the guts to try and double up on a 4-symbol seal to make her own. "Your mother is about as subtle as a stick of dynamite," he said. "You must have something really nasty inside of you if she had to use a seal like this. It's supposed to steadily leak the chakra of whatever's inside of you to mix with your own." Their ninjutsu philosophy remained unchanged despite his beloved's absence. "Mom said that the 4-symbol seal would have only kept Kurama inside of me, and that he was too strong for a seal like that," Naruto said, rolling his eyes at Tenten, who was laughing at his father's prodding of his stomach. Minato nodded in comprehension, seeing why. Kurama was the legendary 9-tailed demon fox, according to Naruto's description, I'll bet. "Look at his face. He's still smiling, but I can feel it. He understands the awesome majesty of my powerful power. Tell him the best part," Kurama said. "I like him," inside Naruto's head. Just that's what Naruto did. Although he believed this to be the greatest part was beyond his comprehension. If Kurama's power didn't have a way out, I would have blown up in the middle of the village a few days later and killed everybody. But even after that, with the whisker marks and the guys that could use Mind's Eye of the Kagura, they figured out what I had pretty quick and were gonna extract Kurama. A crash. Minato's face didn't even register that he had sunk his own fist through a nearby brick wall in a fit of repressed rage, as he continued to smile pleasantly at his offspring. Tenten and Naruto were obviously frightened. They said, "Sorry about that. My finger slipped." "Go on, buddy, continue." Without even observing his arm move to deliver the punch, Naruto pointed to the location directly behind Minato, which now had a lovely new hole through it to someone's property, and said, "Old man, did you just hit that wall?" "No," Minato politely replied, demonstrating his true strength and speed. "Did either of you see me hit the wall?" he asked, not wanting to frighten them. Tenten simply shrugged as the younger ninjas exchanged glances, and Naruto responded, "Well, no." "Then if you didn't see me do it, I didn't do it," he said, his knuckles scuffed and bruised. But Minato's philosophy had always been that if you didn't want someone to know about something, it didn't happen. "All right?" he asked. "I don't think it works like that, but okay." Perhaps Minato was indeed so powerful. Anyway, ever since then me and Kakashi have been working on a bodyguard contract with this old man that makes awesome ramen and his daughter, and I met Tenten while we were doing that, and she came with us, and... Even so, Minato couldn't help but smile. Whoa, let me process all of that before you go on too far," she said. He asked jokingly, "Tenten, don't think I don't remember you. Are you still only happy when you have a kunai in your hand?" Because he could see the boy's Kushina side and it made him miss her the most. Tenten muttered shyly, "No, after being placed on the spot. It's more than just kunai now," he said, obviously recalling her obsession with every ninja tool in the world that he had shown her during their training. For what reason was she being so modest? Naruto was unaware. He would have been ranting in his own defense if it had been him. She invents her own ninja tools that work, and they're really good. Fortunately, he lacked Tenten's apparent modesty and was willing to bloviate for her. As soon as Tenten saw that Minato was smiling at her, she thought, "Well, I'm happy you've been with Naruto here to help him out." Her only response was to mumble, "Naruto, how has your mother been?" Naruto had been waiting for this question and wanted to respond, but he was at a loss for words. "Mom's just Mom," he said, failing to think of another way to put it. "It's not like I knew what she was like before you left. You were never there at all, so I don't really have anything to." He trailed off when he realized how malicious that probably sounded, not in tone but in content. That bluntness and callousness weren't his intention. That's just how it came out. As soon as his words left his lips, he was aware of how they sounded. Whether or not you intended for your words to sound a certain way, once you said them, you couldn't take them back. "She told me about you all the time, about why you couldn't be with us and why we couldn't be with you, but I want to hear it from you," Naruto said after a few moments of silence and stillness. I mean, I want to think you would have been around if you could have, but you just weren't," he said, at a loss for words. "I'll go ahead and check on Ayame-chan and Tuchi-san. It's supposed to be my turn to take your shift anyway, isn't it?" Tenten said, grabbing Naruto's sleeve and waving at him and Minato before heading out onto the rooftops alone. She jumped off to follow her instructions and give her friend and her first trainer some time without even waiting for a response. In that situation, she didn't want to be a third wheel any longer than necessary. She had no business being there. She could only wish luck to her partner. Physically, the day had been difficult so far, and emotionally, it didn't appear that things would get much easier. Tenten was a bright girl, as Minato had deduced from the brief training he had given her. He was thankful that she could read her emotions, as this was something that should have been kept between him and Naruto. It was just personal business, it wasn't a huge secret. A female clan ninja wedding outside of the clan unless otherwise approved is a bit of a black mark. I don't want you to think that's the only reason I couldn't stay there. That by itself really would have been nothing, and if it really was they would have cast her out and let me take the two of you. That's not why I wasn't around, Naruto said as he sat down outside a storefront, looking patiently at Minato while his father stared straight ahead, hands clasped on his knees while reasoning. From his seat on the bench, Naruto simply shrugged and kicked his legs, saying, "I don't know anything about it then, old man. That was the only reason I ever got. It was the only reason anybody ever threw in my face when it came up." Children would hold it above his head and explain that it was the reason he was so different and what their parents had told them about him. When she was telling Naruto stories about Minato, Kushina didn't really go any farther than that to explain why she wasn't with them. She never denied that it was a major contributing factor, and if enough people say the same thing about you over an extended period of time, you begin to believe it to be true. It's a little more complicated than that. I promise, Minato reassured Naruto, pointing to the shirt. That's one of the big reasons that I know affiliation. It's a legendary Senju clan jutsu, and other than me the only person that could ever perform it alone was Tobirama Senju, the second strongest member of that clan ever. And they took offense to that. You probably know the drill. An enemy of the Senju is an enemy of the Uzumaki. As he had stolen their jutsu, mastered it when none of them ever seemed to, and was attempting to dismantle the ninja system that currently had them at the top of the heap, that included him. For the most part, Naruto was only aware of the affiliation issue. You can teleport anywhere with it, right? Anywhere you marked already? Was the first thing that always sprang to mind when Minato was mentioned. Naruto's eyes glowed at the idea. Man, that's got to be awesome. It is, Minato said without any shame. And the marks don't ever go away either. If you wanted to keep me from teleporting to that shirt you'd have to rip it at the formula, put it somewhere that I can't teleport to like a caved-in passageway, or destroy it altogether. I can actually brand people with it too, but that's not nice. To make sure it stays I've got to get it pretty deep on their actual bodies. I don't get it. Well, I have a jutsu that grinds into people on contact, so if I hit them with it and mark them with my chakra at the same time, if I don't kill them that brand isn't going anywhere. Ever. Tattoo style. Ouch. Yep, he reached out and ruffled Naruto's carried on with his explanation, but like I said, affiliation's not the only reason. The other reason is because of what I want to do. It's not really a safe idea to pitch to more of the hardened types out in the world. I've made a lot of friends with the idea, but no one ever wants to do anything to really move forward with it. A village comprised of all sorts of clans. A way to bring so much of the hostility and constant killing to an end. Minato kept babbling on about something that was obviously beyond Naruto's comprehension, which caused Naruto to look blank. I want a system where all sorts of different ninjas can live and work together. Where kids aren't expected to fight tooth and nail on the battlefield like grown men. Something that can demolish the boundaries between the clans of the world. He observed the look of complete disbelief on the youngster's face. You never heard anything about it? I thought Kakashi would have told you at least. With Tenzo and Konan in Hai no Kuni, a combat-disheveled Tenzo and Konan returned to a Senju post. You had Naruto-san in a situation where you could have ended his life and his Biju would never have factored in, but you retreated from Namikaze-san, Tenzo said. So he's really that powerful then? If I had continued to try and focus on asphyxiating Naruto, Minato would have had more than enough of an opportunity to kill me first, Konan responded abruptly. He is not the kind of person you can split your attention on even the slightest bit. Tenzo had been embroiled in his own dispute when he had noticed her leaving, but Konan didn't want to discuss that man. Had he not been sufficiently aware, he would have found himself in the less than ideal circumstance of having to battle Jiraiya and Hitaki Kakashi, and if he managed to defeat both of them, he would then have to settle for Namikaze Minato. He needed unquestionable confirmation that he couldn't have thrived in that setting. There was no way for him to prevail in that circumstance, even if he was one of the Senju clan's most powerful weapons. Whatever you think you know about the affiliation, I can almost guarantee you that you're not prepared for his adaptation of it, Konan reassured him. However, your clan expects solo users of the jutsu to perform it. The way he uses it has to be different. How can you be so sure? Because that's how he is. It's how he always was, Konan continued. If he doesn't create the technique himself, he'll make it so that he performs it in a way that isn't like anyone else's version, just to stay a step ahead. You seem to have a grudge against Naruto-san. Is it because of Namikaze-san? Even though she didn't want to acknowledge it, She would have been honest in stating that her handling of Naruto wasn't influenced by any personal grievance she may have had against him. To be honest, she didn't dislike him. Regretfully, he was never able to gain her approval regardless. However, she had problems with his parents. How could two people she detested so much for different reasons have a child together? Furthermore, how could that child be allowed to be a significant issue in her life? The bad luck was impossible. However, if one were to ask the blue-haired woman herself, her life was characterized by unfathomably bad luck. There were 3 of us. Myself, a boy named Yahiko, and Minato, said Konan. 3 of us that trained under Jiraiya sensei at the same time, all orphans. He got us from different places, picked us up for whatever reason, and trained us as ninjas so that we weren't sitting ducks to be killed in some godforsaken crossfire. It was pleasant for a while when he worked with them and they all completed missions. After stating that there was nothing more he could teach Minato, Minato went off to pursue his own interests, leaving Jiraiya with Konan and the 3rd student, Yahiko. It didn't take long for Jiraiya to inform them of this, and she continued on from there. At that point, things started to go wrong once more. However, Konan didn't enjoy thinking about that. Even though Konan believed he was stronger than her, Tenzo said, "So what now? I'll regroup at the base, report to Tsunade, and get an order from there. What about yourself?" "I'm going back to Uzu no Kuni," Konan said with determination. If Naruto is with Minato now, it's too dangerous to go after him without a complete understanding of what Minato is capable of. There's only one person I can go to for help. And I will get something useful, even if getting anything from her would be like getting blood from a stone. Alongside Minato and Naruto, I never would have imagined that things would get that bad. I did everything I did, and I left you behind because otherwise you wouldn't have had anything. You might not have had me, but you had your clan. Minato said to Naruto, "You want me to get Kushina?" And the boy nodded enthusiastically, thrilled that he was being understood. By now, Kushina was probably a prisoner. Since Nagato was still in charge of the clan, he would never harm her, but he also wouldn't leave her alone. Whatever he might have felt for a childhood friend was subordinated to his duty to the Uzumaki clan before all else. Naruto shook his head and scowled after hearing Minato's justification. I feel more for Kakashi and Tenten than I did for anybody at home," he said, almost ashamed to acknowledge, but it was true. He had never been close to Karen, the only clan member he had actually spent time with over the years. Mom was all I had. She did love her clan, would have done anything for them, and put up with the exclusion of her only child from their society. "Naruto," Minato said, bending down to place his hands on his son's shoulders, "I'll get Kushina out if there really isn't anything there for her or you any longer. Kami knows I always wanted her, with me anyway. I just didn't want to make her choose between her duty to her clan and staying with me. Now I figure it would have been better if she'd have broken all ties from the start," she said, acknowledging that putting her son on the execution block for no reason was just one bridge too far. Why not? After he had left with the specific intention of keeping those ties intact, they all appeared to deteriorate over time anyhow. For Kushina and Naruto, the only effect of leaving them behind appeared to be to prolong their suffering. In any case, he was going to get his wife out of there. Nothing, aside from, of course, having a permanent place to settle down, would have made him happier than having them all together. "I can't make up for what I wasn't around to do before," said Minato. "But I can start doing the things for you and Kushina that I always wanted to now, and that means that first and foremost I'm going to get her back to you." "That's what I'm talking about, old man. Let's get going now." "We can," Naruto said, bouncing excitedly on the balls of his feet and punching into his own palm with a hopeful smile. Before he could get too excited about entering the enemy's den to reclaim his mother, Minato interrupted, saying, "I can't take you, Naruto. Getting in there isn't going to be easy. Aside from the Senju, the Uzumaki clan are the only ones that can erase my markers, and they got rid of the one I had on Kushina after I left. But I live there. If anybody can handle it, it's gotta be me. And you're a target, Naruto." Minato gave the boy a hard, jarring shake to make sure he understood, saying, "Konan is going back to Nagato now. Those two were close even before I married Kushina. This isn't going to be stealthy. If I'm good and lucky, I won't have to get into a fight until I get into the village, but more than likely they're going to know I'm there 5 minutes after I reach shore. So you need help?" "I can help," Minato said, refusing to back down once more. "Why not? I'm a ninja too. I've seen and done stuff too, just like you or Mom. I can handle it." All of this was merely confirming to Naruto why he needed to leave. "No one should ask you to handle it, Naruto. This is my fault. All of this happened because I am who I am," Minato insisted. "If I wasn't, I wouldn't have had to leave. I would have been there to be a husband and a father. No one, mask or not, would have ever gotten the chance to stick Kurama-san inside of you, and this wouldn't have ever been an issue. Before putting on his pragmatic shoes, Kurama said, "The man is right, boy. You were just handed your ass by the Senju and the paper woman. The only thing you'll do is slow him down and place a gigantic bullseye on your chest, or stomach actually. Kurama-sama, you worm. We're not equals." Naruto moaned to himself, visualizing himself standing in front of Kurama's cage and gazing down at the water gathered around his ankles. "I know it's not smart," he said. "He may claim that it was his fault from the beginning, but she is my mother. He's going to go off and tidy up my mess for me, and this is all about me. I'm just meant to relax and let him assure me that everything will be fine?" Since Kurama wasn't really to blame for anything that had happened, he didn't bother to clarify that it wasn't his mess to clean up either. It was simply too simple. He struck at a different point instead, saying dryly, "In my own limited experience, that's generally what fathers do." He tried to argue with his Biju tenant, but he knew that Kurama was correct. He could see how much it meant to Minato to finally have a chance to make some sort of change in his family life just by looking into his eyes. Conversely, what am I supposed to do? Given his own sensitivity to negative emotions, Kurama was able to quickly detect the sinking sensation in Naruto's stomach. There was more to the boy's heart than a misguided and obstinate desire to complete what he believed he had begun, and he could see it. Sitting on the sidelines and feeling powerless wasn't the only thing. There was a nagging suspicion in his mind that Minato would take his mother and abandon him without them. Even though it wasn't a major problem, he still struggled with abandonment. "You've already done your share just by finding me," Minato said, smiling reassuringly. "So let me do the rest. Don't you have a contract to uphold with some people you're protecting anyway?" Although it was only a 60-day deal, Naruto did so, and the 60 days were almost up. He didn't want to just walk out like that, saying goodbye, when that contract expired. However, this went beyond that. There was a location where Tuchi and Ayame could simply pick up brand new bodyguards. A rock thrown into the air would most likely land within 5 feet of a fighter for hire of some sort. They were entitled to a ninja escort who would always have them as their top priority. Naruto was afraid that something similar to today would occur again, and he couldn't honestly say that he could be that person for them if they were looking to renew. While he was with them, someone as strong as Konan or Tenzo could attack again, and if they did, they would probably try to get to him by getting at them. If it would help them reach their target, many ninjas had no problem killing civilians. That was one of the reasons so many people who weren't even fighting died. Total War was very popular. With the most serious expression on his face, Minato said to Naruto, "I'll tell you what you can do more than anything else. Get as strong as you can. When I return with Kushina, things are going to get out of hand, fast." Naruto waved his arms in response, saying, "But I already train, every day, with clones when I learn a new jutsu." He reached out and patted Naruto on the stomach, saying, "You know more about your seal than you think you do. Your mom, when she created it, had never used it before, had she?" Naruto shook his head. "That's what I thought. You know just as much about the seal now as the two of us. More actually, since you're the one with the seal on you." Minato was momentarily stunned before shaking it off, but he had to make a point. Yes. You're an actual Jinchuriki. Who knows what you could be capable of?" Minato responded, "We don't know. No one has ever actually studied a Jinchuriki before. There have been so few, and they had their respective Biju removed so quickly that no one has any idea what they're really capable of other than the danger factor of the Biju being randomly released and going on a rampage." Naruto believed he was starting to understand. He was filled with Kurama. If no one had recorded the effects of such a thing, it must have been because of fear of what a Jinchuriki meant. "I understand. You say you're going to find a way to get Kurama-san out of you without getting yourself killed, but until you do, you're going to be a target. There are only 2 ways to offset being targeted. Either you're hidden away," the strong blonde man said, gently nudging the boy. "What I'm saying is, that if you're a Jinchuriki, I want you to be the best one that you can be." Naruto slipped, "Fuck that," and then put his hand over his mouth. Parents were expected to detest children swearing, particularly when it was so severe. "Or," Minato said bluntly, warning him not to use such language in front of him again. "You have to get so strong that no one has the heart to take you on or send anyone after you. Ninjas are afraid of the idea of a Jinchuriki to begin with, but you've got to back it up when it comes to shove. I know that you can figure this out, and you won't be alone. You have Kakashi, Tenten, and when I get back you'll have Jiraiya, myself, and your mother. And I can't wait until I actually get to introduce you to my other contacts in the world." He simply exuded pride and happiness with the big corny smile he gave Naruto when he brought him up to show him off to his friends from the elemental nations. Despite the less than ideal circumstances, he was truly thrilled that Naruto had reached out to him. "I have full faith in you," the man replied with a satisfied sigh. "You've come this far just to find me. All I'm asking you to do is wait for just a little while, and believe in me when I say that I'm going to get Kushina and bring her right to you. You don't have to see me as your father, I've missed so much of your life, but I look at you and I still see the baby I left in Kushina's arms in Uzu." "What about Tenzo and that Konan lady?" Naruto asked, not because he was afraid of encountering either of them once more. There were occasional benefits to being one of the most dangerous men on the planet, such as, they'll have to track you all over again from scratch by the time they regroup, and neither of them will even think of trying anything until they believe that they have a way to get around me to get to you. People were very suspicious of anything that involved you, according to one of them. That aside, I don't think Konan will be leaving Nagato's side for quite some time now after this. Old man, when Minato moved in to embrace Naruto this time, he didn't take any kind of blow to any part of his body. He didn't return the physical gesture, but as he had previously stated, Minato didn't require that right now. It was more than he had ever anticipated seeing Naruto there, knowing that he was doing well and growing. "I believe in you, Naruto, so I'm asking you to believe in me. Even if you don't now, I'll keep doing what I have to in order to make you feel that way. Be safe." Another Twin Ridge Town location. Tucci smiled and said, "Thanks for all of the work," shaking hands with Kakashi. "What can I say? It was terrifying," he said, occasionally shivering as he followed instructions at Kakashi's request. After witnessing a full-scale ninja battle and a Biju attack within 2 months, he said, "I think I've been turned off of traveling for a good long while though." It wasn't as if he had better ideas about where to go to scare up business. Moving to test markets around the elemental nations to see how well his ramen was received elsewhere seemed like a great idea after spending his entire life in one location. As far as a business endeavor was concerned, it had been going quite well, but the risks out there just overwhelmed the spirit of the daring traveling merchant with which he had started. When it came to engaging in combat, these shinobi types didn't mince words. He was far too old to be comfortable with sticking his neck out like that, or even allowing his daughter to do it, but Ayame could probably handle it because she was young. The 60-day contract had a few days left before it ended, but that wasn't enough time to relocate, and after everything he had witnessed so far, the ramen vendor wasn't even certain he wanted to drive on the open road once more. "Understood," Kakashi said, fully comprehending. "So what do you plan to do now if you aren't looking to move around?" Was a surefire way to guarantee that life on the road ended sooner than it had to. "Well, there's no shortage of chances to do well in a place like this, and it's not like I'm hard up for money if I'm hiring ninjas and traveling internationally, right?" Tucci responded with a deep chuckle. "I'll set up a shop here. Maybe expand elsewhere later. Just, not anytime soon. Not until things out there get a little less crazy." Kakashi decided that this was as good a time as any to say, "Right then. Well, we'll be in touch. Take care and stay safe," as he turned to face Tenten, who was receiving a monstrous bear hug from Ayame as they said goodbye. "Hey, we're not the ones that are going to be picking fights with other ninjas, pal." Good point. Kakashi's contract ended at that point, and he and Tenten went in search of a place to spend the night in the city. While leading his young charge through the town in search of a place to spend the night, he remained silent and buried his nose in a brand new book that Tenten had never seen him read before. She continued to look at him as though she wanted to say something, but he wasn't going to initiate any awkward conversation if she didn't have the energy to bring it up. Unless he was trying to make someone feel bad, that wasn't his style. When she finally found it impossible to stop talking, she said, "So since Naruto found Minato-sama, he isn't going to be with us anymore, is he?" This led to another question. "You're not going to keep me around now that you don't have to for Naruto, are you?" "That's not how this works," Kakashi said. "The second I taught you anything, you became my responsibility until I think you're strong enough to protect yourself. That's how Minato-sama was taught by Jiraiya-sama, and that's how I'm going to teach you. It's not how you were taught. I don't follow Minato-sama because he trained me. He trained me a while after I started following him because I truly believe in his dream, even if it does seem impossible," Kakashi remarked, flipping through a page in the book he was unable to put down. "You mean the village without borders thing? The place with peace between the clans all working as equal ninjas? So he told you? A bit. Well, that's basically the gist of it. It's all you need to know about it for now to have a good enough idea," said Kakashi. "But Naruto won't be staying with him. It's more dangerous for Naruto to remain with him than to stay with me. It's a reason why he didn't take you with him when he first trained you." The unsaid suggestion from Tenten's current guardian caused her brown eyes to light up. Was that what she was interpreting it to be? "Comin' in hot. Naruto stumbled and nearly tripped before playing off the awkward touchdown, as though he had been running across the town to reach them. He smiled sheepishly as he turned to face Tenten and Kakashi and put his hands behind his neck, saying, "Yo. Yo yourself," said Kakashi, gesturing for Naruto to follow suit. "So what did Minato-sama say to do?" he asked. Naruto reported matter-of-factly, "He instructed me to follow you and pay attention to everything you say until he returns." Tenten remarked, somewhat offended by Naruto's apparent lack of enthusiasm for their ongoing partnership. "You don't seem too happy about that," asking if there was a reason. With a lackluster drawl, Naruto remarked, "It kind of hurts that my absentee father ordered me to listen to the orders of another guy that isn't even my dad. I wanted to go get my own mom out. I kept thinking that he would take me with him to retrieve her when I found him. He vowed to save Kushina, and he assumed that he would be going to get Minato's assistance before they charged back in and finished the job. But now he was being kept out completely. Was he really that weak? He knew that he and Minato, as well as pretty much every other ninja he'd met today, were very different from one another, but that didn't matter, did it? Additionally, he believed that his role as a ninja was to be in the fight because that was where he was needed." Kakashi remarked, "You don't realize how strong your clan is, Naruto. The adults are more knowledgeable about Fuinjutsu than you are. Your active use of Fuinjutsu in battle has been your main tactical advantage over other ninjas on the mainland. Indeed, it was how he outwitted Tenzo's wood clone just hours ago and defeated the Uchiha clan members who had outnumbered him during his escape with Hinata. His more significant victories appeared to be the result of some application of seal knowledge. Get yourself some Fuinjutsu." Nevertheless, there would have been something he could have done. He firmly believed that he had to. His current tenant gave him a sobering reality check at that point. The only benefit you'd have given that man was if he used you as a flesh and blood meat shield. "Kurama, you're terrible. No, you're awful. That's why you're not going." Kurama was undoubtedly cruel, and he could see the smile inside his head taunting him. "I'm great," he said. "People try to kill you just because they are afraid of me inside of you. That still means that you suck too because you're inside of me. If I still suck and you're inside of me, then you suck by default because that means that you being sealed inside of me doesn't do jack for me." Naruto shot back, implying that he could take a little less pride in making him a target. Kurama felt that technically Naruto had a point, so he had no answer to that. It greatly enraged him. "Oh, and you think you just ran up and got in Shukaku's face that quickly all by yourself? You mean I didn't?" Naruto knew that something had gone wrong because he had never moved that quickly before and, no matter how hard he tried, he could never do it in training again. There was also the strange red-tinted vision, which he couldn't explain because he wasn't bleeding down his face at the time. Apparently, Kurama knew what had happened. Whatever. Kurama was an arrogant SOB, so if he knew something and hadn't been telling up until now, he had to be lured in. "Even stuck inside of you, I have more power than you could ever imagine," said the merciless roar that responded inside Naruto's head. "I have an impact on you that you aren't even aware of. The facial scars, the speed at which you recovered from your altercation with the Uchiha boy. Me. Furthermore, those are only the beginning." "Good," said Naruto in his head, a smile lighting up his face. "I'm excited to figure out exactly what we can do together." "You're absolutely correct that you are." "Hold on, what? No, I don't assist people. Hello. I'm not assisting you. Listen. You can't have any power. Mine is my power. Hello." In the future, however, if he believed he was going to keep Naruto out of what his son believed to be his own business as well, he would be gravely mistaken. By the time Minato saw him again, he would somehow have a handle on what being a Jinchuriki was all about and what it really meant. Naruto pretended that dear old dad could have this one and he wouldn't make any more of a fuss than he already had. He would never again allow himself to be excluded from something as significant as rescuing his mother from Uzu no Kuni. The only man he would really believe in to get her out of there was his father, and for the time being he had to believe that he was exactly who everyone insisted he was, and that he meant it when he said he'd bring them all together soon. Kakashi abruptly said, "I think I know what we should do next," grabbing Tenten's and Naruto's full attention as he loudly closed his book. "Now that you've both met him, there wouldn't be much of a better time to actually show you two just what Minato-sama has been trying to do for over the last decade." "The village thing?" Tenten and Naruto both spoke in unison. "And that right there is why I'm going to show you," Kakashi said briskly, because simply referring to it as the village thing indicates to me that neither of you fully understands it. "Tenten, you're not the only kid in your predicament, and I'm not the only one who heeds your father Naruto's instructions. This is more significant than either of you realizes." Tenten said, "Wait, I'm confused," and Naruto nodded in agreement. Well, that just means that I have something to explain to you on the way. En route to what? Naruto questioned, you're being extremely vague. Naruto, I just told you. It would be beneficial for you to listen to what's going on beneath the surface. By this point, Naruto was able to recognize Kakashi's insults, some of which were more subtly expressed than others. I retract my earlier remarks about you, Kakashi. Later, I will definitely make fun of you behind your back once more. Oh, I'm devastated. Take a look at my face. Naruto, do you not see what you're doing to me? Kakashi deadpanned, because I value your opinion so much. It wasn't the decision he wanted to make right now, but it was the best one he had, so Minato hid himself from even his underling Kakashi's notice from a rooftop somewhere behind them, grinning as he watched the people with his son leave together. Time to go, said the older ninja, after all, we've got to start planning to save your mysterious significant other, don't we? Minato felt a hand pat him on the shoulder and turned to see it was Jiraiya. After grinning at his teacher, Minato scowled and said, Konan will always accompany Nagato whenever we arrive. Jiraiya-sensei. Before you offer to follow me in with whoever else we can get for this, I just felt that you should be aware of that first and foremost. Even so, freelance ninjas who knew one another frequently encountered one another in the field. I already know she hates me for leaving, and she clearly chose the side that she wanted to be on, Jiraiya said, letting out a heavy sigh that conveyed his displeasure at being on the opposing side of the girl he had trained. Furthermore, it might work out that way because we won't have to fight at all if everything goes according to plan. Yes, you are correct. How often does it turn out that way? Jiraiya groused before noticing that Minato was still looking after Naruto. It wasn't hard to piece together what was going through the man's mind. Hey, Kakashi's got him. I just met him, and now I have to part ways with him once more, Minato said. He doesn't hate me yet, but even if I come back with Kushina, and then he trailed off, terrified that Naruto would never like him. And what if I don't come back with her at all? You don't really believe that you won't succeed, do you? Your little clone will be all right, and he won't be difficult to locate again, Jiraiya said, receiving a shoulder shrug from the blonde man. Imagine that the family you've always desired will be intact when you see him again. Minato smiled at that idea. Then, in an abrupt burst of yellow, Minato and Jiraiya vanished somewhere. With his eyes slowly opening, Naruto saw Kurama, who appeared to be dozing on his haunches directly in front of him, sitting on the water inside the prison in his own imagination. However, he was patient for once and waited for the enormous fox to snort to indicate that he was awake. Kurama opened his eyes slowly and glared at Naruto, saying, I hate that you realize how time passes significantly slower on the outside when you're actually in here now. What do you want? What do you need? What? He asked. For some time, their relationship had fluctuated like this. Every morning, Naruto would appear in front of the cage early and bright, and he would sit there for 30 to an hour in real time. More like 2.5 to 5 hours in his mind. He seemed to be looking for something that he could or could not do, or attempting to establish something. It was quite experimental. Try to persuade Naruto to leave. Kurama batted his tails idly, saying, you must enjoy looking like you're spaced out and dead to the world. You know, mosquitoes like flying into open eye sockets and other general facial orifices, right? Get ready to enjoy that when you finally blink. It's just that I've been trying to get a handle on this whole Jinchuriki thing for a week now, Naruto began with a warm grin. And I figured, what am I doing? I mean, I can't let you out, so you aren't going anywhere and you might be a gigantic, nasty, sociopathic fox. Ooh, big word. Did the Scarecrow man teach you that one? Naruto went on, his smile growing a little more strained following the intellectual insult. But I don't know that much about you, he said. Damn it, he had received his education from his mother. Anyway, I thought, since we're stuck together for a while, we might as well learn about each other. Neither of us is going anywhere, right? He said, referring to his preferred speech patterns and his dislike of using fancy words compared to simpler ones. As a monstrous figure of destruction, Kurama simply gave Naruto the most uninteresting look he could manage by saying, me wanting to learn about you on a personal level would be like a human being trying to learn about a shrimp or some other bottom-feeding seafood that they're known to devour on a personal level. This was actually pretty impressive from him. Naruto shrugged and remarked, well, I guessed that already. That's why I really just want to hear about you. You want to hear about me? Kurama inquired with disbelief. I just have to ask, did you have a major nightmare last night? Because if you did, I should have been able to feel it. Negative emotions are kind of my thing. There, just like that. You saying that feeling negative emotions or whatever is your thing, more of that. Like, what does that mean? Is it just me, or can you feel killing intent better than I can? Naruto asked. enthusiastically waving his arms around for emphasis. As he spoke, Kurama fixed him with a long, intense gaze, sensing no deceit or false interest on Naruto's part. When it came to him, the boy had always been that way. Other than thinking Kurama was cool, he had not given much thought to his size or strength when they had first met. What a wonderful thing this child was. For the first time in a long time, Kurama had encountered a human being who wasn't motivated only by self-interest or something as naive as their clan's fame. Kurama wanted to learn for himself what this child was all about, while Naruto wanted to actively find out what made him tick. He was struggling with it. Giving him something to think about would be beneficial, though, as it would allow him to assess how he was responding to the things he actually said. Well, when I say negative emotions are my thing, I mean that I'm extremely sensitive to concentrations of harmful intent. On active battlefields and other areas of general suffering, places where the nastier aspects of human character come out, I find myself drawn to them, whether I want to be there or not. So you don't want to be in places like that? Yes, because I just love being drawn to the absolute stinkholes and cesspools of the continent, sarcastically replied Kurama. I can't help it. That's how sensitive to those feelings I am. I can't avoid them. Ah, I was just asking. So that's why people say you're some sort of natural disaster, Naruto said, blushing as he saw Kurama's bewilderment. Well, I've been asking Kakashi about you and he said that the Kyuubi was always supposed to be some sort of harbinger of the end to places afflicted with misery. His words. Naruto recoiled at the loud shout from Kurama and held a defensive hand up while cleaning his ears out with a pinky. I've had humans do terrible things in mass numbers, cause outright atrocities, just to attract me to areas so that they could try to entrap me. I'm woefully predictable in my movements because of my reaction to dark intent, Kurama said with a deep sigh. It was as if they believed that they could yoke me as though I were some garden variety animal. It was a reason why I shut myself up inside of your island. I couldn't feel anything that far away from the mainland and under the ground. Actually, it was pleasant on Uzu no Kuni. There were never any actual battles fought there. The Uzumaki clan was the only clan that lived there, and they essentially maintained a generally tranquil environment. Compared to other places in the elemental nations, it was much more so. When he was younger, it was relatively easy to draw the roving fox to locations to the point where the armed forces would do so and then run away while he completed the task they began to get him there in the first place. But these days it only took the biggest and most terrible incidents to draw him in. His reputation had already been established by the time he was old enough and wise enough to steer clear of this to some degree. In just a few words, Naruto encapsulated the prevailing opinion on these issues. Well, that sucks. Kurama muttered, yes. Yes it does, before surveying his surroundings. If it's any comfort, from within you I can't feel anything that's not directly around you, which means that bigger things don't affect me, like the Shukaku battle, or the Uchiha, Hyuga incident, he said. Those things weren't big enough to attract him from afar, but there would have been ill effects once he was in the center of them, so at least there's that. There. At least that was a positive aspect of it, if nothing else, it was a beginning. Thunk. Asterisk. Wow, he is out of it, indeed. All of that and he didn't even flinch. Do you want me to keep going, Kakashi-sensei? I can't really fit anything else in around him. No, I'll go wake him up, just, let me enjoy this for a second. This is art. The sight of their resident blonde sitting against a tree trunk, his entire body outlined with kunai, shuriken, and other projectile weapons surrounding him, left Kakashi and Tenten in awe as they stood 50 yards away from Naruto. When she first noticed Naruto's glazed eyes, it was just something she did as she warmed up. She chose to scare him in an attempt to get him to get out of it so he could warm up. She continued because it was really annoying when he didn't flinch. Before long, Kakashi had witnessed this from behind without her knowledge, and to her surprise, she was instructed to proceed after realizing he had been present. After a while, Naruto blinked quickly, indicating that he had returned to normal consciousness. What's up, you guys? He asked, not even noticing that the tree he had been sitting against had a Naruto-shaped outline of weapons affixed to it. Tenten and Kakashi believed that he would have been horrified, angry, or a mix of the two if he had simply turned around the other way. First, kunai spinning exercise please, Kakashi said, choosing to completely disregard Tenten's spontaneous target practice game. He nearly twitched when he watched Naruto pull a kunai straight out of the tree behind him without turning around to show that he had mastered the training. Alright, that's great, he said, apparently more aware than they had assumed. Better be, moaned Naruto, a kunai spinning in a blur at the tip of his palm. You know how many clones this killed trying to get this good back in the beginning? A lot. I had to keep replacing the 20. Before she perfected her math and threw a kunai at Naruto in a fit that he avoided, Tenten counted off on her fingers while attempting to add something up. 10 days, times 20 clones. You did a half a year of training on a stupid exercise in less than 2 weeks. What the hell? Teach me how to do that, Tenten said. You could only make one without splitting your chakra too much. That's still twice the training on a technique I could learn in half the time. Kakashi sighed because he knew this would eventually come up. It simply wasn't fair to compare Tenten's and Naruto's chakras. Naruto's chakra supply was more like a lake than Tenten's, which was like a full tank. The tank would be cut in half if Tenten's chakra were split in half for a shadow clone, which was important. 2 fucking lakes instead of 1 would result from dividing Naruto's in half for the same purpose. Naruto and his clones had so much more chakra than Tenten that it wasn't even close, let alone fair, even if his chakra was divided 20 ways for the entirety of his shadow clone jutsu. Hell, even with his chakra split 20 ways, he still had more than Kakashi. Naruto frowned as he thought about Tenten's complaint and concluded that she was right. He could certainly see why she would want to get up to snuff sooner, and he wanted to do the same. They would have more time to concentrate on other things that you couldn't do with clones if they were able to learn the techniques they were taught more quickly through clone repetition. Naruto said, "Okay, come here. I'll teach it to you," and Tenten smiled as he motioned for her to approach. The words, Naruto, were Kakashi's warning. He didn't want her to suffer harm from a jutsu that wasn't suitable for her body. For the wrong person, it was extremely dangerous, even though it wasn't the prohibited version that would have killed her. "She's got a point, Kakashi," Naruto said. "You can do it, I can do it. Why not her too? Even if she can only make one, that's still better than none." He desired to gain enough strength to be valuable to both his mother and, to a lesser degree, his father. He did not wish to be abandoned. In this way, he could see why Tenten was upset about Naruto finding a way to improve when he sorely needed the outcomes and her having to catch up to him, but without the advantage of such a method. In addition, she was his best friend, and he wanted her to support him at every turn, even if it meant lagging behind. When it was all over, Kakashi just sighed, as though he could reprimand them for using a risky tactic. By the time he reached their age, he had had his share. When the rest of the world would kill them if they were enemies, he couldn't treat them differently because of something like this. He pushed them to be as good as they could be, and they could be very, very good, likely as a way of demonstrating his concern for them. However, he could supervise and ensure its safety. As he demonstrated the cross-fingered hand seal Tenten would need to memorize in order to perform the jutsu, Naruto said, "Okay, this is the only hand seal that you need to know, and, well," he hesitated, trying to come up with a suitable way to describe the sensation of using the jutsu, saying, "You're doing it right when it feels like your whole body is pushing out chakra." Really? That seemed easy enough. Tenten shrugged and started using jutsu, but Naruto interrupted her right away, asking, "What?" He sighed with relief that she didn't perform the jutsu, saying, "That's too much. If you're making one, just use enough to feel like it's running through your body. Don't flare it like you did. If you do that, your body will interpret that as you trying to make as many as you can or as many as the jutsu will allow you to do." Like I said, Kakashi stated, "Be careful if you're going to learn this jutsu at all. Now let's get some work done. We've got somewhere to be, and I want to start Naruto on something that Minato-sama is going to teach him anyway." Central High no Kuni, headquarters of the Senju clan. From the perspective of the female head of the Senju clan, the past few days had been irksome. He was reprimanded as a result of sending one of her best out. From a Senju outpost nearer the country's edge, Tenzo had reported to her that they had failed to destroy their target because of Namikaze Minato's appearance. Dangling the carrot of Hiraiishin no Jutsu over the head of the freelance ninjas for an expendable squad to enter and die for their cause against the Uchiha was her grandfather's greatest error in his final years. It was successful, but how could they have known that Minato, the then unknown ninja, was capable of defeating the extermination squad later on? No one ever imagined that someone else would be able to use Hiraiishin no Jutsu solo, but she should have taken the initiative to split his skull before he became too cagey to pin down in one place. They hadn't even taught him how to make the markers for the technique, and it took 3 different users to withstand the strain that teleportation was supposed to put on the body in space-time. Oh no, she punched a tall rock monolith once more, turning it into rubble, and then dusted off her fist appropriately. A very picturesque rock garden with exquisitely raked sand and elaborate rock formations had been reduced to a miniature wasteland, and physical exertion was always a good way to relax. If something happens because of this and we end up going into a larger war, we won't be the ones handling the lion's share of the fighting this time. This is the Uzumaki clan's mess, Tsunade complained out loud while being attended to by her attendant following a rather destructive training session as a way to release some pent-up tension. In the world of ninjas, the Uzumaki clan held a significant position. They were bonded as a result of that, as well as the bonds that Hashirama Senju and Uzumaki Mito had formed. But the Senju clan did not get away with cleaning up the mess left by their little sibling clan. They were already dealing with enough of their own problems, like a lack of funds. Win or lose, unless they won in a quick, low-cost way, they would lose a significant portion of their deeper assets if they had to fight another major conflict like the one they had fought less than 5 years ago. She heard the words, "Tsunade, you should really tone it down," as she made her way back into the main Senju stronghold building. The majority of people who said that would have been thrown through a wall or 5. But not this guy. Think about the poor people that have to readjust that rock garden every time after you finish your little physical training sessions. Tsunade replied, "Sword of Damocles, dear brother," as she turned to confront the one who had raised her voice. He was a short, light-haired man in his mid-30s with sharp brown eyes and a jagged scar on his cheek. He was dressed in dark green pants and a loose green top with a lavender shroud over his shoulders. He held a sword hilt at his hip and said, "It's easy to say something like that when you don't have to be held accountable to the responsibilities of leadership." Tsunade was hugged by the man, who rolled his eyes and said, "You keep bringing that up, like anyone is supposed to know an obscure reference like that." Tsunade corrected, carefully removing the hand around her shoulders. "Not anyone, just you," she said. "What do you want, Nawaki?" Nawaki ended his greeting to his older sister by saying, "I know you're all bent out of shape over the Uzumaki Jinchuriki situation, but there are more important matters at hand. If things turn into a Biju arms race, we've got the advantage, you know that." He then proceeded to be quite serious. "I know, it's still not something that I want to have to turn to just to keep an edge. Now what's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong per se, it's just that there's work to be done, and one boy that'll probably get himself killed before he ever becomes a problem isn't worth the trouble that diverting ninjas as good as Tenzo after him would bring." Tsunade gave Nawaki and his point a growl. Naruto was only a young boy. Even if he was a Jinchuriki, nobody had any idea what that meant for him yet, not even him, given Tenzo's account of his attempts to fight him. He never once used the Biju that was inside of him. After calming down, Tsunade asked, "What work needs to be done?" Right now, there was nothing to get excited about. "Well, we need to refill our coffers first of all," Nawaki said while rubbing his index finger and thumb jointly. "We're still reeling from the last open war with the Uchiha that ended in the stalemate, and from taking down the Hagoromo clan a few years after that. Even if that win netted us all of their business, it hasn't been enough to bring our funds back up to what it had been before." "Ideas? Well, you could always try your hand at high-stakes gambling again." "Oh wait, I know. Sell grandfather's necklace?" Nawaki joked, and his older sibling, "I'm kidding. Besides, there are all sorts of ways to make money to supplement our mission income. We don't have to hike up our prices and risk turning customers away." Tsunade rambled, already anticipating the outcome. "Oh, Kami, you can't be serious, not another one of these stupid treasure hunts of yours." He became known as Nawaki the Hunter after he said, "Idiotic, right, because I didn't find one of the treasured tools of the Rikudo Sennin on my very first try." In addition to becoming an accomplished shinobi, he had earned a reputation as a man who could go anywhere and find anyone or anything, no matter what, over the years. Finding legendary items isn't going to help us now, because why would we sell them to people that would turn around and use them on us? Tsunade clarified, "You're good at finding what no one else can find, but unless it'll turn us a profit, Nawaki, I need you back in the field working missions again. You're a big figure in the clan." Tsunade started to leave and return to her regular tasks, but Nawaki's voice interrupted her once more. She was stopped in her tracks. Kakuzu's money pit. She shuddered when she heard someone who could find the impossible talk about having that much money. Theoretically, she could gamble heavily for the rest of her life and never run out of money with that much. More effectively, they could finance anything they desired in any quantity. "You're kidding," Tsunade replied with disbelief. "That's a legend that's been around ever since grandfather was alive. No one has that much money, it's impossible." "Kakuzu's been an in-demand, top-of-the-line ninja since back in grandfather's time," Nawaki responded, arguing that his trip was legitimate. "He's still alive, still as active as he was 70 years ago, and he's notoriously frugal. Of all the things we've seen in the world, are you really going to tell me that you don't believe in one person hoarding enough assets to wage a lifetime of full-scale wars?" "No, it wasn't. You're telling me this because you have something concrete, but you're leaving something big out so you can go on the search. This is similar to how every silver cloud has a silver lining." Oh no, his sister was too familiar with him. Well, apparently Kakuzu doesn't like having his money out in one place, even if it is well hidden, but he doesn't like having it split up either, so he won't separate it into different places. It's all in one mother lode. He looked into a banker, and when that didn't work out for various reasons, he kind of covered his tracks by killing him in a blood rage. Yeah, basically. But the banker had a few assistants that died as well. One managed to avoid it, and that's the link to get started. You're still not telling me the problem yet. I'm not the only one that's putting all of this together. This implied that others would eventually search for Kakuzu's money pit in addition to him. Hakuni's east coast, Minato politely inquired, "Are you sure you're alright with this plan, sensei?" Jiraiya would be in charge of the most hazardous aspect of it all, the distraction part. Even though it was his plan to enter the home base of the Uzumaki clan. In order to avoid putting his teacher in danger that he couldn't manage, Minato said, "We can change things up if you like, maybe take a little more time to try and set up a better out for you." Meh, don't worry about it. If I can't buy you a window of opportunity, I really don't deserve to be thought of as being so awesome. Just remember, you'd better be moving at the speed of sound when you bolt in, because those mind's eye of the Kagura users are no joke when it comes to sensing. They'll lock onto you in a heartbeat if you're not moving fast enough. I know, Minato replied. I lived in Uzu no Kuni for 4 years before Naruto was born. I know what makes these people tick. I'd rather hear about what makes your wife tick if you know what I mean, Jiraiya said while elbowing Minato in the side. Huh? You know what I mean? You get what I'm talking about? Because in case you did, I mean that I want to know what gets your wife. Minato abruptly interrupted, "Thank you, sensei," then coughed and became serious again while gazing out at the ocean. "Soon enough I'll be seeing her again, I don't want to be the kind of guy that looks ahead when there's still some serious work to be done, but damn, 10 years. You know, you don't have to follow me in for this." "Of course I do. As a matter of fact, I think we should have brought more people, but you've got some sort of complex when it comes to getting other people involved in your problems." "I'm a hands-on kind of guy, the first guess." With a smile on his face, Jiraiya placed a hand on Minato's shoulder and said, "Speaking of hands-on, back to your wife." "Not the time, sensei. With Northern High no Kuni from Naruto." Kakashi clarified, "Minato-sama isn't just doing these things on his own, while he and his younger friends leapt through the tree branches of a densely forested area. They were completely lost and hadn't seen a road or a clearing for hours. According to them, it would be impossible to actually bring about the sort of place he wants to create without an extensive number of support from the affluent clans in the world. They could hardly see the sun coming through the canopy leaves above." Tenten scowled at Kakashi's explanations after listening to his lecture for a while because they had been traveling. "But that's hard to do, right? Clans don't really think anything of people like Minato-sama," Tenten said, "or me. As was the presence of ninjas without clans. That was the way it was, even though it was rather unfair. The situation was catch-22. Either you were born into a clan and were immediately pitted against every other clan in the area, or you were a clanless ninja who was mainly disregarded by everyone as useless until you stepped on a few too many toes and caused trouble." Tenten's comment contained a hint of self-loathing, but Kakashi chose to ignore it and said, "Maybe so, but there are a fair share of clans that can think pragmatically in the regard of the benefits of such a thing. We have another mission and we need help." The sound of what sounded like something else coming their way in terms of work made Naruto's ears perk up. "A new mission? What? When?" he asked. "It's from Jiraiya-sama actually," Kakashi told, grinning at his 2 children. "It's meant to really take your mind off of your mother and father for a short while, but the way I see it, it's extremely important in its own right. I'll tell you more when we reach our destination." He couldn't imagine how anyone could live there without removing some sort of land for themselves, so he asked, "Well, where is that?" "At the end of this forest." He also asked, "How long is it gonna take to get there?" "It won't take that much longer, because the people we're going to see live in this forest," Kakashi replied. "This territory is under the protection of the Aburame clan, a very special grouping of ninjas with a close relationship to insects. So close that this place is something of a preserve for forest-dwelling insects." Kakashi paused to point out a very subtle carving of an insect in the bark, saying, "Some are quite dangerous, so you have to follow a very particular path to reach them, or else you'll draw their wrath." Tenten asked, "You mean the wrath of the Aburame clan?" "Well, them too. I was talking more about the insects in this case though. Some of those can be quite nasty. I'm talking leeches that can drain human beings dry in less than 2 minutes, kind of nasty." That explains why, when they entered the forest, he instructed them to follow his trail as closely as possible. Yes, things could have gone wrong. They discovered numerous well-hidden homes tucked away among the tree trunks after Kakashi led them to a landing on the ground. Whoa! Actually, that was a really neat method of concealing residences. We would have never seen any of these if we hadn't come down here, Naruto pondered, wondering how many they had actually passed underneath them all that time. Nevertheless, there were several men and women from this clan going about their daily lives, moving around their community, and sitting outside, some of them, for whatever reason, holding an insect or two in their fingers. The appearance of the Aburame clan didn't tend to differ all that much. They typically wore dark lensed eyewear to hide their eyes and covered the lower part of their faces with high-collared clothing. They appeared to maintain a generally distant attitude and kept their bodies extremely well covered. They didn't even seem to give the intrusion of total strangers much more than a glance. They silently trailed behind Kakashi as a man emerged from one of the houses to welcome him. He was an older man, in his late 30s, with dark sunglasses with a tiny tassel hanging from them, bushy brown hair, and a thin mustache. He had a gourd on his back that was somewhat like Gaara's, and he was dressed in olive pants and a long, gray, high-collared, long-sleeved top. Reaching out without hesitation, Kakashi felt the man in front of him shake his hand. "Aburame-sama," he said, and the man nodded silently. "Kids, this is the leader of the Aburame clan, Aburame Shibi." Shibi looked at the children for a moment, then nodded to them as well, causing them to wave and smile at him apprehensively. They were as polite as they could be considering their confusion, but they had no idea what to make of any of this. Shibi said in a very basic and an interesting tone, "I've already been told that Jiraiya-san's asked my clan for help with something. Tell me, do you need a specialist, or any kind of ninja in particular?" Kakashi nodded. "No need for requesting anyone that would disrupt your clan activities too much. I'd only ask you for a ninja that you trust, and I'll do the same." "Of course," Shibi replied stoically, "we believe in the idea of the village where people of all sorts of clans can live in peace. It would be our honor to assist Minato-san in any way he requires. If you have no qualms against it, I have already selected a candidate to assist you. I want my son to accompany you." Wow. I wonder how strong this guy's son would be if he's volunteering him for something. Tenten looked around, but she didn't see many Aburame who appeared ready to step forward and work. Instead, she caught a glimpse of a boy crouching by a group of shrubs under a large tree, with a tiny insect perched on the tip of his finger. He had the same bushy brown hair as the man in question, wore a much lighter version of Shibi's lower face concealing shirt, and had round framed sunglasses over his eyes. How on earth were they able to see in such dim light with their sunglasses on? Naruto was preoccupied with observing the surroundings and speculating about the fighting techniques of these individuals. If they were able to establish a home for themselves in a forest that might have been extremely hazardous for anyone else, they must have been extremely skilled ninjas in their own right. He guessed that if Kakashi stated that they were correct, that was all he needed, even though those guys are kind of strange. Although Kakashi occasionally acted jerkily, he was extremely confident in his tagalongs. He had never misled them before, so what he said went. Tenten called out to Shibi, "Shino, come here. I want you to meet Hitaki Kakashi-san and his students. You'll be going with them for the time being. I want you to use this as a chance to see just how Minato-san's concept can work, with people so different coming together." Shibi's eyes flicked to the boy he had selected off to the side at that distance. "Yes, father," Shino said with a calm, confident, and accepting demeanor. Tenten initially found it difficult to accept that this was the person Shibi would have been describing as being suitable for a mission involving strangers, but she soon came to the realization that the same ageism she had criticized Kakashi for regarding her and being offered the opportunity to learn Kage Bunshin no Jutsu also applied in this situation. She had assumed that being young was a sign of skill just by default. "I should at least give him a chance," Tenten told herself, "because I know I would want the same thing if it were me." "This is my son Shino," Shibi told them. "If I'm correct in my estimation on sight, he should be around the same age as the children with you. I can assure you that he is a pride to our clan and will serve well under your command." But judging by the way he approached slowly and made hardly any head movements to show that he had even acknowledged the existence of Naruto and Tenten, he certainly seemed like a strange one. "Greetings, Hitaki-san. I've been told much about your capabilities and look forward to working with you on the search mission. I have already been informed of the situation," he said, approaching Kakashi directly and bowing slightly. What a cool attitude. Neji didn't appear to be this composed either. However, based on the small sample size they had to work with, the entire clan appeared to be of that type. Naruto threw his hands up behind his neck and said, "Well, we haven't. There's a search mission." Shino gave him a fleeting glance before turning back to Kakashi. "Oi, Did he just ignore me? He asked Tenten, who shook her head and shrugged. Returning to Kakashi, Shibi said, "Godspeed, and may good fortune await you on your mission." By this point, it was almost like an inside joke that neither Naruto nor Tenten knew about, and neither of them found it funny to be excluded. What mission? They both gritted their teeth and asked in unison. Disregarding their behavior, Kakashi turned to face them and enthusiastically waved his hands while saying, in a monotone sing-song voice, "Briefing me." After a couple of hours, Shino and his father had said a brief goodbye and wished each other luck, which was a bit strange. Although Naruto wasn't an authority on father-son relationships, he felt that something wasn't quite right based on his interactions with Minato and other kids, as well as the amount of emotion the man put into their one meeting. And Shino himself came next. He kept to himself, even though he seemed to be new to the group and was only going along for the ride because of some kind of agreement with Minato. He appeared to be accepting Naruto and Tenten's presence in the most blatant manner possible, and he hadn't even really introduced himself to anyone outside of Kakashi. In addition, he was noticeably taller than Naruto by a few inches. That was a little annoying. He even somewhat dwarfed Tenten, but if she even noticed, it didn't really matter to her. Dude, it was hard for him to focus on the man's height, wasn't it? In any case, Kakashi sat them down side by side to speak with them after they had made it a short distance outside the insect preserve that housed the Aburame clan. Tenten and Naruto, the former holding a rubber ball in his hand while attempting to multitask and pop it with his chakra, looked up at him expectantly, as did the other two. As of right now, the three younger ninjas were all aware that Minato wished to create a community free from the shackles of clan ties that would force them to engage in perpetual combat. Where kids wouldn't grow up thinking that killing someone is the best option when they encounter someone who is different from them in some way. The easy part was that what actually went into making all of that happen was something that no one had told them. Ninjaville. Come one, come all, and don't kill each other, couldn't be declared simply by planting a flag and erecting a few buildings. There was much more involved in creating a community that was centered on uniting combat-hungry, self-centered military families under a tangible, enduring peace than merely stating that such a place existed with an open-door policy. Even Kakashi was unaware of the full extent of it. In this case, however, the idea of the role of money in settlement construction was the simplest to explain in terms of the hows and whys of settlement construction. This was a coincidence, as the easiest aspect of a business like this was getting funding. It's that simple. You either earned it or you took it. It wasn't worth delving into just yet because once you got the required capital, things became excruciatingly complicated. Therefore, before he could explain what they would be doing to help Minato secure that part of his ambition, Kakashi had to explain the concept of economics and the factors that form a thriving community. Naruto listened until he understood because he wanted to know how he could assist his old man. Then there was the issue of how they were going to accomplish it all at once. Kakashi began by asking, "What do you kids know of the ninja Kakuzu?" In exchange, he received the same blank stares from the two he had grown used to. Alright, not like I was really expecting much there to begin with. Shino, on the other hand, was happy to respond. Who is Kakuzu, you ask? He is an exceedingly powerful man, also noted as perhaps the wealthiest man in the entire world by the way he stockpiles his funds. No one has ever seen or counted his gains, but it has been said that Kakuzu has enough money to buy himself an entire country if he so wished, with a sizable amount of money left over, if. As Kakashi explained, Jiraiya-sama has recently come into some very prudent information regarding Kakuzu, and as it turns out we are going to be borrowing a good portion of money from him. If only you weren't so cheap. Very good, he said. Really? Tenten was, to put it mildly, dubious. How would they borrow anything from the man who they had just finished describing as being thrifty? No, not really. We're going to be finding his hidden stash and taking all of it that we can to get what we need to help fund Minato-sama's village goal, Kakashi said bluntly. Are you kidding? Borrow? That man would kill you before he'd even cough up 100 ryo. After hearing the name Kakuzu enough, Naruto's face lit up in recognition and his mind went off once more. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, you mean Kakuzu, as in, Kakuzu's money pit, Kakuzu? Like the bedtime story? That's real? He asked. Despite the fact that you should theoretically have everything in the world, that story was meant to serve as a warning to children about who to trust, how to avoid dangerous people, and how some choices can make you miserable. All of that was supposedly garbage that parents tried to force on their kids in an effort to mold their morals and ethics. Oh, it's real. It's really real, Kakashi said, as Naruto's eyes widened. You'll find out that every single legend in our ninja world is to some extent true and on the up and up. We traditionally aren't very imaginative people outside of combat, I'm afraid. But in the story, Kakuzu got trapped in his hiding place and became some sort of berserk, feral green-eyed monster man that'll kill anyone that finds his stash, even if they find it by accident. Naruto continued. Even Senju Hashirama couldn't kill him. Well, the part where he's trapped with his riches isn't true. He still does missions. He actually only goes to his hiding place to add more money to it, Kakashi stated, idly scratching his face beneath. He will try to massacre anyone that finds it though. That's how Jiraiya-sama found this out. A banker's employee survived one of Kakuzu's rages against her manager, and one of Jiraiya-sama's contacts overheard things from her. It was simply too rich of an opportunity to ignore. An opportunity? Perhaps. If it is, I believe that our window is very small, Shino continued after the fact. I was told to anticipate the prospect of combat, because if we were able to obtain this information, who knows who else has it as of now? They could learn everything that someone else already knew about global events, and there were plenty of shady characters out there. People heard things, talked, and then took those things to people who could give them a lot of money. After that, it came down to which camp could gather its forces the quickest and proceed with the information. Okay. Naruto had long aspired to engage in this type of ninja work. Outwitting the other guy, stealing what you need from them, running away into the night, and enjoying the rewards of your hard work and victory. Theoretically, it was far superior to engaging in combat with Biju on a vast, sandy battlefield. Ignore that sound. One too many would be the next battleground Naruto ever saw. However, this was feasible. An actual mission. Ninjas actually do their work. Although he enjoyed his job at the ramen cart, he hadn't anticipated becoming a shinobi. Naruto, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, "Well, what are we waiting for? We've got to get to it first, so where to?" Tenten leaned in and whispered to Shino. When his accent breaks, that means he's worked up, but his expression remained unchanged. Understood, the youthful Aburame replied dutifully. Kushina's house, Uzumaki clan village, and Uzu no Kuni. Kushina was released from house arrest as time passed, and she had done nothing but live in the clan leader's mansion. As a political prisoner, she was still under constant surveillance and was not permitted to leave the clan half of the village, but at least she could go home. Her house was deserted. When she checked Naruto's room, it really hit her that she was alone in her house without her husband, even though she had been without him for years. It resembled a sad museum of her only child who followed in her beloved's footsteps. What comes next? 10 years had passed since her husband and son were taken away for different reasons. Her little niece Karen and Nagato were the only clan members in the village who did not treat her like a leper. Now, could she accept missions? No, what would she fight for even if she were permitted to take them? These days, she wasn't particularly proud of her clan. This is just sad, Kushina thought to herself as she stared into Naruto's room and leaned against the doorframe. Before continuing, she blew a few hairs out of her face and shook her head, saying, "I'd cry if it wouldn't be so damn pathetic." When Kushina saw something on her table that was entirely clear except for one item, she stopped walking back into her kitchen. A single paper flower. Knowing already where it had come from, she carefully picked it up and examined it. It floated out of her palm and disappeared behind her before she could even consider crushing it in her hand. The room was devoid of wind. No air conditioning. No fan is going. Most people knock and wait to be invited in when they want to enter someone else's home, Kushina said, turning around to see Conan casually catch the flower in her hand. Perhaps, Conan said calmly as she used her chakra to manipulate the flower into various forms and unfold it. But some people simply don't care if you want them there or not. Some people have more important things to do than play to your non-existent sense of rights. The first response was a click of Kushina's tongue. It was frustrating even though she had never been treated with respect by this woman in her entire life, and she certainly hadn't been expecting it at this particular moment. After repeatedly insulting her, Konan offered to murder her only child. Konan had the impression that the Uzumaki clan woman had broken inside at that moment. "Just to be clear, I will maim you with my bare hands. You do realize that, don't you?" Kushina said, holding her hands disarmingly behind her back, her face lighting up with the sweetest tone of voice she had ever seen. "The guards that think they're hiding from me outside are going to get to me. I know that. But the question is, can they get to me faster than I can get to you?" she asked. "Pardon?" Konan asked, raising an eyebrow curiously. To be clear, Kushina had no trouble explaining things to her. "If I get to you even 2 seconds before they get to me, I'm going to hurt you so badly that Nagato can't fix you," she said with consideration. Konan scarcely blinked, not at all intimidated by Kushina's absolute certainty that she would be more than content to try to kill her and deal with the consequences that might follow. In fact, she remained silent. That was not what Kushina had anticipated. The first thing she had anticipated saying the next time she had even anticipated seeing Konan again would have been a spiteful reference to the fact that she had killed her child. But no matter how long she waited, none of that ever happened. Kushina approached closely, practically touching the woman as she examined her face. The beautiful redhead was openly taunting, "You didn't kill him," and a ghost of a smile slowly crept onto her face. It wasn't a question. It was an assertion. It wasn't that you didn't find him, because I know that you did. You don't have to tell me that you did. No, you had him and you couldn't get the job done, could you? Konan was more irritated by it than Kushina could ever understand. Or she was aware of it, which is why she had decided to try to lure her. Nor was the reason behind her actions complicated. Kushina was looking for a reason to fight. She really wanted one to vent, and if it weren't for unforeseen circumstances, she would have persuaded Konan to give it to her. I can see exactly how much of you rubbed off on Naruto. He's like a little boy version of you. You have no idea how easy it was to try and see him with your face. It scared me how easy it was to want to kill someone, a child, that I should have nothing against. Konan knew that Nagato would never forgive her if she killed Kushina, and the fleeting sense of satisfaction she would get from taking someone who had no position to taunt her down another notch was not worth the risk. As she framed it for Konan to see clearly, Kushina retorted, "Well actually, I can see how it's easy because he has my face. He might have gotten the lion's share of Minato's features, but the shape of his face and his proportions, that's all me," she said, sitting down at her table with a big, bright grin reminiscent of Naruto. Konan had had enough of hesitating around this woman. Let's cut through the small talk and the tense sniping at each other, shall we? I'm only going to ask you this question once. Tell me how to fight Namikaze Minato. This was the final flip of the mind games she had been playing. When Kushina learned that the stoic blue-haired Kunoichi had brought up her estranged husband, she was overcome with emotion. She couldn't help but smile despite how tense she had been for the previous 2 months. And the scathing wit came back with that smile and her newfound attitude. With a phony look of interest, Kushina asked, "Well, for starters, have you tried not fighting Minato? That usually seems to work for people that like not being dead. I'll keep that in mind the next time I have Naruto set for the executioner's block. I'll have to make sure there aren't so many distractions around to keep me from slitting his throat. You should be careful with that. I can only imagine how nasty your paper cuts must be compared to everyone else's." Exasperated, Konan snarled and stepped forward, only to feel the floor beneath her tremble. "You wouldn't use that jutsu to trap us both here just to fight with me uninterrupted. Even if you won, and you wouldn't by the way, you would be condemned," she said, pausing when she saw Kushina slowly raise her right hand and ball a fist. Whether Nagato had favored Kushina or not would have made no difference. Kushina would have been punished, and Konan knew that she knew it. "I wouldn't use that jutsu?" Kushina rhetorically responded before speaking slowly and deliberately. "Listen to me. I would destroy my own home, where I've lived for my entire life, where my son lives, where I made love with my dear husband who gifted me with child, where I have so many wonderful memories. I would destroy this home and the property that it sits on in a heartbeat if you gave me a reason to fight you, and I don't care if I'd win or what Nagato would do afterwards." Despite the fact that this woman was insane, Konan fully understood her. She hadn't been sure it was entirely reciprocal until then, but Konan detested Kushina so much that she would have felt the same if the roles had been reversed. It was obvious. "You can't be serious," she said, barely able to hear the terrible jangling of endless chains. "You are." "Konan, look in my eyes and you tell me," Kushina said, raising her hand slightly, causing the walls and floors to tremble violently and toppling entire bookcases, dishes, and pictures. "Am I lying?" she asked. As soon as the paper-shaping Kunoichi stepped back, the shaking became less intense. Her nose wrinkled in disgust at her least favorite person in the world. She narrowed her eyes at Kushina and said, "I don't know where you think the rules don't apply to you because of Nagato-sama's feelings." "No, it's not that I think the rules don't apply to me," Kushina gently interrupted her. "It's just that I really don't care about any demand, order, or threat that comes out of your mouth. It's really wearing thin with me." "Who do you think you are?" "That's my line," Kushina growled. "You think you have some kind of clout over me because the rest of the clan respects and loves you for being Nagato's sentinel, but you're not Nagato. I'm not the rest of the clan, and I don't care if you're his favorite." Kushina spat venomously. "Now anytime you want to think that you can make me do anything again, please, by all means, come back anytime and feel free." "No, feel encouraged to try," she said, letting her hand drop, putting an end to the shaking of her home and the sound of the chains. The intense animosity and murderous intent between the two women would have instantly strangled an unprepared person if they had just happened to pass the property. They would have interpreted a hair falling out of place as a sign from the universe to attack each other. This was a long-standing hostility with multiple unpleasant backstories. As she walked away, Konan turned her back and heard her heels clicking on the floor. But before leaving, Konan managed to say one final, low-key statement that nearly startled Kushina. "You're Nagato-sama's favorite. You always were." What was your response to that? Kushina was unwilling to consider how. She didn't bother to try saying, "Get out of my house." Kushina just stared around at the mess she'd made of her own place while Konan quickly disappeared in a flurry of papers. But she really wasn't in the mood anymore, so she'd clean it up later. "I hate that bitch." It was a reciprocal feeling. Hai no Kuni in the north, Kakashi had a very straightforward plan for how they were going to hire the young bank worker who had escaped Kakuzu's fury. Her cooperation was essential because she was the last loose end who might be able to help them find out where his riches were really located. His strategy was therefore designed to eliminate any possibility of her rejecting him. Taking everything into account, it was pretty easy. Here, he thought it was best to keep things simple. As she and Kakashi slowly made their way to their target location, Tenten whispered, "You're going to kidnap her and then brainwash her? That's horrible, Kakashi-sensei. This isn't a ninja, soldier, or a bandit we're talking about here." "Well, it might not even necessarily be in that order. I might brainwash her first, then kidnap her," Kakashi joked. "I don't see the problem since we're going to bring her back after we find what we need. I'll even wipe her memory clean of any traumatic events she might experience along the way, because I'm a nice guy like that." That instant. It's a pretty strong moment when you realize that your mentor is a terrible person who slackly straddles the thin line between being a responsible role model. Tenten wasn't sure what exactly was wrong with her, and she wasn't sure how to react to that. Either the brainwashing, the memory wiping, or the kidnapping, probably the brainwashing. Everything else doesn't really bother me. Once they were in a position where they could hide and see a small cottage in a small clearing in the forest, they just needed to wait for Shino and Naruto to move into place and give them a signal before continuing. In the interim, with Naruto lying beneath a bush with Shino, Naruto questioned, "So why aren't we just knocking on this person's door and asking for help?" They were looking at the cottage from a different angle than Kakashi and Tenten. "Is it just me, or does that seem like a way easier approach?" Naruto asked. With his sunglasses on and his gaze fixed on the cottage, Shino said bluntly, "Hitaki-san is a shinobi with at least 10 times your experience," adding, "I wouldn't expect you to understand the reasoning for his orders." It wasn't the first time he'd said something like, "Okay, you tell me then if you're so smart." Why is this better? Naruto wasn't sure if Shino was simply that harsh without realizing it or if he simply didn't like him. Shino didn't usually operate in silence like that lovely sound. It was the wonderful phrase, "Don't worry, I'll wait," that you hear when someone is speechless. When Shino reached for his winged ally, a tiny insect flew his way and landed on his index finger. Shino could clearly see it beat its wings a little before it flew up and danced in the air. His eyebrows shot up behind his glasses, clearly expressing whatever it was that this was intended to say. This was his expression of surprise. Although it wasn't much, it was the most you could get out of him about that specific feeling. Shino stated solemnly, "We have a problem. We need to inform Kakashi-san to move toward the cottage now," but before he could ask Naruto to volunteer or go as a runner for him, Naruto made a clone to go and tell Kakashi in their place, useful. Naruto rhetorically questioned, "Me? Useful? You're the one who used a bug to recon on the house. How can I do that?" "You can't, and I'm certain that you don't want to know how I myself am able to," Shino continued. "Most people don't. But either way, follow my lead." Naruto let it fall, and soon his hazy figure was seen accompanying Shino to the house's side wall, where they pinned themselves against the wall before avoiding view of the window. After making sure he looked Shino in the eye, Naruto pointed inquisitively to both sides of the house. The question of the moment was front or back. Shino indicated the front by raising his hand flat and pointing to its open side. Both moved slowly to the front on either side of the door, remaining low, after receiving a nod from Naruto. Naruto crossed his arms and gave Tenten and Kakashi 2 shoulder claps while keeping a close eye on the clearing. Because his clone was dispelling, he knew they would be observing. He would signal them to move to the back, which would take only a few seconds. As Naruto and Shino waited for a moment, they had to pause and marvel at how well they got along despite knowing very little about one another. He hid this by adjusting his glasses on his face, somewhat taken aback by Naruto's ability to be ready to work. On the basis of initial impressions, he had honestly judged Naruto to be somewhat incompetent. But if the crest on his shirt is to be believed, he is a clan child. This did not necessarily imply that a ninja would be good, but it did indicate that there was a greater likelihood of obtaining one. I need to withhold judgment before I can make a fair assessment on him and his friend. In any case, they had to cooperate for the time being. Naruto asked Shino in a whisper, "What's in there?" The odd boy's communication skills were obviously lacking, but they were following his advice even though he hadn't explained the issue. Rather than respond, Shino shook his head and slid the door open, Naruto trailing behind. Naruto immediately wished he hadn't done so. The cottage consisted of just one room, sparsely furnished with a small study space, a corner kitchen, and a table. But it wasn't the layout that needed to be mentioned. There were 4 corpses on the ground. Pools of dried blood from the dead covered the floor. Tenten and Kakashi came in from the back, the latter covering her mouth and nose due to the stench. If the sight of the bodies wasn't bad enough, the smell made it even worse. The bodies had been there for a while. Shino stated, "We were not the first ones here." What clan were they from? In addition to the obvious, there was an attack. They're not ninjas. They're just hired enforcers. Probably meant to be used as a diversion, Kakashi said, hardly even looking at them. The ninja armor covering their torsos was a nice touch, but it was likely only given to the men as a show of confidence from the outsourcing clan so that they would perform their job with assurance. It was a common practice among many clans. They would attempt to attack a target or infiltrate a stronghold by using local ignorant roughnecks and freelance ninjas who were willing to spill blood for a living as cannon fodder. Given the circumstances, it was a practical strategy that could accomplish several goals. They could reveal potential enemy responses to scenarios, which would enable them to make plans. They might make someone or something run away, which might allow them to attack. This appeared to be the second use of the disposable bodies. However, there was a problem with Kakashi's watch. I'd say that whoever killed these people is still around. The house's refrigerator door opened slightly, attracting everyone's attention just long enough for the doors to slam. Out of sight of the refrigerator, a folding panel on the table flipped up, unleashing kunai at Tenten and Kakashi. In their own ways, they were able to escape the trap, with Kakashi being more adept than Tenten. Moving toward the bodies, she kicked one of them onto its side, jostling it until an explosive tag on its back was visible, burning down. The first trap to go off set off an explosive tag concealed on the unseen sides of each corpse. Naruto made an instant attempt, but was unsuccessful, to smash down the nearest door. Shino tried the same thing with the house's only window and also failed. Kakashi tried to use his jutsu to give them all a quick tunnel escape by rolling through hand seals right away, but when he put his hand on the ground, he couldn't help but laugh sadly at their situation, saying, "Well, whatever's underneath this floor, it isn't Earth." That little house was well prepared. Far too well for a civilian to have done, and too well for a fast-moving pursuit squad to set up to hide their tracks. This was done by a ninja, who had also lived there. A huge fireball erupted from the small cottage in the clearing, virtually guaranteeing the death of everything within. What a waste of a lovely little house, but the owner knew it was only the beginning when those first assassins arrived. Fortunately, she had been ready to cut and run for a while following the unpleasant incident with Kakuzu, but that didn't make it any easier. That house contained a lot of her belongings. The owner, a young woman with a striking figure, had purple hair tied in a short, spiky ponytail and brown eyes without pupils. She was dressed in a dark blue belted tan miniskirt, sandals with knee-length shin guards, a sleeveless mesh armor bodysuit that reached her thighs, and mesh armbands. The young woman grumbled to herself, that took long enough, as she started to leave after hearing her house blow up. Despite the difficulty, she believed that if she truly wanted to attempt to make herself vanish, she had to do it. I've been waiting 3 goddamn days for any stragglers so I could trigger that trap. But before she could depart, she discovered that she could no longer proceed at all. She was still able to walk and move, but it seemed as though an imperceptible barrier was blocking her way. What the hell? She looked down and saw a lot of insects crawling on the ground and an array beneath her feet. How'd they find me that quickly after the trap went off? She asked herself. I had just set it off. Got her, Kakashi, yelled Naruto from where he had hid behind a tree with a camouflage sheet. Underneath her, the woman assumed he was the source of the barrier seal. Damn kid. Tenten and Shino have her covered, said the girl in the tree, dangling multiple lethal weapons over her head with chakra threads. By the way, Shino, I didn't need to know that was where your bugs came from. With his hands in his pockets, Kakashi emerged from the forest's shadows. The insects on the ground parted to make room for him as he approached the woman. That clarified the identity of the person who had taken her captive. Hitaki Kakashi, the kunoichi, said sardonically when she saw the group's ninja name. "Fuck me." She said this in frustration. The girl sarcastically snapped her teeth at him, saying, well, let's just see where this goes first, shall we?" Jiraiya-sama's contact never said that the banker's surviving employee was a kunoichi, but it made sense. According to the statement, "Honestly, we were expecting an accountant or something along those lines." Bankers did appear to be the kind of people who needed bodyguards. The woman said, "So were the guys inside," with a husky laugh and a smile that was vaguely bloodthirsty but generally pleased. Tenten acknowledged, "We didn't see that trap coming at all," as she looked down from her tree. Poor Shino's insect clone. That thing was destroyed. Naruto said, "And that's why teaching Tenten Kage Bunshin no Jutsu was a great idea, so that we don't have to do our own recon, while continuing to trap Anko in his clan's Fuinjutsu. It's also why I'm your hero for the month, Tenten," he said, focusing. Tenten's response was blunt. "I've barely got enough chakra to make even one, so it's not that useful to me. Teach me a jutsu I can spam like you and then maybe you'll be my hero." Tenten refused to do anything that would have given their kunoichi captive a way out. 3 children and a babysitter with one eye. She had been taken by that person. She didn't think she would ever recover from being caught by a child's jutsu, and she nearly hoped they would kill her. That, in her opinion, was worse than being kidnapped and forced to give up the location of Kakuzu's money by the 4 men who attempted to break into her home. Actually, no, she recollected that line of thought because it seemed like the kind of people who would have taken certain liberties with her body because she was a woman, if those rubes had been strong enough to do anything but die graphically. Upon reflection, this was preferable. Although it was far from the best situation, she would have preferred to never have encountered someone like Kakuzu in the first place. For a freelance ninja in particular, that was a complete mug's game. "Now let's take it easy," Kakashi said, attempting to maintain a cordial relationship. "We have reason to believe that you can get us to Kakuzu's reserve." "Would I be wrong about that, miss?" was as polite as they could be after trapping her and their clones all died terrible deaths. "And what if I did? I was paid extra to do it for my bodyguard gig, and then Kakuzu came along and slaughtered my boss and everybody that worked for him when he realized I'd been there," the woman said, crossing her arms over her rather ample chest in response to his question. Although he paid her well and had never been stupid enough to propose to her or grab her by the breasts or butt so she could deal with him, her employer had been a rather shady type. His behavior wasn't always good, and the prospect of having the added benefit of knowing the location of Kakuzu's alleged wealth hoards was just too enticing to pass up. That guy and the rest of his employees ended up footing the bill. Though not as well as any of them, Anko performed somewhat similarly. "So why didn't he kill you?" Anko complained. "It wasn't for lack of trying, I'll tell you that. I only tried to fight him because I had to. I had a contract. I gave my word to fight for my boss to the finish, guaranteed, but, well, if you hear some of the legends I'm sure you can guess how well I did." She was holding a phantom pain where her left kidney should have been. She'd bet that the past 3 weeks had been the worst of her life so far, and she spent half of that time lying down recovering. She had spent the other half dodging clan scouts who wanted to know what she knew, and none of them were prepared to accept no or actually pay her what she thought the information was worth. Kakashi received a firm nod in response to his question. "He dealt with you before he flew into one of his blind rages, didn't he?" That's what he assumed. Kakuzu might not have had enough of her left to get the information about the money pit from if he had fought Anko after he had already lost his temper. The memory of it made Anko laugh bitterly. "1 hit. That was all it took," he said. "Can you believe that? And I thought I was good. Well, how would you like to get some payback? Do I have a choice?" "Sort of," Kakashi replied with a sigh. "I'll be honest, since it doesn't matter. I was going to mess with your head and make you show us what you knew, but since you're a kunoichi you'd be fighting it the entire time and it would be a boatload of trouble. So with that in mind, how about a split?" A split? The first person to genuinely offer her a split of any kind was him. Everyone else who attempted to be polite about it was only prepared to give her a meager amount in exchange for her assistance, and when she refused their meager demands, they resorted to using force. Though he had offered to actually split it with her, Kakashi had just acknowledged that he was also prepared to use force. But was he lying? "Well, if he is lying about the split, I'm pretty sure that I'll know by the time we get to where we're going," she said, unable to tell. She would not be betraying Kakuzu because she had no chance against him. However, she could do the same by placing the avaricious powerhouse on Kakashi and his group of runts if he was going to be unfaithful to her. No matter how well Kakashi dealt with him, he couldn't do it while defending children, unless they were tiny meat shields. It wasn't like she had anything better going for her, and that might work. Teaming up or continuing to run around until she was unfortunate enough to end up with an Inuzuka on her heels were the options. Then she would never escape. Anko eyed Kakashi and the children warily as she said, "I'll give it a try, Cyclops. But I'll just say that tough guys like you who think they can screw me over." She paused long enough to snatch one of the weapons hanging over her head from the chakra strings and throw it at Naruto, jolting him out of his jutsu and hitting the ground directly in front of his kneeling position. Usually wind up bleeding out in a ditch somewhere. Just some friendly advice. There was something unfriendly about this woman. Kakashi said, noted, with a pleasant chirp. But please don't make it a habit to threaten any of my kids to make a point, or I'll probably have to skullfuck you to make mine. Shino's brow twitched, and Naruto and Tenten's jaws dropped in horror at the extremely extreme and vulgar threat. The problem was that they were unable to determine whether Kakashi was being serious or not. Although Kakashi frequently concealed obvious jokes with sarcasm and a constant speech pattern, he was also fully equipped to abduct and change the thoughts of an ordinary citizen beforehand. They had no idea what he would do in light of that. They believed that there was a significant possibility that he would exact an excessive amount of retribution, even though he might not do anything as extreme and disagreeable as what he had hinted at. But instead of recoiling, Anko grinned slyly at the warning. So this was, in fact, copy Ninja Kakashi? That was intriguing, to be sure. Oh, I get the feeling that this is going to be a very mutually beneficial relationship. Otherwhere, Mountainside Pass, Northern High no Kuni borderlands. Since a rockslide caused by a battle had blocked the mountain road, a smaller clan would soon be working to clean it. For a short time, there would be no trade in that direction. With a sigh, Nawaki grasped a glowing yellow sword that, with each slight wave of the air, surged, popped, and crackled with electricity. It's not the most stealthy weapon, but he wouldn't have wanted a better one in his hands when things got nasty. No matter how many treasures he discovered or how legendary they were in theory, his preferred weapon was his granduncle's Raijin no Ken, Sword of the Thunder God. Since being given it as a young child, his family's dependable blade has helped him get through difficult times. It had proven useful to him on several of his expeditions over the years, and it had proven useful once more. As he considered the harm he had caused, Nawaki muttered to himself, "I know whose grave I'm praying by when I get home." Nawaki frowned as he surveyed his surroundings and shook his head at the large number of Uchiha clan members he had slain in combat. It had been an unsuccessful ambush. They had obviously heard that he was sniffing around the area, and anyone who knew he was there could tell what he was looking for because of the commotion that had been going on ever since Kakuzu had massacred the banker's entire office staff. Although he had encountered other ninjas before, these were the first members of the Uchiha clan that he had encountered. That was not good news. There were always more when there was one, and if one died in combat, you could be sure that 3 more would be eager to take your head without hesitation. I don't need to run that rat race. I can track Kakuzu without it now that I've got a general idea of where to find him, Nawaki told himself, pushing the glowing electric blade of his sword back into the hilt. They can all look for the survivor of the massacre and kill each other looking for her. He wasn't referred to as the hunter, merely for discovering lost ninja artifacts. If you gave him even a vague idea of where to go, he could find anything or anyone. It wasn't as if Nawaki needed any more obvious clues to locate Kakuzu, so he might as well have popped a smoke signal around his hiding place since his base of operations had finally been reduced to the northern border areas of High no Kuni due to his most recent outburst. As he examined the fallen ninjas nearby, Nawaki thought to himself, Tsunade is going to kill me if I take too long with this. No one would ever again stand in his way, even though some were dead and others would live. Now that had been resolved, it was time to go on. He cracked his neck, put his sword hilt back at his belt, and fled into the woods, saying, she'll love me when I come back with more money than she's ever seen before. Over the years, there were patterns of movement to Kakuzu's mission acceptances in the area, and the runners Nawaki had sent out before him had only been tasked with locating them for him. They had been extremely thorough and had reduced it to one location with an 81% chance of success. He was unaware, though, that although he had vanquished the attacking group, the squad sent to deal with him had been more comprehensive. However, the Uchiha clan also employed runners, and as soon as the squad realized Senju Nawaki would be joining their ambush, one of them was dispatched to the northern post. Only a single Uchiha could cover the distance required to stay ahead of Nawaki before he arrived at Kakuzu's wealth. Few people were aware of Uchiha Obito's rapid pace, but he worked effectively and produced results. Additionally, He was the only person they had who could compete against Senju Hashirama's grandson. He hadn't been hit in combat for 8 years, after all. A little later, backcountry forests, Uzu no Kuni. Due to their small island location and the general peace of their dense forests, Uzu no Kuni was the most peaceful of all the elemental nations. This was not just because there was no war on their territory. Instead of patrols, there were outposts at each location with at least one sensor that could use Mind's Eye of the Kagura. The most proficient users were able to sense chakra disruptions throughout the entire island. Human chakra. Animals and things that traveled far underground were a little more difficult to identify. Creatures such as toads. Even diving toads that were specifically called upon for Gamagakure no Jutsu. Hiding in a toad jutsu. A medium-sized green toad surfaced slowly in a calm, flowing river, swam to the bank, and opened its mouth to let a fully grown man slowly climb out. Despite the feat's impossible special requirements, neither the creature nor the man experienced any discomfort. It's times like this when I don't wonder why Minato didn't try to specialize in too many toad techniques, Jiraiya said as he emerged from his amphibious assistant. Thanks a lot, he said, looking at the toad that had decided to return to the water and staring at him. But, you're going to want to get as far away from me as you can, because in half an hour I'll have half of the Uzumaki clan's sensors sniffing up my ass. Without needing to be reminded twice, the toad dismissed itself in a cloud of smoke and went back to its home. It could understand perfectly despite its inability to speak, and it was well aware that it didn't want anything to do with what was going to happen. It was a summons of the infiltration type only. It was not at all good at battle. With the Hiraishin kunai tucked inside his vest, Jiraiya said, "Okay, let's get this underway," before heading toward the Uzumaki clan village. "Minato, you'd better be prepared to move quickly when I drop this thing." The middle-aged shinobi was aware that he didn't need to address Minato directly with such a statement. He was chomping at the bit to feel the pull on his chakra that called out to him as he sat across the narrow strip of ocean that separated Hai no Kuni's coast from Uzu no Kuni. Minato had been planning to do something 10 years overdue when Jiraiya dropped that knife. He was going to win back the woman he loved, and anyone who stood in his way, even after Jiraiya diverted the majority of the attention, would soon realize that being in the way was not the right thing to do. Omake. Hai no Kuni. New friends too. Naruto and Tenten had a new companion for the time being. Although Aburame Shino had a rather cold manner and wasn't the most outspoken or forthcoming person, he wasn't necessarily a bad person, he was a bit strange. Odd didn't bother Naruto. Even when the odd was Shino's peculiarity, in all its manifestations, both in his character and in the focus of his ninjutsu. Finding out where the insects used in Shino's jutsu came from was undoubtedly shocking, but he was a young boy attempting to make friends with a huge chakra fox that slept inside of him and made scathing remarks about his experiences. It didn't take him long to pass it off and go on to the next thing, which was that they had a new teammate, because he was kind of used to strange things. Cheers. He therefore moved on to the next item on his mental to-do list. That is, the insane purple-haired woman who, for the past day and a half, has been dancing the dance of mistrust and has hardly restrained her desire to kill and her sexual tension with Kakashi. He was certain that she was probably a bad person based on their interactions until that point. To say that Naruto was aware of the sexual tension would be an understatement, because Kakashi didn't care about other people's opinions, he just knew that there was something more between Enko and Kakashi than just shoddily veiled loathing and practiced indifference. Finding out the specifics of how the Aburame clan gained their alliance with their unique bugs was eye-opening for Tenten, who was less used to the peculiarities of ninja life. Tenten was unable to look away from Shino as he sat near the area where the ragtag crew was supposed to set up camp for the night. "So, you have bugs moving around inside of you? Like, all the time?" Tenten asked, unable to blink. "Yes," Shino nodded. "I gave my special Kakaichu insects my body as a hive, and in return for their unwavering devotion, I let them feed on my chakra." "Whoa. How does that feel? I was unable to inform you. Why do you ask? I have never been without them, for that reason. They are a component of who I am." Pow. Asterisk. Gosh, that is painful. As fragments of the rubber ball he had been attempting to pop exploded in his hand, Naruto yelled, shaking out his hand, "How many of those dumb things do I have to blow up? Can I start learning the remaining jutsu right away?" Tenten put her cheek in her hand and remarked, "You know how Kakashi is about all of the look underneath the underneath stuff," adding that he most likely wants you to figure it out. "In any case, this should take 3 years, right?" "Yeah, it took the old man 3 years to come up with the jutsu from scratch and put it together correctly," Naruto said. snorting and blowing on his stinging right hand. That doesn't imply that someone else has to learn for 3 years. As Shino casually added, that actually seems like logical reasoning. Well done, Uzumaki-san. Thanks, Naruto said, then scowled at the bug user, wondering out loud, why do all of your compliments to me sound like a backhanded compliment? Stop talking, brat. After deciding to turn in the second camp, Enko yelled from inside her tent, I'm the walking wounded here, and I'm taking you and your scarecrow babysitter to the guy who put me in this state. Before we wake up and begin this process anew tomorrow, could I please get at least 6 hours of sleep? Okay, but if tomorrow morning you wake up in a bundle, tied to a raft, floating in the middle of the lake, just remember everything that happened 30 seconds ago, Naruto said, closing his mouth as he tried to let it go for only 5 seconds. And keep in mind that I don't like children and that killing you means nothing to me when you wake up tomorrow morning with your head covered in chocolate and buried up to your neck in the dirt near a hill of imperial fire ants. Like a kitten in a burlap sack, I'll drown you. When Kakashi returned, he had caught enough fish to keep everyone in the area satisfied, and now it was only a question of cooking them, and the children had already lit the fire while Naruto's clones and Shino's bugs protected the area. Kakashi reprimanded, Anko, don't be so cranky, and gave the fish to Tenten and Naruto so they could start getting it ready for cooking. Remember what I told you? I just don't know what I might do in retaliation if you drown any of my children as a stress reliever. You're still hurt, so please take it easy and rest. I want you to be well. He started it. Kakashi didn't care if she was pouting or not. No, it wasn't started by him. I was paying attention. Leprechaun's gonna fuck you up at midnight, Anko muttered deliberately loud enough to be heard while sulking and jostling in the sleeping roll inside her tent. He had never heard that one before, so it was new to him. What? Nothing. Despite the likely danger of cranial impalement at the hands of the clanless Kunoichi, Kakashi chirped, good morning, and poked his head into Anko's tent. Rise and shine. We've got a fun-filled day of defying death to attend to. Before opening her eyes and glaring at her awakener, Anko groaned wearily and shifted in her sleeping roll. You suck. You know one of the things I always liked about being a lone ninja? Picking your own hours. A subliminal reminder to give her at least 5 more minutes to herself. After giving it some thought, Kakashi said, no, I've sent Naruto, Tenten, and Shino to scout ahead. I'm keeping watch over the camp until you're ready to go. You're the straggler here. Breakfast is outside on the campfire cinders. He then appeared to enter the tent completely. Sitting up from her portable bedding, Anko snarled, well, at least you made me breakfast. She covered her bare upper body with an arm over her chest. Of course, I'm probably betting one of the brats did it instead of you. Well, yes. I'm not much of a caregiver, you see. Yeah, you're kind of a dick. I noticed, she said bluntly, and Anko simply grunted in response, pulling her legs out to sit on top of her sleeping arrangements while she woke herself up. You're not going to sit there and ask me why I can't be nice? Kakashi asked, wondering why this woman's animosity toward him didn't seem to ever grow despite his behavior. Kakashi just watched her, a question burning inside of him. He enjoyed the fact that it usually made people very hostile because it kept them away from the train wreck that was his life. And don't worry, there was definitely one. In any case, he was famous for upsetting the great majority of those who had interacted with him for a reasonable period of time. He had developed a large number of enemies in part because he had been that way for almost a decade. Being the last of the Hitaki clan, he had always had a grudge that, to put it mildly, made him a rather abrasive person. That's what happens when you watch your father die pointlessly while attempting to fulfill the requirements of a doomed mission contract, leaving you alone before your age even approached double digits. Not to mention everything that had transpired since, such as the convoluted sequence of events that resulted in the development of his trump card in the socket of his left eye. She wouldn't have been the first or the last if Anko had publicly hated him, but she didn't. At least not any more than she hated everyone else who looked into her general field of vision. When he asked, Anko simply sneered back, no, I won't, because the world isn't nice. I wasn't expecting or depending on you to be. Even by mainland elemental nation standards, her departure from her younger years hadn't been particularly pleasant. For the most part, she would be okay as long as she was with someone who was prepared to be honest about the fact that they would put a blade to her neck if she made a mistake. Although it was unsettling that she had such low expectations for other people's behavior, it was understandable because she had not yet dealt with the person who could fire her. The irritable Kunoichi went on, besides, the moment this is all over with and we go our separate ways, we never have to see each other again, so I'm not holding my breath that I'm going to be the special one to fix your broken little heart, she said in a babyish tone, then smirked and pushed up her breasts with the arm protecting them. Don't be fooled by these. If you haven't noticed, I'm not much of a caregiver either. The fact that Kakashi freely acknowledged, no amount of caregiving, even by someone as maternal, in appearance as yourself, could fix the mess that I am, actually caused Anko to look surprised rather than upset. What? You didn't think I could admit when something's wrong with me? I'm sure you've heard of me and what people think. The whole watching over the kids thing is just a favor to someone I respect. Yeah, you don't seem to be the type, said Anko, who had been genuinely curious about that. I'm not. Naruto and Tenten are good kids, but I'm sorely lacking in the coddling and child-rearing department. He genuinely tried to be kind to the children in the way he treated them. With a sigh, Anko turned away from Kakashi to maintain some semblance of modesty as she began to grab some clothing, if only her mesh armor and underwear, so she could get up and move around a little. A rather recent-looking scar just above her lower right hip caught Kakashi's attention as she was doing this. His gaze was on her, and she could tell exactly what he was seeing. It's still kind of sore, you know. Kakuzu? Kakashi inquired, unsure of this woman's level of toughness. Sore, she said. It appears excruciating. He's got this thing about him, Anko said. He likes to pilfer organs. Hearts mostly. Takes them from people while they're still living. He ripped one of my kidneys out and left me for dead. Said I looked healthy and he hadn't replaced one of his in a while, so he took mine. It sounded sick. Why? Just like that. How'd you survive? Hate. Lots and lots of hate until I crawled back close enough to a town for someone to find me and get a doctor. As you can see, it was a civvy doctor, not a medic nin. There probably wouldn't be a scar if it had been. How cruel. Although Kakashi had previously been stabbed and even run through a few times, he had never experienced someone reaching inside of him and removing an organ from his still-moving body. He had lost his eye, but that was completely unrelated to this situation. The other kidney did not fold under the slack it had to pick up in return after Kakuzu took her kidney. How tough was this woman really? He extended his hand idly and ran his fingertips over the scar. Yes, it was obvious to him how foolish it was to touch an adult kunoichi who was somewhat insane and underdressed, but even though she exuded a dangerous aura all the time, it was lacking in this instance. She appeared weak. When he and the children had captured her, she appeared more vulnerable than ever. She appeared to view it more uncertainly than her own nude body, even though she was displaying to him the ultimate sign of her weakness. When he touched her, Kakashi thought that Anko would punch him or cut his fingers off, but when he noticed that she was tense, he realized that his luck was over. But she refrained from attacking him. Not even a threat from her. She glanced over her shoulder, but only halfway around. You have cold hands, said Anko sarcastically. Kakashi nearly burst out laughing, nearly. With Naruto, Tenten remarked, this is ridiculous, as she and her two teammates, Shino and Naruto, hid in the trees. It wasn't a very safe way for them to scout ahead on their path. Do you think Kakashi-sensei's broken up camp yet? Uchiha clan members were swarming the area a certain distance from where they had set up camp, looking for something. It would likely not take long for some of the Uchiha to discover it if he hadn't. Anko was still somewhat hurt from whatever Kakuzu had done to her, but they weren't worried about him. Everyone would have benefited if she had not overexerted herself. Shino received the information it had gathered by floating to them and landing on his finger. There are 10 of them in the area. Their pattern of search is sectioned, they keep themselves spaced out, and all of them are in possession of topographic maps. They're not searching for a person. After wondering absently if Uchiha Sasuke was one of them, Naruto concluded that it made no difference. He would kick his ass if he was. If not, the fact that he had been the one to discover what 10 more senior members of his clan were unable to do gave him something else to hold over that man's head should they cross paths again. Tenten took out her own area map and scowled at the spot that Anko had marked the night before, saying, oh boy, that's so far to go. Anko had demonstrated her good faith by marking the location of Kakuzu's hideaway's entrance on 2 maps, one at random times during the evening, and claiming to plant it on one of the chibis before sunrise. As part of the agreement, they had to promise that Kakashi's terms would be followed and that she couldn't be informed which child had the right map. She refused to allow herself to be taken advantage of. In any case, Tenten ended up having the right map, something she had learned the morning before and kept to herself until the previous evening, when she had revealed it to Naruto and Shino. Not Kakashi. The agreement had only contained those terms, which Kakashi was unable to learn. The woman was extremely astute. Tenten held that in the highest regard. It's not that far, Naruto, frowning, stated. These two did some conditioning, didn't they? From where they had left camp, it would only take a few hours to get there. According to him, we can make it there in no time. It's just, we've got a bit of a problem to solve first. He made the daily trip that distance to train, explore, or play back on Uzu no Kuni. Specifically, the forest full of hostile members of the Uchiha clan. How was Naruto aware of their lack of friendliness? He was brutally attacked by the first group of Uchiha clan members he encountered, and they were only stopped by the heavy use of clones and high explosives. With a willingness to brainstorm with his new friends, Shino asked out loud, "What do we do?" Friends, indeed. It was too early to call them that, but he could. With the exception of a few bumps in the road, he seemed to like them and felt that, we can either keep going forward or go back. Tenten asked back, what if they track us back to Kakashi-sensei and Anko-san? After what he had witnessed of Kakashi, Naruto shook his head and decided not to worry about the man. Anko was Anko, too. It's enough. Those two were capable of taking care of themselves. With his eyes narrowed on the map, Naruto stated, I think we should keep going forward. The hiding place isn't really that far away. If we take too long, they could find it themselves, couldn't they? If the Uchiha clan dispersed their numbers sufficiently, they would find something, even if they weren't the best at tracking or searching and weren't the best at studying or comprehending foreign terrain. Perhaps traveling alone was the best course of action after all, but how likely were they to make it there safely? Unless you really want to fight, Tenten inquired inquisitively, how do you think we're going to get past them though? Naruto scowled as he considered it. He sort of wanted to fight, but even though he thought and performed better when deadly objects and elements were being thrown at him, Kakashi, Kushina, and Minato would have tanned his hide for forcing him to fight a pointless battle. He played under pressure. He would have devised a strategy in the midst of the conflict that would have been effective if they were already engaged in combat. To avoid blowing their cover and attracting dozens of enemy ninjas, however, was the whole purpose of this. Before turning to face his newest friend, Naruto reflected, and we all suck at genjutsu. Shino, any ideas? He asked. I can try to find us a soft path through, and cover our signatures just in case, the Aburame said nonchalantly, putting his hands in a ram's seal. Mushi Jamgu no Jutsu, insect jamming jutsu. What did you do? My insects are spread throughout the forest to scout for us, said Shino. I can get a blanket signal from them as to the exact position of the enemy. While they do that, they can release a small bit of chakra that will confuse types that are sensitive to such a thing. That was fantastic. They had Shino, who seemed to have no shortage of tricks with those insects of his, Naruto, a close-range heavy hitter, and Tenten, a mid to long-range kunoichi who also specialized in low chakra intrinsic combat methods. He was making a strong case for himself, but they still needed to watch him fight to see what he was truly capable of. His list of skills and tactics was keeping them out of trouble. Naruto said, let's go then, and Shino nodded as he and Tenten trailed him through the midst of the chaos. Did he also have sensor moves? This could be an incredible team if he could fight and use all of those extra techniques. The contents of Kakuzu's money pit were the subject of legend. This 50-meter deep pit was carved out of the earth and was full of traps, secret passageways, nooks, and crannies, among other things, that protected his hard-earned money and gear that he had managed to acquire over the course of his lengthy ninja career. Riches and treasures that could be traced back several decades. The man took trophies from the people he killed, including crests, special weapons, and anything else he believed had monetary value, in addition to cash or organs. The man was a living ninja history curator. In any case, he was the closest thing to such outside of the Sarutobi clan. Nawaki had no trouble assuming that it was something that ninja after ninja would jump at the chance to locate. The scuttlebutt emerged from the woodwork with only a whiff. After all, it was a highly sought-after discovery. Well, that's 3 separate clans today by my count, Nawaki thought to himself as he stood by a cliff and observed a number of ninjas from a rival clan quickly fleeing from him. When they discovered that he was also looking for what they were after, they decided it would be best to avoid getting involved. Yes, everything was all right. In any case, he wasn't particularly interested in leaving a large body count. He wasn't the kind of person who boasted about how many people he killed on a mission. Nawaki was aware of a figure a short distance behind him thanks to a series of slow claps. He noticed a brazen member of the Uchiha clan, wearing an open clan jacket and a mesh undershirt, mockingly applauding him from the edge of the woods near the cliff. I guess with a name like yours, you don't really need to fight to win your battles, the newcomer replied with a dry chortle. It's funny. For someone who calls himself the hunter, you'd think you would be better at throwing off pursuit. To be honest, I didn't really expect to have to run up against someone like you, yet at least. I figured I'd have to fight Kakuzu, but to think that I've got to get through Obito. The ghost of the Uchiha clan, said Nawaki, grinning as he shook his head and reached for the Raijin no Ken. Obito said, I hate that nickname. That has such a negative connotation to it, indicating that he didn't want to be famous, even though he was positive that Nawaki had never seen him in person. He had no desire to be anyone. But that was enough talking. They were Uchiha and Senju, respectively. When these two types first met, cordiality was not intended to be the main theme. It was fighting to the death. The humming sound of the Raijin no Ken being activated was the only indication that a typical ninja would have received from Nawaki's attack. Obito switched on his Sharingan right away, avoiding the electric sword's overhanded swing by inches as he could see the swift attack coming. The cold feel of the metal chains around Nawaki's neck caused his eyes to widen. Just as the chains were being tightened to strangle him, he swiftly raised his left arm, partially blocking the choke attempt. Obito's go-to weapon at the moment, a basic chain, was shaken to both wrists. Obviously, it worked well enough for the fight at hand. The links would have tightened and broken his neck if Nawaki hadn't blocked it. In order to avoid being strangled, Nawaki flipped the Raijin no Ken in his hands and stabbed Obito's body from behind, hitting nothing. What? He's right behind me, though. He lowered himself to a knee as his face flushed from the increasing amount of oxygen he was losing. He needed to take action. Anything. Nawaki dropped the sword to the ground and used his middle and index fingers to make a cross seal before it hit the ground. Beside him, a lone clone appeared in an instant, snagged the Raijin no Ken, and swung it at Obito, who let go of the original Nawaki. What an odd shunshin, said Nawaki as the clone swiftly vanished, filling her head with what it had witnessed of Obito's evasion and teleportation via some kind of warped vortex. Obito made the obvious decision to approach the edge of the cliff in an effort to provoke Nawaki into attacking him. To be honest, it did seem very tempting to give it a shot, but that was the idea. Nonetheless, Nawaki would exploit Obito in his own manner if he was making an offer. Chikuraka no Jutsu, Earthfall Jutsu, Nawaki said after placing his hand in a half-ram seal on the ground after two hand seals. A section of cliff was sliced clear from the ledge behind him, and the whole ground rumbled. As he and his opponent slid down the face of a sheer drop on an earth platform, Obito's expression was one of pure shock. Did all members of the Senju clan have a tendency to act irrationally when given the chance? It isn't possible. Tobirama had been sincere in his sanity. A bit too totalitarian for most outsiders' tastes, but saner than all of them. Every action he took had a rational justification, even if it was a horrible deed for which his clan received no forgiveness. Was it only those who were directly associated with Hashirama's line? Because when they smashed down the side of an overhang on a dais of rock, no child of Tobirama's would have been beaming like a crazy person. In the interim, Uzu no Kuni countryside they had him. Jiraiya was aware of this beforehand. It didn't slow him down or stop him. He had to check for trap seal arrays around his feet each time his foot touched the solid earth after jumping out of a tree. As he sped through the dense forests, Jiraiya thought to himself, 5 miles left. What can I say? He swore, feeling his pursuers close enough to grab at the hairs on the back of his neck. Although they didn't have the fastest response time, they more than made up for it. These were monsters of endurance, and he was moving through the maze of their densely wooded island as though the Minotaur itself were pursuing him. The Uzumaki clan had excellent barrier skills and spent many hours running, dodging traps, and preventing himself from being forced into a choke point for capture. However, those were only the game's unforeseen turns. And you can be sure that if it was a game, you wouldn't likely find a more seasoned player. He ended up adding more people to the chase as he avoided more ambushes. As more and more of them chained themselves to his pursuit, it resembled the children's toy of a barrel of monkeys. Jiraiya questioned how many ninjas he could bring along for the ride. As a shock of red hair to his upper right blurred into view, throwing metal weapons at him to deflect his path, Jiraiya thought to himself, if I want to get away with dropping Minato's marker, I'll probably need a big chunk of the home guard after me. Geez, they never give up. He could see the dim outline of buildings in the distance through the trees, and the reverberating voices in the background only made him accelerate. Even though he was out of sight of the bay, his keen sense of nature allowed him to feel the brush of the nearby ocean. It was this. Jiraiya was alerted to a particularly courageous Uzumaki clan kunoichi attempting to head him off directly in front of him by the rustling of leaves and cloth. Jiraiya's brief display of murderous intent made the poor young lady realize how foolish it was to try to get close to him. Rather, she halted and jumped back, allowing Jiraiya to launch a flurry of kunai and shuriken at her. The girl narrowly avoided the screaming metal tools flying past her through the air, biting her own lip so hard that she could draw blood out of sheer concentration. She ignored one in particular that hadn't been thrown with the others, which sent it high and hard overhead out of the forest canopy. She slowed him down enough for a few of her home guard clansmen to approach and try to make a move, even if she had failed in her self-assigned duty to take the fight to their intruder. "Stop him now," she pleaded. They didn't disappoint her. Sweden. Mizuame Nabara, water release, starch syrup capturing field. As he saw multiple members of the Uzumaki clan spit out a viscous, thick liquid from their mouths that slathered and adhered to the trees and the ground, Jiraiya grimaced and said, "Damn." He completely avoided the sticking effect by channeling chakra to his feet, but he still fell victim to a secondary trap. A chain of seal rays branched out toward Jiraiya as the attacking force of Uzumaki clan members finished their hand seals and pressed their right hands to the ground. Unless instructed otherwise, the Home Guard's primary goal was to kill their targets alive, and their concerted efforts demonstrated that they were highly skilled at this. The Uzumaki clan's abilities were sharp enough to be considered soft despite the absence of the ongoing conflict that beset the other clans. Jiraiya dropped a smoke bomb to hide his movements and mask his escape before the rays arrived to trap him in place. "Kana, at your 3 o'clock. Oh no." Their mind's eye of the Kagura sensor was at least one, but he hadn't been attempting to flee. "Jiraiya-san, you're too dangerous to be allowed to trespass. Explain your reasoning for being here," was the part that annoyed him the most when they thwarted his attempt to get a second drop on them. Jiraiya listed the following: the tranquil atmosphere, the tropical island flare, the bikinis, the babes, he concluded by winking at the numerous kunoichi in attendance. "The hospitality," he underlined sarcastically, "why wouldn't I want to come here?" "You snuck in." With a clear tone of voice, Jiraiya replied, "Yeah," before circling his face with his index finger. "Ninja. That's kind of supposed to be our thing. Now buzz off, would you? I like this clan, and I'm not particularly looking forward to beating your asses black and blue to prove a point." There were many notable aspects of the Uzumaki clan. Fuinjutsu, bright red hair, unusually high vitality and chakra levels, and a tendency to be very stubborn. It goes without saying that, reputation aside, Jiraiya's ultimatum was not well received by them. The clan head's mansion in Uzumaki clan village. Jiraiya's strength was genuinely underestimated. It was lost in translation that he was a physical specimen with the toads and the earth and fire ninjutsu. He was a bull of a man, tall and muscular, and not merely for show. However, he had thrown one of the three-pronged, wooden-handled kunai, among the several he had thrown as a diversionary attack, up, and it flew high above the village, flipping and spinning blade over handle until it reached the apex of its flight and started to fall from the sky. A yellow flash appeared next to it, revealing Minato adhering to the wall with one hand and one leg as it smashed into the side of a tall castle wall, the metal vibrating audibly from the impact for a few seconds. A wave of nostalgia formed in his chest as the abrupt sights and the general atmosphere of the village suddenly came flooding back to him. There, with Kushina, he had experienced the most amazing moments of his life. After taking his kunai from the wall, Minato sighed as he realized exactly where he was and shunshined to the top of the mansion. He could still see a long way from the location of Kushina's house. But he could see it from the mansion on top of the hill. The idea that, after all these years, he was only one Hiraishin away from the woman of his dreams made him smile. "Oh dear Kami, if that really turns me on, then there's something wrong with me. She's going to beat the living daylights out of me when she sees me," Minato thought to himself. He was at least one step away from her. It was unsettling to consider. It's a good kind of scary, thrilling. He waited for the kunai to strike her roof before teleporting directly to her, sending it hurtling toward the house he remembered as hers with a flick of his wrist. Banshu Tenin, heavenly attraction of all creation. The kunai stopped in midair and flew back to the rooftop where Minato was, but it avoided the man who threw the weapon by a considerable amount. Minato turned his head and saw a tall, pale man with red hair and purple eyes that rippled catch the kunai by its handle. "You're forbidden from being in this village, Minato, but I can't say that I didn't know you'd be coming after what Konan told me," Nagato said, glaring at the kunai for a moment before throwing it over the side of his mansion, over the cliff, and into the ocean below. Minato circled his potential opponent warily as they squared off on the sizable rooftop. It was going to boil down to this, then. It seemed quite fitting. "Of course I came. You sent my old classmate to kill my son. Did you really think I was going to leave my wife here after I found that out? I would never hurt Kushina. You made me a promise, Nagato. Do you remember? It's the only reason I left without a fuss way back when. I really could have made a huge mess when you and your clan elders forbade my union with my wife. You promised me that you would never let anyone under your power hurt my family. Minato simply ignored him, shaking his head as he continued to make his point. The circumstances change, I'm afraid. Naruto is a threat to the security of the clan. If the world could link a Jinchuriki to our clan, they would all turn against us, even if we had no hand in creating it. Nagato's face twitched in anger at his honor and his word being called into question. This isn't about you, me, or Kushina at all. It's about keeping things level between the clans. The status quo. Minato felt like shouting. Before he physically attacked Nagato, he wanted to lose his composure and verbally abuse him. But there would be no use for it. Minato drew lead. Well, I'm sorry, but your status quo doesn't really work for me, as she released another Hiraishin kunai from behind it. Kushina felt uneasy at the sight of her home. Something was going on, and she hesitated. She was unable to unwind and let it go, and even though she was meant to be under house arrest, she was unable to feel her guards surrounding her home. The ninjas who were supposed to carry out Nagato's request to remain visible had left their position. Yes, there was undoubtedly a problem, and she was going to discover what it was. Consequences be damned. Something inside of her longed to return to the familiar feeling that she had not experienced in a very long time. With Northern High no Kuni from Naruto, not far away, was still a long way from the campsite in the morning. Naruto, Tenten, and Shino traveled as far as their legs would allow them to without unduly taxing them thanks to Enko's map. Regretfully, there was no obvious indication of a hidden money storage facility when they reached the designated location on Enko's map. The fact that they had to conceal their presence out of concern that they might run into the man, Myth himself didn't help. It was likely that Kakuzu would be stronger than them, even when combined, even if he wasn't the actual green-eyed monster that the stories portrayed him as. Tenten and Naruto both called Shino a pessimist and a buzzkill right away, but they didn't directly dispute this. The children discovered a lake at the location where Anko had circled a section of the map. It was a big lake with a tiny in the middle, just big enough to hold the one boulder that marked it. They had cautiously made their way to the little piece of land, but when they got there, they discovered nothing. Diggable ground was non-existent, and it didn't appear that there was any place to conceal such a colossal amount of money. It was just large enough for the three of them to engage in combat without being forced into the lake, and it was nearly solid rock. Using his sandaled foot, Naruto stomped on the rock beneath him, saying, "Anko didn't have it wrong, did she? This can't be where the money is buried." But as Shino knelt by the water, his hands clasped in the bird seal, his focus diverted elsewhere, he appeared to be talking to himself. Tenten appeared to be pacing the small island, erratically and frowning. Despite their lack of communication, these were his teammates. With a sneer, Naruto sank to his butt and sat cross-legged on the boulder, his cheeks in his hands as he thought. Anko performed well. She had a decent, if not particularly disagreeable, personality. If she had been serious about the location and had marked a spot on a map, the treasure would have been here. This should have been the location because it appeared that she was more eager to get a timely jab in on Kakuzu than she was willing to try to deceive Kakashi for no apparent reason. As he watched Tenten finally give up and sit down beside him on the rock, Naruto muttered to himself, "Hate riddles. So now what? Eventually Kakashi's gonna be here with Anko, and if we don't find the money by the time they get here we'll just be wasting time," Naruto said. "I'd rather we find the money and make it back to them," Tenten said. "I don't want any part of the Uchiha clan members in case they find this place too and figure out that this is where the money's supposed to be." The Uchiha. Ever since he had discovered that they were in this region, Naruto had been thinking about them. Really, what made them so large and terrible? Indeed, upon further reflection, their dujutsu was incredibly powerful. The idea of having your jutsu copied, or worse, was intimidating. Was that all that was required for them to become the dominant clan that they were? Children in Uzu no Kuni spoke their names like the boogeyman, and adults scorned them so severely that mentioning one in a somewhat positive way could result in a backhand reprimand. They weren't invincible, though. Naruto had previously achieved a rather favorable outcome against the Senju, who had been battling them for longer than anyone could recall. Apparently, most shinobi didn't even make it through one encounter with a Sharingan awakened Uchiha, much less defeating them all. Of course, that was only once. But that was irrelevant. They had no significance. Finding Kakuzu's stash and stealing as much as they could carry and seal away was what mattered. Instantaneously, Shino reached down by the water and pulled out a single wet insect, which briefly danced on his finger. With a furrowed brow, he turned to face his teammates who were seated on the rock and quickly tackled them over and onto the backside of it while keeping them silent. As soon as they heard a figure emerge from the water surrounding the small island, any questions they had vanished. He arose in dark trousers and a dark sleeveless shirt, a tall, muscular man with tanned skin and a body that appeared to be pieced together piece by piece. He resembled an intimidating rag doll, with stitches running along his mouth. He appeared to be able to haunt your dreams with his eerie green and red eyes and long brown hair. There was no mistaking those eyes. It was Kakuzu. Oh no, still, he hadn't appeared to notice them yet. That was excellent. When this was all over, Shino was undoubtedly going to get a cookie. Or the ninja equivalent of a cookie. If, of course, they survived it. After wiping the water from his hair and surveying his surroundings, Kakuzu sighed with a growl. The area around his lake was a hive of activity. For miles around, dozens of souls searched the woods. It didn't matter if they were after his wealth or not. He was motivated to kill them all by the possibility that they might have. Kakuzu stated, "The things I do to protect my investments," and then vanished in a shunshin. After holding their breath for a few beats, all three children, including Shino, exhaled simultaneously. God, that had been so close. After they had definitely sensed the presence of creeping death leave their sixth sense, Tenten asked, "Was that guy even a human being? He looked like a zombie or something." Wide-eyed at nearly meeting a powerful person in the modern era, Naruto nodded silently. "How did you even know he was coming?" he asked Shino, turning to face him. "Your buds can't go underwater to scout, can they?" With his sunglasses on, Shino turned to face Naruto and held up a tiny, moist insect, saying, "I can temporarily recruit the efforts of local insects to assist me when need be." Unabashedly, Naruto told him, "You're awesome." Tenten nodded in agreement. "So awesome," was her response. "We'd build a statue, you're so awesome, but I can't sculpt, and I don't think Tenten can either, so we're just gonna keep saying that you're awesome." Though his expression remained unchanged, Shino said, "Thank you Naruto-san, Tenten-san," with his cheeks covered by his outfit a striking shade of red. "But now is not the time to celebrate. There is only a short time available to us to reach Kakuzu's lair and liberate his hefty funds from his coffers." Tenten appeared perplexed by his meaning until he gestured toward the drink. Was he telling the truth? Beneath the lake? It seemed very inconvenient to keep cash in the water. Wouldn't the paper notes be nearly worthless in addition to the coins rusting? Shino simply shook his head before plunging into the water. There was no doubt that the boy was not much of a conversationalist. Naruto grunted and started to follow their Aburame teammate into the icy water. "I think if he explained the stuff he wanted us to do better, we'd work together a lot better," Naruto said. "It's not like you're the shining example of keeping your partner in the loop either," Tenten said, frowning as she joined in. Swimming itself was something she detested. Before she could react, Naruto said, "The Kurama thing totally gave me a good enough reason to keep that one close to the vest," and dove under. Tenten followed him down and shot back with a casual smile. "Is that what we're calling being a scaredy cat now?" She was aware that he had heard her. With Anko and Kakashi, it would be necessary for Anko to develop the habit of not rising late. Other than getting a little more comfortable sleep, there was never anything positive about sleeping in. She was still recuperating from severe internal trauma, which was a built-in excuse, but a ninja never used hurt as an excuse. Although being dead was an excuse, she needed to start waking up earlier because she still had a pulse and could breathe. It was noticeably wiser this time. She and Kakashi had nearly had a piece of a mountain cliff dropped on them, and she had had to make her way through the nest of Uchiha clan rats that had taken over the forest around their campsite. "Because you felt really good about waking up that day after a landslide." Muttering to herself, "I might have been better off alone," Anko coughed through the dusty debris that covered the wooded area. It had been near. Before finally coming to rest, hundreds of yards of trees had been ripped out by a massive chunk of rock the size of a city block that had rumbled down the side of a nearby mountain. After spending some time in some of those trees, she and Kakashi quickly fled in a more secure direction. Kakashi snapped, "Oh, don't be that way," grinning with his eyes closed. "Two heads are better than one and all that jazz. Damn insane Senju, and people say Uchiha are unbalanced." The sound of that voice caused Kakashi's eyes to open wide, and he turned toward it right away. Kakashi had the impression that he had seen a ghost from the large, fractured pieces of mountain. With a grimace, Obito picked himself up from his shattered attire and blew hard through his nose before noticing the two other ninjas in the area. He gave Anko a fleeting glance before focusing on Kakashi and becoming icy cold. Normally, if someone didn't like Obito, he would have responded with a sarcastic remark and barbed wit right away. It wasn't just that he didn't like Kakashi. For several reasons, Kakashi was the one person he hated the most. Before Kakashi realized that he had a job to do, a partner to watch out for, children to find, and money to steal, a flash of shame shot through him at the sight of Obito. Kakashi tried to avoid any unnecessary confrontation by saying, "Anko and I have somewhere very important to be. Feel free to try and kill me later. As nice as it was to see you again, Obito," he said. Obito's face began to slowly light up with a smile that made Kakashi and Anko feel more at ease. "Well, part of my mission is to clear these woods of any other forces searching for Kakuzu's treasure while the other clansmen look for it. So go ahead and lie to me and say you're not looking for the money," he said, his face going crazy wide. "I dare you." No one in the room was unaware of the malevolent intent. What on earth did Kakashi do to make the ghost despise him? With a cold drop of perspiration trickling down the side of her face, Anko thought to herself. "I really don't want to have to tangle with this guy," she said, recognizing the person as soon as Kakashi had mentioned Obito's name. Additionally, did he not mention a Senju? "Yar, Obito-san, I'm feeling kind of neglected, you know? I thought we were having a special moment, and you dropped me like a bad habit for the copy ninja? Oh, don't feel so left out. It's just an old axe I have to grind," Obito said, laughing and leaping a short distance away to get a good look at Kakashi, Anko, and the resurgent Nawaki. Everyone knew that Uchiha harbored resentment. They were unable to resist saying, "I've still got enough for you too." Hunter Nawaki. With the sheer number of well-known shinobi she had encountered in the past few weeks, enough to fill the careers of most other ninjas, Anko had to question whether she had contracted an infection or something similar as a result of what Kakuzu had done to her during their initial encounter. If she was destined to die, it was better than most other possible outcomes to die in a standoff with Senju Nawaki and Uchiha Obito while Hitaki Kakashi watched her back. Now it was just a matter of how the whole thing would begin. Anko didn't want to sit it out and leave him alone against two enemies because then she was undoubtedly dead, but Kakashi didn't want to break away from Anko and make it a one-on-one match because she was still at a disadvantage because of her injuries. Nawaki would kill Obito if he attacked Kakashi because it was just too good of an opportunity to miss to eliminate such a significant member of the Uchiha clan. Anko and Kakashi would depart and proceed to Kakuzu's money hoard if Obito and Nawaki began fighting, but their clans would never consciously cooperate by bringing the two other participants out to carry on their earlier battle without interruption. Every move had advantages and disadvantages. Every action had a wide range of possible outcomes. Gasoline was then gleefully thrown on the whole thing, right next to a supply of powder, if the whole thing wasn't already a raging fire that could burn out of control. Boom! As the nearby tree line was torn apart by a devastatingly fiery explosion, all four were flung in the same direction. Fortunately, the forest made it difficult to launch stealth attacks from a distance, but it could have been much worse. As they collided with a tree trunk, Kakashi was able to seize Anko and protect her with his body. He was able to control the verbal outburst of agony that was about to escape his lips, but Anko was not. "OWWWWW," whimpered the purple-haired Kunoichi. Correct. Because after being positioned between a tree and a delicate piece of woman, and not in a pleasant way, Kakashi also didn't hurt. Thanks for the save, Scarecrow. That really could have aggravated something. Even though she was sexy, she was still crashing into him with about 100 pounds. As she stood up from him, Kakashi urged her, "Don't mention it, really, don't," he said, quickly exposing his Sharingan eye. Given the situation, there was no space for scheming. "Can you fight?" "Do I have a choice?" Anko replied, her brown eyes without pupils fixed on the ruined trees as she watched the thief of her kidney emerge in all his tall, stitched horror. "Looks like it's you and me against the world," she said. Kakashi remarked mockingly, "Wonderful," observing Nawaki and Obito getting ready for a full-scale scrum as well. "I thought members of the vaunted Uchiha clan were supposed to be strong," Kakuzu said casually, focusing on Obito, his strange and unsettling eyes scanning his rivals as he clutched a set of hearts before dropping them to the ground. "Fay. Those weaklings didn't even have anything worth salvaging. Even their Sharingans weren't fully matured." The idea of the other top-level threat in Kakuzu killing the person beneath him who had come to him to safely deal with Nawaki made Obito furious. He was not serious, he was unable to get them all. Sometimes impulse was a terrible thing, and it always seemed to show up when things got serious. Before a number of massive shuriken shot out at speeds that were impossible for a human to throw, the air in front of Obito rumbled and warped. However, Kakuzu had long since learned how to avoid such things after having his share of death-defying battles. He unhooked his hand from the rest of its body and shot it off to grab at him. Obito winced at the sight of the thick black threads that connected the flying limb to the rest of Kakuzu's body, taking care to make it miss. "Gross," he said, then he ducked to avoid getting strangled by the threads. "Well, what do you two say to a temporary truce? The enemy of my enemy and all of that? We can get back to killing each other over the money after the guy who owns it is out of the picture," said Nawaki, laughing when he saw Kakuzu's secret technique and whistling to get Kakashi and Anko's attention. Kakashi nodded and arched an eyebrow, but he was still perplexed by one statement. "And you would team with us because?" "Because my only other option is Uchiha," Nawaki said. "Kakuzu lived through a fight to the death with my grandfather. I really don't think he'd see any of us as too much to handle one at a time, but altogether we might be able to put him away." "Yeah, but what about the Uchiha?" Anko responded. "If we're all focusing on Kakuzu, who's to say he won't pull out and race to the stash?" Nawaki was reprimanded for saying, "You let me worry about that little lady," but he would have been lying if he had claimed to care. Kakashi asked shrewdly, "And what's keeping us from just making our getaway?" without seeming to mind that he was supposedly up against one of the best the Senju clan had to offer. Nawaki simply adopted a displeased look and tossed a stray kunai to the tree line, but a huge, seemingly sudden explosion of fire destroyed that area. "Oh. I'm assuming that he's got a second out there somewhere, circling the designated battlefield to pick off any stragglers or fools who try to escape," Nawaki said, prompting the Raijin no Ken to confront the elderly opponent. "If you want to run the risk of getting close enough to the thick woods to look for whatever's putting out that much firepower, feel free. Of course, I think it would be safer to fight what you know is in front of you with the numbers on your side." After a moment of silence, Kakashi drew his white-bladed tanto and said, "He has a point." Even though Anko had never been a big team player, being alone in this situation was equivalent to giving up her soul for the Reaper to take without a fight. "I just want you to know that I'm fighting this battle under protest. You're doing this whole mission under protest. Shut the hell up and focus on the battle, Scarecrow." Speaking of the conflict, Obito's violent assault on Kakuzu in retaliation for the clansmen he had killed had begun smoothly but had now turned into a rather unpleasant task. The danger of his taijutsu alone was heinous. In addition to his monstrous strength, the black threads that made up his innards constantly threatened to pierce his flesh. He had no intention of making a mistake that would allow this to happen, and he didn't want to find out exactly what would happen if he did. He would have struggled mightily against Kakuzu's multifaceted attack if it weren't for the Sharingan, and even now he needed to concentrate entirely on staying one step ahead. After a while, Obito saw a gap and quickly wrapped his chain around Kakuzu's neck, pulling so forcefully that a man's neck would break. When he noticed that Kakuzu's skin had darkened, he was the only one who felt no give. "Straight for the kill. I like that," commented Kakuzu, laughing unfazed by the crushing force of a high-level user's steel chain. "I can appreciate that. Time is money after all." Shit. As a great number of black threads protruded from Kakuzu's body, Obito thought to himself, "I can guess what their targets would be." Before this could happen, Kakuzu's torso was struck by a tanto blade. Whatever armor-inducing technique Kakuzu was using had prevented Kakashi from running him through from the side, but now that he was so close, he could see the color of the chakra radiating off his opponent's body. "That armor is earth-based," the masked ninja thought, gritting his teeth when he realized he had absolutely no chance of using his preferred weapon to break the fabled hoarder. Before kicking Kakuzu on both sides of his face and using that moment to distance themselves from him, he and Obito briefly locked eyes. His body exploded with black threads that, if they hadn't sensed the shift in the mood of the battle and responded appropriately, would have torn them to shreds. They most likely wouldn't have cared in any case, and that symbiotic action anomaly probably wouldn't be repeated. Obito reluctantly said, "Thanks," his lungs heavy from the protracted barrage of blows from an opponent with superior taijutsu. "Don't mention it," was Kakashi's response. He was taken aback but pleased by the expression of gratitude from someone he expected to be at his throat before ever expressing gratitude. "Hey," he said, having to raise his arm to shield himself from the business end of a chain. "Getting my back one time isn't going to stop me from trying to put you 6 feet deep, you know." Obito then had to let go of Kakashi to avoid a flurry of kunai hurled at him by Kakashi's temporary partner. "Damn you," Obito said, wrapping his chain around Kakashi's arm and drawing him in for a knife-handed blow directly at his throat. Anko yelled from her perch atop a tree, "Save the dick-swinging competition for when we're not about to be collectively killed, you monkeys," before rolling through hand seals and giving Kakuzu a sneer. "Or don't. I'll handle this myself." Kakuzu's tongue lingered on a sarcastic comment about Anko and how he had stolen one of her internal organs until he sensed the place getting noticeably hotter. Although it was summer and all, the temperature was rapidly rising from humid to oppressive. Kakuzu's eyes widened as he saw a huge fireball the size of an iceberg descending upon him from above, where a light shone down. His astonishment soon gave way to roaring laughter because letting go of such a genjutsu was like child's play. Indeed, if he hadn't already known where Enko's capabilities ended, it could have fooled him and worked. It would be impossible for a woman like her to actually create such a huge fireball. He had already fought her, so figuring it out as an illusion was easy. Genjutsu Kai. A living thing could have been suffocated by the arrogant assurance in his voice. They never learned when they faced him, the next generation of stupid shinobi. He had witnessed everything, and he had dealt with every aspect of shinobi life and made it his own in some way. That's why it was so disappointing that he didn't foresee what would happen next. He looked into the eyes of Obito and Kakashi from earlier and hurried to break free from the second-layered genjutsu that had been placed upon him. Kakashi, Nawaki, and Obito only needed that opening because by the time he broke the genjutsu, he was impaled on two sides by an electric sword and a lightning-encased hand, and he was ensnared around his body by a chain. Even in a limited capacity, a Senju and Uchiha cooperating to destroy a third party. This ought to have been documented for future generations. After exchanging glances, the three men swiftly pulled their weapons away from Kakuzu, letting his limp body fall to the ground and enabling them to turn them on each other. Kakashi pointed his tanto up at Nawaki and, with one hand, held his lightning at Obito as a warning. In addition to holding a half-ram seal with his mouth open to throw a jutsu at Obito, Nawaki defensively raised his Raijin no Ken at Kakashi. With his Sharingan eyes fixed on Kakashi, Obito held up his chain to deflect a Nawaki attack, preparing to release more shuriken from his space-time pocket. They could now concentrate on deciding which of them would be leaving the entire kit and caboodle since Kakuzu was indeed dead. Sweat trickled down each man's head in beads. Attacking one would expose them to the third remaining ninja's attack. What was this, an unholy dilemma? Well, that didn't last long, Kakashi said rhetorically, his sarcasm evident. So the truce is over? He asked. He had been ready for things to go on, but he hadn't anticipated that they would go on this long. Oh come on Kakashi, smirking despite the circumstances, Nawaki remarked, alliances are like clouds in the sky. The slightest gust could mix everything up. Obito snapped, funny, I don't remember agreeing to any truce with a Senju and a Senju's freelance bitch. Kakashi narrowed his glare at Obito's remark, bringing up previous incidents such as that. Even though Obito was in the spotlight for the most significant error he had ever made, he didn't need Obito to remind him of his errors. Nawaki shot back, being careful not to look at either of them. You Uchiha always have to be so hostile about everything, she said. You know how it is. Sometimes doing the right thing isn't doing the right thing. Something started to clearly stir strangely under Kakuzu's shirt, between them, and beneath his back. Raiden. Kengekia. Lightning release. Wave of inspiration, his eyes snapped open, and his hands blazed through 5 hand seals. The threads from Kakuzu's injured body reached out and sent a nasty shock to each of the 3 separate combatants, knocking them to their knees in temporary paralysis while he himself rose to his feet like a phoenix. Kakuzu's eyes, surrounded by his victim, showed no signs of victory but rather utter rage at the prospect of being killed by these outlaws. He looked away from the prize. If nothing else, he had 3 possible substitutes for the heart he had lost in order to survive. To replace the earth heart he had lost, he would most likely take the Senju heart. Nawaki was a direct descendant of that bastard Hashirama, and Senju had very powerful bodies and life forces. He must have had a good heart. Enko suddenly rushed forward and threw a senbon at Kakuzu, who scoffingly caught it between his fingers before noticing the tiny tag on the end and winding up with a sparkly face. When Enko attacked him in his moment of weakness, he was temporarily blinded and swung his blade resentfully, intending to tear the rest of her organs out of her, but he hit nothing. The stitched-together ninja's vision returned rapidly, noting that Obito, Kakashi, and Nawaki were no longer in his vulnerable midst. Instead of attacking him, she decided to save the others, but she did leave an explosive tag at his feet. As pleasant as a how do you do. I guess an old-timer like myself has something important to teach you girl, Kakuzu said, leaping straight into the air, avoiding the tag's detonation, when he saw Enko growling hatefully at the unruly Kunoichi. How to die. Raiden. Gion, lightning release. False darkness, he said, his body bulging from his back, underneath his shirt, and dropping out a monstrous, black mass of threads with an ugly Oni mask for a face. With Naruto, beneath the lake's surface was a tiny cave that was a pocket of air. The three children surfaced and walked along, soaked to the bone, as Shino led his fellow countrymen. This must be some sort of treasure. They had to move fast from that point on. They had a window when Kakuzu left, but if he returned, they would be stuck down there with him, and right now, there weren't many more tortuous ways to pass away. With a sigh, Naruto released the storage scroll from his pouch after holding it tightly. His thoughts about his parents, their well-being, and whether he would ever see them again had been greatly distracted by this mission. He had to concentrate on doing his share to support his father's dream in the interim. There was a deep chasm inside the cave, and the children could see light shining from the grotto's dim light at the bottom. Was that gold? Did he cover the floor with gold coins? After exchanging glances, Naruto, Tenten, and Shino took out flares and lowered them to improve the pit's illumination. They came to the realization that they were witnessing a real-life myth. The gold coins were not lining the floor, and it opened through the opening into an annex that was incredibly wide. Whole islands that appeared to be made of gold coins protruded from the water that covered the lower part of the amazing hideaway, and a huge rotating bridge sat in the center of the pit. On the actual floor of the gold coin islands, priceless vases and other random artifacts were likely sitting beneath the water. Scrolls, most likely of incalculable worth, were everywhere. Sculptures and statues, works of art from around the globe. It might be found there if it was valuable. They could not possibly empty the place with the 10 or 12 rinky-dink storage scrolls they had on them in order to steal a few $100 million because it was a monument to opulence and greed. Tenten was the first child to drop to her knees on one of the gold coin islands and run her fingers through the cold, wet metal loot, saying, I don't believe it. It's real," as they made their way down the 50-meter depth to the lower level. She believed that the phrase, Kakuzu's money pit, would have conjured up images of a vault or liquid funds that made up the majority of his wealth. Because they couldn't put it all somewhere, no one could have so much material wealth that they had to literally keep it outside. A fistful of gold was placed in Naruto's pockets for later use. Kakashi wasn't kidding. We could take millions and that Kakuzu guy probably wouldn't miss any of it at all. Even that much on its own would get him some cool products once he arrived in a town and had it converted into cash. Taking a handful wasn't greedy. His pockets would have been stuffed by greed. Contrary to popular belief, Naruto did exercise restraint when necessary, thanks to his mother's teachings on temperance. By the time they left Kei's no Kuni, he would have gone bankrupt from eating the Ichiraku ramen cart without it. As he picked up a scroll and furrowed his brow at the sight of it, Shino said, "This is incredible," with awe and reverence in his voice. "There are clans that would pay entire fortunes for these. Scrolls of jutsu, most likely made by ninjas without clans. Secret training documents were never allowed to leave the main strongholds of the clans that did use scrolls to maintain their techniques. Neither did they have a crest. Kakuzu either owned them or had stolen them from some of his victims over the years. Even if it generated no appreciable revenue, there was enough money there to support a whole country for years. They only wanted a small, relatively speaking, seed money to perhaps start the essential elements of a village. Every child started working on their assigned task, which was to gather and seal as much as they could inside their scrolls. They were free to take anything that would fit on a fully unrolled scroll. For some reason, Tenten was far more adept than Naruto or Shino at securing bigger amounts of merchandise in her scrolls. When Naruto gave her a strange look to let her know that he knew this wasn't normal, she simply gave him a sheepish grin and went back to work, even though it really stood out to him that she was so skilled at fuinjutsu for someone who specialized in it. They were able to load up a number of the scrolls that each of them had carried on their person after more than an hour. The current haul had been astounding, but they still had a few more to fill. Tenten patted Naruto on the back and wiped her sweaty brow at the laborious task of carrying treasure onto the boundaries of her sealing scrolls. "We're walking away with more money than I've ever even seen before in my life. It's a shame we can't really keep any of it for ourselves, but," she said, rolling her eyes. Naruto laughed with satisfaction and remarked, "My old man's going to think we're awesome." He was still unsure about the whole mixed ninja village thing, but it was his father's dream, risking his neck to save his mother, and that was sufficient. "I just hope this is enough to repay him," he said. In the boy's mind, it was like mission pay that Minato had slated Naruto to go after for him, rather than a mission meant to divert him as the adults had originally intended, and the least he could give Minato as a token of appreciation for bringing her back to him was a few scrolls of treasure from a nearly limitless supply of riches because there wasn't enough money in the world to outweigh how important Kushina's safety and freedom were to Naruto. Tenten and even Shino felt terrible at the idea of that. They both knew that if Naruto had just sat in Twin Ridge Town and waited for Kushina to return, Minato would have pursued him. Naruto didn't need to do anything to make Minato pursue Kushina. It would have happened anyhow. As far as Naruto was concerned, he had to make things right between them. If he had realized that this was Naruto's mentality, it would have broken Minato's heart, but fortunately this was not the case. It still hadn't fully dawned on him what Minato's fatherhood meant, and that he truly owed him nothing for what he was doing. It would be extremely awkward to adjust to having a complete family, but Tenten hoped she would be nearby enough to try to help Naruto get through some of it. They were able to see the entire extent of their location when candles started to light up the pit's walls and illuminate the entire space because there was so much gold for light to bounce off of, regardless of Naruto, Shino, or Tenten. There were elevated areas of the floor near the walls that were packed with more valuables to the point where some of them were pushed into the water, which is likely how some of the coin islands came to be. The entire floor of the secret area was flooded with water, and even though there were more gold coin islands scattered around, they were able to see the full extent of the treasure beneath the floodwaters. Massive block pillars had been erected to support the pit's semi-open roof, and massive statues of the archetypal shinobi, carved regally with stern expressions, rested against each wall, seemingly looking down on everything between them. "You shouldn't have come here, you know. Why didn't I notice the presence of another before any of this?" Shino sucked air sharply through his teeth in self-rebuke as a tiny voice, still struggling to sound louder than the water slapping against the walls and the treasure, reached Naruto, Shino, and Tenten. "My apologies," Shino said to his new friends. "I was too distracted to conduct a sweep of the room with my Kakaichu." He had allowed himself to become sidetracked from his usual tactical operation by the sight he had beheld. Naruto jumped up and stood with Tenten and Shino in manji formation to protect each other's backs. "Don't worry about it, Shino," he said. "What's an amazing ninja burglary mission without a fight?" "Are you successful?" Tenten rebutted saucily before getting deadly serious. The sound of that voice though, it hadn't been very loud, but it sounded like a female's voice, and not an adult either. "Who's out there?" Tiny footsteps echoed over the water until a slender figure emerged. A girl, several years older than Tenten herself, wore a single white cloak around her body that extended down to her thighs, wore no shinobi sandals, and stepped into the light. Her skin tone was tanner than Naruto's, and she had light green hair down to her neck and orange eyes that seemed to flash over them with a hint of regret upon realizing that she was the oldest person in this equation. The girl's eyes flashed green, and green chakra that was visible to the naked eye started to seep out of her body. "Fu is sorry," she said, her face contorted in conflict and sorrow. "Kakuzu-sama says Fu can't let bad people in here and she can't let them leave, so she has to kill you now." To Naruto's bewilderment, Kurama uttered the words, "Ooh, hell, this might not end so well for you squishy little runts." "Why?" inquired Naruto, ready to respond appropriately to whatever jutsu their new foe intended to employ. "Because, and I can't believe there was another human dumb enough to do this to one of my siblings, she's like you." "What?" He hardly had time to respond to Kurama's warning before he saw the girl directly in front of him. They exchanged a silent moment of insight before she struck him in the face. The girl was so fast and so hard that a girl that small could not possibly have that much natural force behind her blows. Naruto reflexively raised his arms for protection, but he was struck so hard that he slid backward across the gold coins, stopping with a crash as he sat in the shallow water. Naruto. Tenten couldn't focus on him for very long because she had to dodge the girl's attack. When she saw one of her punches land on Naruto and send him that far, she realized she couldn't let herself get hit because she wasn't nearly as strong as Naruto. As she stepped away from the two young ninjas, the girl dodged a ducking Tenten and raised her arm to block Shino's swiping backhand strike, causing several insects to land on her arm without her knowledge. A pair of Naruto clones emerged from the water surrounding the gold coin island after disengaging from them, aiming at her from the sides, one going low and the other high. Even among the ninja sect, the girl was remarkably agile, and she made the most of the limited space the attacking Narutos gave her by jumping to twist and contort her flexible body through their pincer tactic, which was appropriate for her body type. Tenten snarled to herself and launched a brief volley of kunai and shuriken, hurling the knives directly at the girl and curved the shuriken to make them more difficult to predict and avoid. "Who is this?" she exclaimed as the girl sidestepped them and grabbed a coin to toss at her head, saying, "Wow, that could put an eye out." My Kakaichu had been on her long enough to cause a significant drain in a normal person. "She isn't showing any fatigue at all," the girl said, scowling as she retreated slightly back onto the water's surface and wiped Shino's few insects off her arm. This caused the Aburame to pause. "You can't win," the child said in a tone of despair. Kakuzu Susofu told Fu that there would never be anyone foolish enough to come here that she couldn't destroy, not after all of the power he gave her. What authority? Even on the watery surface, Naruto stood with his two clones in a united front, ready to fight her. Kurama said that she was like me. But that can't be true, right? Naruto asked. Not only was it more difficult for most shinobi to learn than could possibly be understood, but it was also just unnatural. Because Kurama had been sealed within him, Konan and, to a lesser extent, Tenzo had treated Naruto like an abomination that needed to be destroyed rather than a child. Everyone knew that people were not supposed to make Jinchuriki. Ever. It was the ultimate taboo. It made him feel sick to think that what had happened to him had happened to someone else, and now he had to fight that person. Fu put a hand on her heart and said, Chomei says that it doesn't mind really, as if it were sealed inside of him. According to Chomei, it is at least quiet and has a conversation partner in Fu. It can wait a few years for Fu to pass away before regaining its freedom. Chomei hasn't attempted to crack Kakuzu Susofu's seal since he gave it to Fu because of this. Such a morbid perspective on one's own life. Naruto felt awful about it until Fu hurried over to destroy his clone, realizing that she had a 1 in 3 chance of removing his head at that moment and that she didn't know which one was him. Feeling sorry for someone else did not lessen the likelihood that they would kill you in a fight, even if that someone else was a ninja. Although Kakashi was a jerk, Naruto and Tenten had clearly heard his message since he had been overseeing their training and banditry battles. When you fight to defeat your opponent. If you can do so without killing them, great. If you end up killing them, that's a bad thing. Lives were wagered quickly and loosely for victory or defeat, and everyone who lived the life was aware of the game's rules. Tenten was clearly annoyed by Fu's unexpected attack on one of Naruto's clones, but from a distance, she thought the green-haired girl was a very difficult target to hit. She took great satisfaction in her ability to hit her target no matter what, so it annoyed her to actually fight someone who could avoid her ranged attacks. With her eyes deftly tracking Fu's evasive dance across the water's surface, Tenten thought, I can't get her at all. But I've never seen any ninja move like that. There isn't any form to it. In any case, they couldn't just be climbing their way out, and this girl wasn't going to let them go. Was this, then, what it was like to be in a real battle to the death? It was strange. It wasn't until he tried it that Kurama realized he could do what he did. He felt compelled to reach out as soon as he heard through Naruto's ears that the girl Fu had his Biju sibling Chomei sealed inside of her. There were 2 grand chakra creatures sitting in mindscapes that resembled seals, and he hardly had to attempt to connect them. The 2 distinct chakras apparently only required contact when Fu killed off one of Naruto's clones for him to be able to do so. Figure it out. In any case, who invented this sealing nonsense? Yes, exactly. Sage old man. Kurama wished he could bring the man back to life and give him a good slap with all 9 of his tails if he truly had this kind of foresight, knowing that multiple Biju would eventually be imprisoned inside a human. Thus, Kurama was confronted by a huge 7-tailed beetle in an area that resembled the shrine where they had grown up. He noticed, idly and somewhat bitterly, that this mindscape was noticeably more picturesque than the one in Naruto's head, which irritated him. Why was the leaky prison cell required of him? However, that was irrelevant. In a feeble attempt at idle chatter, Kurama uttered, So, Chomei, long time no see. Around 30 years actually, the insect replied. 7 of which I've been trapped within poor Fu here. Correct. The time had come to get down to business. Any chance of making your human stand down? Mine just wants to leave, Naruto, Tenten, and Shino said after robbing the place of goods and loot worth several dozen million ryo. What mattered most was that they wanted to leave without causing any harm. But the 7-tailed beetle remained motionless, saying, She can't do that, Kurama. That man Kakuzu will kill her if she fails him. His temper is deplorable, even compared to you. Kurama proudly raised his muzzle slightly into the air and said, Hey, don't compare my splendidly awesome fits of rage with that of a mere human. When it's set against mine for all that it's worth, his temper might as well be that of an agitated hornet. As for Kurama's deified ego, which it had long since grown accustomed to, Chomei said calmly, Be that as it may, Fu is not you. I rather like her, and dying along with her would be inconvenient to say the least. She could come with my gaggle of humans, Kurama laughed sheepishly. There's a habit that Hitaki seems to have when it comes to picking up strays. In response, Chomei sounded insulted, asking, So now she's a stray? That's not what I meant. You may have some idea of how cruel people can be, but to think that Kakuzu could be as cruel as he was to his own family, if you of all people can remember what that's supposed to mean, your boy is on his own, Kurama, Chomei said without showing any remorse, anger, or any other obvious emotion. She has my aid for as long as she needs it. Kurama sensed that he was losing his connection, which indicated that Chomei no longer desired to be close enough to talk to him. "I thought the old sage said that we were family," he said softly as he felt himself drifting further away. Fu moved so quickly. It was obvious that her body was designed for speed and agility. Even in the absence of the Biju chakra she was undoubtedly using. Up until that point, Naruto and Tenten had never seen a faster person their age than a hybrid of Sasuke and Neji. Fu was faster than they were, and her eyes moved without hesitation. She approached with only a devil-may-care attitude. The battle with Fu was strange. Oof. Her movements were jerky and lacked much planning or strategy, which is likely why Naruto was more comfortable handling her than Tenten. Tenten landed and nicked her bare left arm on the ridged metal of the precious coins after taking a shoulder block of everything from Fu and flying across the gold coin island. She would give anything to land on the forgiving soil. As she was being chased by Naruto and Shino's bugs, she sat up, squirmed at the stinging wounds, and grabbed a handful of the offending currency, throwing them at Fu's head. It was more subdued and had a higher chance of striking, but it wasn't as lethal as a kunai or something. Naruto was able to punch the green-haired girl in the head after one of them actually beamed her in the side. After receiving the punch, Fu grabbed Naruto's sleeve and yanked it over his offending arm, causing him to squawk in surprise before she gave him a front kick to remove him. That had never even been attempted on him before. She didn't protest at all when it came to her retaliatory move, which Shino wouldn't have expected from any ninja. Naruto-san's punch hurt, but it seemed to annoy her more than deter her, Shino thought to himself. She tampered with Naruto's clothing before nailing him, rather than immediately striking him back or drawing a weapon to stab him. Naruto landed face down in the water, dragging his head beneath the waves, demonstrating that she hit like a bull. But in order to get himself back up, he swiftly turned over under the water and around. "I wasn't expecting one punch to beat you, so you'd better not expect it to beat me." He sighed angrily through his nose as he pulled his arm back through the sleeve from which it had been pulled. "Fu already told you, she can't let you win, or leave," Fu replied. "She isn't trying to beat you, she's trying to kill you." Shino calmly said, "Good luck with that," and sent bugs flying from his hoodie's sleeves in her direction. There was no way to sneak bugs onto the enemy. Fu moved too much and too quickly for a good enough swarm to attach to her that way, and the water wasn't the best place for his insects to try anything tactical with them. Although Naruto hadn't worked with Shino for a long time, he was aware enough to understand that whenever the young Aburame was involved in a battle, the goal was to use all of his Kakaichu to suck the enemy dry of chakra. Naruto attacked Fu again with a devil-may-care rush, utterly disregarding the way she had kicked his tail moments earlier. Since confronting her up close wasn't about winning or losing, he had to ignore it. It was about allowing the others to take care of their own needs. A nimble kick from the flexible Jinchuriki was aimed at Naruto's head, but he had to block it as she spun around completely and kicked low, missing an overhand punch that was coming in. After pushing the leg off of himself, Naruto made two clones that simultaneously attacked her head and body. Hiden. Rinpungakure no Jutsu. Secret. Hiding in scale powder jutsu. Fu pushed her head out of the way of the intended attack, used her arms to block the punches that were aimed at her body, then slammed them together in a tiger seal and pressed her hands against her palms. When they discovered that they were all blinded, Naruto and his clones cried out in fear and agony. Taking advantage of this, Fu killed all of Naruto's clones and struck the surviving original with a blade. As soon as the hand touched Naruto, a portion of his body changed into bugs. When Shino replaced him with an insect clone to launch the attack, he had the original Naruto by his side on one of the coin islands, giving him time to clear his eyes. Due to his sunglasses, Fu's jutsu had minimal effect on his vision, so he had been able to see what had been going on the entire time. Shino directed Fu's attention to Tenten's position, where she held the barrel of her lightning barrel tool to the water's surface before forcefully tapping the bottom to release it. "And now we're all clear," Shino said. Electricity ran through Fu's whole body, causing her to shriek in pain. It didn't last long, though, because Tenten had to remove her soaked ninja tool from the water after using some of her own volts. However, the damage had already been done because Fu's muscles twitched from the startling attack, and it required all of her concentration to stay on top of the water. Tenten was shocked that she was still upright. Although she didn't appear particularly tough, appearances were clearly deceiving. And what's that green chakra? Fu's breathing was shaky. It was not what she had anticipated. The majority of those who inadvertently discovered the money pit were avaricious jerks who could hardly trust one another enough to look out for one another long enough to put up a respectable fight against her. If it meant keeping Fu away from them for a short time longer, some were prepared to put their own allies in danger of dying. However, The yellow-haired boy threw himself at her in an attempt to buy time for his partners to devise a plan. They hadn't abandoned him to try to keep her at bay while they attempted to flee. They took care to support him. As she watched the three of them reunite, something inside her chest pricked her. After noticing nothing more important than Fu getting a second wind, Naruto questioned, "She's still up? What the hell? That should have beaten anybody." Kurama questioned, "Would it have beaten you?" "Well, I'm not sure. Perhaps." Naruto believed that Kurama would have likely done so if he had been allowed to tail slap him without killing him. In case you haven't noticed, you can heal from wounds quicker than the average flesh bag. That girl has Chome inside of her, a giant armored beetle. Really? Said, I would say that due to this fact by itself her durability is beyond anything average humans can comprehend. However, she just let out a scream. So she felt the real pain when we hurt her, but it didn't actually do as much damage as it should have, Naruto had heard. You had better get creative. Silently, in the pit's echo, Naruto said, Shino, what about your bugs? He wasn't positive, but he thought it might have something to do with the fact that her chakra was green. They're taking her chakra, but it doesn't seem to be draining her fast enough, he said. He's not taking the girl's chakra. He's taking Chome's chakra. He could place every insect he had on her and keep them there all day. A Biju will not run out of chakra so easily. While Fu was using it, neither was she. Draining her chakra by itself won't beat her. Oh no, Naruto said, drawing glances from Shino and Tenten. Guys, do you remember how I told you that I made Jinchuriki? She's one too. That's what the green chakra is. What? But it's... Jinchuriki are forbidden. Like, the only forbidden thing that there actually is. The only thing that's off limits, everyone agrees. Everywhere. You're saying somebody else did it? Tenten exclaimed, and Shino visibly flinched. Clearly Kakuzu values his money far more than adhering to the civilized shinobi world's set of rules. Shino said wryly to conceal his unease with the circumstance, I am currently at a loss for how to handle this situation. It wasn't just him. After chewing on his lip, Naruto chose something he didn't particularly like. Kurama, could you please help me? He asked. Haven't we been working on this? If he had been asking someone to fill his bowl with vegetables, his tone would have been the same. Kurama's response did not significantly improve the situation. You want to try this now? Incredibly, the fox responded, this isn't exactly the kind of thing I know how to practice, kid. I've never done this before I was stuck inside of you, and especially not during a fight. Indeed, they had been working on Kurama sharing his chakra with Naruto when necessary, but the issue was that Kurama always ended up hurting Naruto by giving him more than his body was trained to handle. If it went wrong, Naruto's internal organs would feel as though they were on fire, and his skin would start to burn off. They had already discovered that. This resulted in some reluctant experimentation after he was urged to learn how to be a Jinchuriki. Kurama had agreed to help because he genuinely didn't want Twin Ridge Town to happen again. It turned out that Kurama wasn't really good at holding back, and when Naruto allowed the flow to open, his body couldn't absorb all of Kurama's power without some unpleasant and immediate consequences. It was the first time he had to. Not once. Typically, his issues were resolved rather than made worse by ostentatious displays of power and irresponsibility. Here, the blind were leading the blind. Nevertheless, Chome had somehow figured out how to complete the task inside of Fu's body. How difficult could it really be when she was using Biju chakra so successfully? In his own humble opinion, Kurama was the strongest, smartest, and sexiest of the Biju, so he could certainly figure out how to accomplish this. All Naruto and company would lose if he made a mistake would be a large hole in their defense that Fu could drive a cart through and most likely use to murder them. There is no pressure. Chome and Kakuzu Susofu made Fu strong, she said, adding that, Fu won't lose to any of you. Fu's body had stopped spasming and she was able to shake off any leftovers with ease. It was a proclamation that was backed up by years of action. They weren't the first to try, and they wouldn't be the last as long as she was his great-granddaughter who was supposed to follow his instructions. At that moment, Fu's Biju chakra became truly apparent to the three of them. Shino's insects flitted wildly inside of him, and the idea of confronting Shukaku crossed Tenten's mind. However, this was not at all like that. Naruto was supposed to be like this girl. Nevertheless, Naruto never seemed so commanding. With a scowl on her face, Fu started to move erratically around the pit at a pace that was difficult for the others to follow, either to scare them or to find a way to attack. Tenten said, oh man, which was unsettling in any case. Don't talk if you don't know something to help. Talking leaves ope, Naruto said, straining his eyes to keep up with the green-haired girl while holding a kunai. Before he could finish, Fu blasted her way right through their manji formation, asking, "Nings?" Well, shit. Fu blocked Naruto's attempt to stab him in the forearm when he swung his arm back around. The fact that a girl had that kind of physical advantage was rather annoying, and her own arm remained stationary. Before Shino could react, she side-kicked him away and reached deeper to seize Naruto's sleeve. Naruto used his newfound mobility to cut off his own sleeve just as she was about to throw him at Tenten as she opened a strange discus-like object. He fought in such an odd way. She had no idea that Naruto had the same thought. She had a lot of options besides grabbing him. But she was strong and had a firm grip. If she did grab him, what would she do? Tenten used the limited seconds she had been given to throw her discus weapon at Fu, but the girl ducked the blow and retreated as she had anticipated. After a ram's seal, it started to spew smoke from its spinning ends, filling the cavern with it. As he got back up, Shino thought, "Clever girl, I can find the two of them and our enemy easily enough without sight." Additionally, she and Naruto are close enough to keep an eye on one another. He also needed to take action. Shino gripped his hands in a ram's seal to concentrating hard on his next move. He had to figure out a way to subtly defeat Fu if his chakra-draining insects weren't sufficient to do so on their own. Naruto moved silently through the smoke cloud, even across the water's surface. Despite his loudness and bravado, he was good at being invisible and unheard. Most of her clan didn't realize how strong Kushina was and how good of a teacher she was. Direct enough to identify your issues and patient enough to demonstrate the proper solution. Before they realized that she was more valuable than just her fighting prowess, they had shunned her for her relationship with Minato. Additionally, Naruto was able to approach Fu closely enough to strike without being discovered thanks to his mother's abilities. "Fu, you're being careless." "Huh?" She turned around before being hit thanks to Chomei's warning, but her hand only smashed through a clone, adding to the smoke surrounding her. "Another one?" she asked. As soon as it fell, Naruto managed to commit the steps necessary to find Fu to memory and aimed directly at her, putting his palms together in front of his chest and exclaiming, "Fuden. Ripusho, wind release, gale palm." "That wasn't very smart," Fu said, avoiding the wind blast's direct path but being left exposed when the wind blew away the smoke surrounding her. Fu is now able to see her surroundings. He can never again approach me that closely. Hit her, Tenten. Two scrolls rolled themselves out around each other high in the air above the smoke cloud on the central rotating bridge. When Naruto attempted to attack Fu with the wind jutsu, Sushoryu, twin rising dragons. Between the two spiraling parchments, the team weapon specialist was able to locate her. She smeared the scrolls with her own blood, which she had previously drawn, and started to call forth weapons at a superhuman pace, spinning and throwing them almost as soon as they touched her fingertips, pelting her target with steel. After avoiding the first 24 or so, at the expense of her clothing and the nicks on her skin, Fu realized that Tenten wouldn't miss wide after she had already locked onto her. Nevertheless, she still gasped in shock and awe at the sight of death from above. They were approaching in quick succession. Even though Chomei gave her an advantage, Fu couldn't ignore the danger. Metal stabbed and cut. They would hurt, and enough blood loss would kill her even if it didn't go deep enough to be deadly for someone like her. As Tenten's pace didn't slow or stop for a few seconds, she plunged under in desperation. Tenten cursed, realizing that she could hardly see her above the water, much less below, and stopped her assault, landing with a flourish on a huge bridge section, TCH. Naruto exclaimed, "That jutsu is awesome when it's not being used on my clones," from beneath the section of rotating bridge from which his chief partner had attacked. "I didn't get her." "What, you didn't?" The solution was a tiny, tanned hand snatching Naruto's ankle from below. Somewhere close by, her side throbbed in protest of all the dynamic moving she was doing, and Anko held her while she breathed heavily. She was not entirely well enough to safely battle a typical ninja, much less a murderer like Kakuzu. Fucking Hitaki and all of his bullshit. The sounds of Kakuzu's lightning strike and some rather nasty explosions tearing the forest apart were still audible to her. Eventually, Kakuzu or his ugly assistant would aim for her, forcing her to relocate or face an ugly demise. Anko's eyes widened and she ducked back into hiding as she peered out from behind her tree cover. It stalked the forest soullessly, a hideous thing composed of wriggling threads with a white, red-patterned mask on its face. That was probably what caused the explosions elsewhere, and it must have been what sent that fireball at them earlier. Kakuzu was what kind of a freak? He acknowledged that he had stolen organs. Condescending to all ninjas except himself, he was a miser of the highest caliber. After being struck by Kakashi's attack, which would have killed any living thing, he managed to survive. Whatever Kakuzu had done to himself, it was among the most bizarre methods Anko had ever witnessed a ninja use. Anko believed that this was a step beyond what she would ever need to accomplish as a ninja. A clan shinobi could expect to encounter this type of garbage at some point during their career. The only comfort she found in being a clanless kunoichi was that she wasn't supposed to experience such things. Before accepting that banker bodyguard position, she had been doing a fantastic job of earning a good living without ever getting involved with the more bizarre aspects of the ninja community. Anko told herself, fuck it, since she was likely to pass away before the age of 30 anyhow. If nothing else, I get to die trying to get even with the person who stole my kidney. When in doubt, revenge was consoling. A foolish golem that could only destroy non-Kakuzu objects was her target. Anko heard a sharp whistling sound coming from the forest farther away, and the golem heard it too. The creature created a condensed fireball inside its writhing body of black thread and threw it at Anko. She avoided the ensuing explosion as it struck the first tree, the heat of which scorched her back as she fled, unable to utter a curse loud enough to express how annoyed she was by the state of affairs. But now she was wearing that dumb thing. No matter why they did it, whoever revealed her secret could end up dying a terrible death. It wasn't the type of thing that was deterred by pissant distractions, and that dumb fire mask was quick. A huge shuriken then appeared out of nowhere and partially severed the body that held the mask. It showed no mercy as it reformed itself. Doden. Jihabukaite, benevolent hands. With a loud, thunderous clap, the golem between them was smashed by two enormous, giant-sized hands that rose up from the ground. Everything, even whole trees, was crushed flat and broken between them. Anko just owlishly blinked from where she'd escaped the whole thing. This Senju clan didn't mess around, for crying out loud. Overkill much? She asked, doubting that the younger sibling of the clan leader would be a pushover. Then again, Nawaki is supposed to be Tsunade's little brother. She wasn't sure she could have avoided that if it had been aimed at her. Really, those hands protruding from the tops of the trees were probably visible from a great distance. After placing his hands on the ground for the jutsu, Nawaki simply laughed and said, "This is nothing. You've obviously never seen a battlefield my grandfather fought on." Anko mumbled something that sounded suspiciously like, "overpowered SOBs," before she and Nawaki had to dodge a pulverizing lightning bolt that was aimed at them. Nawaki had to shield his eyes from the smoke and debris that were thrown up from the impact as he dodged. He defended his chest with his arm, sensing an impending attack, and grunted in agony as black threads pierced his muscle and skin. After saying, "Well said Senju," Kakuzu withdrew his own arm and painfully pulled Nawaki toward him with the thread that had woven deeper into his arm than any stitch. Although Nawaki didn't express his anguish out loud, it was clear from the look on his face that, "Your grandfather was a monster, but you're just a shadow. You don't even have Mokuton." As he used the Raijin no Ken to cut himself free of Kakuzu's thread, Nawaki gritted his teeth and said, "You don't need a Keke Genkai to kick someone's ass. And Hashi Oji might not have handed down the Mokuton to anyone, but he did give us something else." Everyone was shocked when Obito suddenly materialized behind Kakuzu. Even though they had been focusing entirely on Kakuzu, Obito had not yet shown up. Before he appeared out of thin air, there had hardly been any movement at all. He was a true ghost. Regardless of how he got so close, it warned Kakuzu before he could strike, causing the human ragdoll to turn his head and spit out several black threads that Obito decided to avoid. He landed a short distance away and said, "Senju, I swear if you say, 'Wall of fire,' I'm going to throw up." After sneering at him, Kakuzu felt a burning sensation on his back. He reached there, peeled off an explosive tag, and extinguished it before it exploded, but Obito, Nawaki, and Anko all started on him. Sweden. Sujinchu, water release, water formation pillar. Kakuzu shaped himself into a tiger seal and pushed back the three-way attack by launching water from his mouth in a curved barricade of waves. Nawaki was knocked away by the jutsu before he could draw the Raijin no Ken to make the jutsu backfire. "That wasn't a bad move, Uchiha," Nawaki acknowledged. "Quick stuff with that explosive tag." "I had extras left over," Obito exclaimed, grinning slyly. Not liking his tone, Anko arched an eyebrow and asked, "Extras left over from what?" When she didn't hear back, she realized that someone was missing from their small gathering. "Where's Kakashi?" she asked. "Hold on, there will be explosive tags and distant explosions, that cock." Although she wasn't overly concerned about Kakashi's welfare, he was the only person she could truly trust enough to bring into this viper-infested room. And when she had lost one real ally, this, enemy of my enemy, stuff wasn't so great. Changing the topic, Obito yelled, "More important things to worry about right now," before resuming his fight with Kakuzu. From the corner of Obito's eye, he saw Nawaki swinging his Raijin no Ken at him, forming a tiger seal. The lightning sword dodged the blow and cut through the threads that had emerged from underground and extended from Kakuzu's arm. Since Nawaki smirked at him after nearly removing his head, Obito assumed he was merely attempting to accomplish two goals at once, even though he wasn't sure if he had been genuinely attempting to assist. Bastard. From Kakuzu's perspective, this was ideal. 2 of his 5 hearts, his fire and earth hearts, had been taken, but he still had 3 left, and they were all incompatible. Obito had reportedly taken the time they had all separated from him to take Kakashi out, and both Obito and Nawaki were prepared to turn on each other at the drop of a hat. If he was lucky, he only needed to maintain the pressure, and any tenuous truce between the two sides would break down. Despite their current opposition to him, they all ultimately desired his money for their own purposes and strategies. Greed was a powerful motivator for bad deeds. Nobody knew that better than him. 1 wounded kunoichi and 2 deadly enemy clansmen. Now that he had everything in order, this would be simple. Just when Kakuzu began to believe that this was his battle to lose, 2 hands from below attached themselves to his legs. Fucking shifty new generation brats. He snorted to the sky, unable to free his legs. Doden. Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu, Earth Release, Double Suicide Decapitation Jutsu. Kakuzu was buried up to his neck, and Kakashi emerged with his clothes clearly smudged with burns that covered sparse areas of his body. "Yo," Kakashi said, his eyes penetrating Obito's skull with a gritted, either pained or irritated expression. "Yo yourself, asswipe." Uchiha shot back. He believed that he had killed Kakashi, but he was not going to mention that his attempt had failed. "Did you use enough explosive tags back there, Obito? Oh dear, I hope you didn't waste all you had on me." Before holding her aggravated injury and calming down thoughtfully, Anko yelled, "Oh Scarecrow, I could kiss you. Wait, you don't have something gross under that mask like a hair lip or mouth herpes, do you?" Kakashi looked at Anko ponderously, forgetting his bad mood toward Obito, and said, I don't remember." "Oh whatever. Come here ya dull-tempered, frosty son of a bitch." Nawaki said, well, as she approached Kakuzu and knelt down in front of him. Holding the Raijin no Ken to his face, he poured a flask of water over Kakuzu's head and said, "Kakuzu, how nice of you to stick around. And thanks in advance for telling me where your money is. You can take your granduncle's electric vibrator and do what he made it to do. Shove it up your ass." Kakuzu spat directly at Nawaki's feet. After giving Kakuzu a drab look, Nawaki pressed the sword's blade to his forehead and watched as volt after volt of electricity rushed through his body. "You want to try that again?" he asked, holding the Tortoise ninja tool in place for 10 counts before taking it off. "Sorry, your sister's the clan head now, correct? So that would technically make it her electric vibrator now. I'm sure she gives it a good worko." Nawaki interrupted him before he could finish, then repeated his previous actions. Anko didn't have an issue with slow torture, so it wasn't that she did. She believed that Kakuzu was one of the people who had it coming. However, this was a time waster. Anko said, as quietly and conspicuously as possible, "I already know where the treasure is, Scarecrow, and we should find it out as soon as we can." Hummed Kakashi in agreement. But since Obito had been staring at him the entire time, it was easier said than done. "Let me get back to you on that." Kakashi would now acknowledge that he was a pretty god, but he didn't know of anyone who could stealthily give the slip to someone who was staring at him with Sharingan. "Answer time, or I think I'll just go ahead and turn you into the ugliest Pez dispenser in history. Why not? You can survive it a few more times, can't you?" Nawaki said after removing the Raijin no Ken from Kakuzu's face and pulling his head back by his hair after a full minute of electrotherapy. Kakuzu just angled his head toward Kakashi and Anko and smiled. "Oh, go ahead and finish me off. You don't need me to tell you anything. After all, that woman knows exactly where my money is." He had a way out. If a low-level ninja had had enough time, they could have escaped Kakashi's method of capturing him. However, he couldn't pass up the opportunity to risk a heart that he could later replenish by feigning a trap in order to get his enemies to do his dirty work for him. That was always the case. Kakuzu discovered that when people were under pressure, they would toss others to the wolves in order to protect themselves or obtain what they believed they desired. It was always successful. Money was the only thing you could rely on to always be there for you. You would never be betrayed by money. It would never disappoint you if you had enough of it. Without any delay, Nawaki turned resentfully against Kakashi and Anko. Torturing the information out of Obito and then abandoning him in a genjutsu meant nothing to him because he didn't need much more motivation to see Kakashi pay. Anko attempted to bluff her way out or buy them some time to at least finish Kakuzu before things went south by saying, "Even if you attacked us or managed to get the location out of us," adding, "I sent a team ahead to get the treasure when we found the countryside swarming with Uchiha. They're probably there by now, cleaning this bastard out." More than 90% of her claim was false, so it wasn't totally accurate, but nobody else needed to know that. With that new knowledge, Kakuzu started to laugh viciously, saying, "You'd better hope for their sakes you're bluffing. My Vault Guardian will kill them, and she'll prove to be more thorough than I seem to have been with you. Like you'd trust anyone else with your money," Anko yelled at him, fighting back a feeling of dread that was rising in her stomach. "If by she, you mean some dusty skeleton you play with when you get lonely," she said, as though she had to tell herself these things and hurl insults to maintain her composure. Sending children to their deaths was still a pretty grim business, even though she didn't particularly like those kids. "Food doesn't leave survivors," said Kakuzu. "I hardly have to get my hands dirty anymore. She's such a good little killer." Then again, what else could you expect from a Jinchuriki? For various reasons that varied from person to person, everyone in the room froze, their faces displaying horror. Kakashi. An additional one. However, how? When? What kind of biju? "What the hell are we into?" said Anko. "He has the Jinchuriki," asked Nawaki. "There's no logic to that. I believe the container to be a boy rather than a girl, and Hitaki was meant to be the one keeping it." "He made another one first," asked Obito. "I can trust Fu because I got her when she was young," Kakuzu said. "She hasn't learned concepts like betrayal, or any notion outside of what her parents taught her before I took her. Everything I've ever taught her was in my best interests. The girl's spineless family gave her to me, because of a debt that her grandfather owed me. Before allowing the issue to languish for decades, he gave the poor fool the money he required to purchase enough to stake a claim over a small parcel of land. Of course, according to Kakuzu logic, a deceased man's debt was passed down to his children, who were already grown and had children of their own by the time he arrived to collect. He wanted all of his money, plus interest, but the family didn't have much because the plot of land was only used for housing and subsistence farming. Kakuzu's wheels turned when they offered up Fu, the youngest person in the equation, who was unaware of what was happening. It was a straightforward matter of frightening civilians into giving up whatever they believed they were worth in order to spare them the terrible fate of whatever new death he would have conjured for them. People were cowards. Humans were predictable. When it came down to it, they were scum. That was the first time he had ever felt himself validated. Kakuzu also grabbed Fu for himself. He took her when she was 4 years old in return for paying off the inherited debt. He had a practical idea rather than demolishing the farmhouse and killing the whole family. 1 or 2 of his elemental masks standing watch over the money pit just weren't enough to keep his treasures safe from plausible threats, so he needed an intelligent guard dog. 1 million ryo, Kakuzu proudly announced, that was all it took to buy that girl from them 30 years in advance. That was all the fool's father borrowed from me. That's nothing. Even with 30 years interest built up, it was absolutely nothing to me. I had made it back 100 times over by the time I went calling. "You're sick," Kakashi responded, "to take a child from their family and make them a demon container, just to what? To watch your money for you?" "Me? I'm just honest," Kakuzu said, the chakra inside of his body stirring. "I've never made excuses for the kind of person I am. Everything is ranked by how useful they are to the world around them. Everything is a commodity or a liability, and we all see them that way. So what's wrong with being the only real person in the room about it? Every ninja is measured by how powerful they are, or the feats they've proven themselves capable of accomplishing. Ninja clans are just as cutthroat as I am on the matter. It's just that I have so much money I don't have to church up my approach or compromise to get business, not like your clan, correct Senju? Your coffers are hurting for revenue. We don't have to hide anything we've done," Nawaki yelled at Kakuzu. "My clan is better than that." "Oh, and the Mokuton simply skipped 4 full generations and manifested itself in a young man that has no known family lineage to your clan?" Kakuzu chuckled. "You can't get this past me. I've been around for a long time. I know of Orochimaru. He's one of my better paying clients. Thinking about the cash he earned while working for Orochimaru made him laugh. Then again, with clans like yours and others hurling money at the man for the next great breakthrough in the ninja arts, I guess the trickle down would be pretty generous." Nawaki was done listening. Kakuzu was discussing topics that people who weren't part of the Senju clan's absolute top brass shouldn't have known about. He had an audience, and clan secrets were more important than information about the money he was after. Kakuzu had to pass away. However, Kakuzu had other ideas, and as soon as he sensed Nawaki's genuine desire to kill, threads exploded from his back, shattering the surrounding earth and allowing him to escape the hole. The threads, which appeared to be charging elemental attacks in front of them, wrapped around his body somewhat like a thick mane and placed two of his remaining masks on opposite shoulders. "You didn't really think it was that easy to stop me, did you?" Observing Kakuzu closely, Obito felt that any mistake would land him on the lot of them. He then concluded that it would be best for him to be the one to blink first in order to provoke him into attacking, saying, "I'm pretty sure we were all hoping that it was." "Well, I'm glad to disappoint you." Fuden. Atsugai, wind release, pressure damage. The domed tornado flew from the mask on Kakuzu's shoulder, tearing apart the landscape. Those who were impacted by the jutsu had to take action to try and protect themselves, so there was no time to ponder how good and powerful it was. As they moved away from the area of damage, Obito was taken aback when Kakuzu appeared out of the smoke and rubble, aiming directly at him while wearing the second mask on his other shoulder, with lightning forming directly in front of it. Raiden. Gion, lightning release, false darkness. Obito had nowhere to go, and he felt satisfied at the prospect of murdering the member of the Uchiha clan who had been sent to steal his money. You dealt with the Uchiha clan by using strategies that obscured vision. The loud-mouthed Obito had just been checkmated by him because they couldn't copy your jutsu or respond to your attacks if they couldn't see you. Obito was unharmed by the lightning bolt, which passed right through him. Obito didn't even show any signs of discomfort over Kakuzu's problems. Rather, there was a chilly irritation that seemed oddly different from the fiery Uchiha he had assumed he would be based on their encounter during the battle. Kakuzu felt a third of his life force evaporate as Obito's hand suddenly pierced right through the wind mask. "You son of a..." "You shouldn't have targeted me," Obito muttered, interrupting him. "You made me show you that just so I could dodge that attack," Obito said, his two Sharingan eyes transforming into a three-sided blade. "I can't let anyone know just what I can really do. Even a little bit is too much, so you have to go. Now." Kamui, authority of the gods. Who did he believe himself to be? Kakuzu initially believed that, but then it actually happened. A glistening barrier space engulfed Kakuzu's head before it was abruptly pulled in. It and nothing else. The long threads from his neck showed that they had attempted to reattach his severed head as soon as possible, but his head was not close enough to be reattached. The mask that remained intact cracked and oozed blood as the body itself spasmed and fell to the ground, dead. Obito looked down with absolutely no mercy. He had secrets of his own. No matter how many more of his true abilities he had to give up to accomplish it, anyone who truly saw any of his powers had to die. He valued it too much for anyone to be able to see his actual abilities. It was too significant to his vision of the world. He was still too far along to be even remotely forthcoming about employing his true Sharingan methods. The most important thing was anonymity. The only thing the surviving fighters saw after the smoke cleared and everyone who had survived Kakuzu's overwhelming assault was Kakuzu without a head. When Kakashi saw how close the corpse was to Obito, he turned to face him and said, "What did you do to finish him that quickly? He had us all backpedaling." And why wouldn't he have killed Kakuzu by now, knowing full well that Obito detested him? If Obito could have done something that would kill him that cleanly? There was something wrong with all of this? "You know, that's a good question actually," Obito said mockingly, stroking his chin in a fictitious thought. "I'll tell you what. I'll answer that for you when you find a way to travel through time, and fix the mess you made, and the people you got killed. Or the individual." Back then, Obito was a fool who failed to see the big picture, and it ultimately cost him more than a mission or a village affiliated with the Uchiha clan. To everyone's surprise, he just left the battlefield in a shunshin without saying another word. When Nawaki realized the fight was over, he turned off the Raijin no Ken, as he had clearly been anticipating more. "What the hell did you do to him to piss him off that badly?" Enko inquired with a sincere desire to understand. "There was a Senju here, and instead of trying to kill him the whole time he was gunning for you." She believed that the numbers game or something that resulted in a drawn-out decision to leave things as they were for the time being were the only reasons Obito didn't continue trying to kill him. It was definitely not Kakuzu's money. He hadn't tried to gun for her, and he hadn't wanted to question him before killing him. Kakashi simply shook his head and said, "Leave it alone," before turning to face Nawaki and saying, more importantly. Nawaki could infer his intention from his trailing off, that the battle wasn't quite over yet. He shrugged his shoulders and scratched at the rough scar on his cheek, saying, "Look, we all just want to get paid here. I don't want to fight, and you don't want to fight." "Actually, I just wanted Kakuzu dead," said Anko. "And now he is. And I hope it hurt. so I'm outta here. The words? You're forgetting one thing. You gave my kids a map but not me. I can't find them. If Kakuzu really has a Jinchuriki guarding his money, I'd rather not spend days searching for where they are. Were spoken by Kakashi to hold her in place before she could joyfully leave the scene and make plans for her next life move after abandoning and blowing up her own house. A hair away from taking it to him, Nawaki said, so you did have extra people, which made Kakashi and Anko turn against him suspiciously. Hey, I'm just here to treasure hunt, and it's not like I want all of it. I don't think I could carry it all if it's as much as I think it is, and I don't think you could either, even if you do have more people than just yourselves. So, truce? Trusting ninjas from bigger clans was not something Kakashi was inclined to do. Every great wealth was the result of a great crime. Being strong wasn't enough to get you to the top of the mountain. He did, however, have a lot of positive things to say. The only alternative, aside from dividing up the treasure he couldn't carry all by himself, was to murder them, keep looking for the stash himself, and hope no one else found it while he returned repeatedly to bleed it dry. Not a wise choice. Despite being the only ones who were actually close, they weren't the only ones searching for it. Furthermore, Kakashi was unaware of the true strength of the Jinchuriki, if there was one. There was no taking any chances on this one, not after the fight with Shukaku and how hopeless that had been. His knowledge of Jinchuriki was insufficient to determine their boundaries. They appeared to have a solid record with Biju, and Nawaki was a Senju. It was no more risky to allow him to approach Naruto than it was to fight Nawaki pointlessly and leave Naruto and the other children alone with a mystery element Jinchuriki. Kakashi gave in and said, "All right, let's go now, Anko?" "As long as you're sure this won't bite a scarecrow," Anko replied. She thought, what the hell? After what Kakuzu had done to her once, she ought to have purchased the farm already. Anything she did was currently being played during bonus time. In the meantime, Kakuzu's money pit there was silence. Too silent. It was noisy. Silence was death. Fu had pulled Naruto under far too long ago, and neither of the other children was at all pleased with what it meant. Tenten surfaced from the water for the 10th time and cried out, "I can't find him." She had made numerous attempts to dive in and locate Naruto, but each time had failed. "Shino, what are we going to do?" she asked. The only indication that Shino was uncomfortable with what was happening was a furrowed brow. Even though he had only recently met Naruto, he was already a comrade, and they might become friends in the future. However, if he didn't come back, I don't know. Previously, he took too long to prepare his plan. Before Naruto could finish the steps for his jutsu, Tenten had attacked Fu and dragged him underwater. Although he was still learning, he could have been quicker. He hadn't learned the method from his father in a long time. Tenten remarked, "I can't just leave him down there, so I've got to try again," before inhaling deeply and plunging once more. Every time, she was unable to move past the same spot. Deeper diving was not something she had much experience with. On the mainland, you didn't have much time for relaxing swimming. It was risky to be that exposed, and the water was used for more vital purposes. Tenten surfaced again and slapped the water after 2 minutes or so. From a drier area, Shino could only shake his head. This is not a good idea. In theory, they could attempt to flee, but Naruto would be abandoned. Tenten started assembling and cutting parts out of them as soon as she got to where he was. Odd. Shino had to ask, "What are you doing?" as the drenched girl worked frantically. "Making a crappy breathing thing," replied Tenten. "Or at least I'm trying to. I don't think I have enough stuff, but I have to try." Did she even have the skills to do that? Are you certain you can make something like that even if you did? Tenten paused long enough to gaze up at Shino, her eyes blazing with determination. "I can make anything." With Naruto had experienced his share of underwater mishaps as an island boy. Seafaring travel was necessary because the Uzumaki clan was heavily patronized for work by many nearby islands. Naruto had lived by the ocean and in the salty sea air for the great majority of his life. He loved the water and was an excellent swimmer. That is, until a very strong girl grabbed him and was determined to keep him down there so he could drown. Kicking and fighting to get away didn't help much on its own. In actuality, Fu was the albatross pulling him into the chasm. He wondered if this pit had no bottom because he had not seen one. This is really boring. As he struggled to break free, Naruto thought, "I blew up a Biju's head. One of the worst ways to pass away is by drowning." As the waters on the sewer floor inside his prison started to rise to an abnormal level, Kurama yelled, "Stop thinking about dying and think of a way out. You're running out of air in your lungs." Unfortunately for her, Naruto was an excellent swimmer, and Fu's bear hug grip was iron tight as she attempted to force his breath out of him. The length of time it was taking him to drown startled her. Her actions caused his ribs to creak in protest, but he refused to let it go. It would have been challenging for Naruto to break free under normal circumstances due to what Chome had done for the benefit of its container. It would be difficult for a battle-hardened adult ninja to get Chome to let go when she was using her chakra to fight and strengthen her skills. This was something she had done before. She had most likely killed people in this manner before. It was too obvious. She didn't look like she was going to run out of breath anytime soon, and her face was too composed. This was a crude method of eliminating an adversary because of her strength and the fact that most people couldn't match it. It was shrewd. It's likely that Chome gave her that advice. It's likely that Chome had given Fu a variety of clever tips on how to manage the limited quantity of chakra her body could use. Kurama thought, damn it, why was it so difficult for him back then? For a brief moment, he was able to restore Naruto's chakra in the desert, and everything worked out perfectly. Then it came down like a ton of bricks on Kurama. That was it. That was the solution. That moment, instead of attempting to maintain a constant stream of chakra, Kurama had only given Naruto a brief boost that night against Shukaku. Just like playing with a light switch, it goes on and off. Naruto never even realized it had happened because it had happened so quickly to begin with. So, while it wasn't exactly the solution they were seeking to control the chakra output, it was a means for him to free Naruto. They had to be flawless because even if he allowed the chakra current to flow, Fu would still be stronger. As though he were prepared, Kurama gave Naruto the order, go limp. What? Just do it, and when I say so, you kick and thrash with everything you've got. After letting his body lose all of its strength, Naruto soon understood Kurama's logic. It was a ruse, and it was successful when Fu eventually relaxed her hold enough to begin swimming slowly back to the surface after 30 seconds. No, that would be too time-consuming. Before she could get halfway, he would be dead. Now, Naruto briefly experienced the sensation of being a god, or at least what he believed gods felt like when they wandered the universe all day. It was easy to wrestle Fu's arms away from him, and the slow-motion underwater kick and headbutt he used to strike her would have caused less damage than if he had done it normally above water. Through the current, her slender body flew. Now swim, bitch. Naruto kicked his legs and moved his arms as quickly as he could, demonstrating that he didn't need to be reminded twice. Not just from Fu's death hug, his whole body ached. Only his torso was harmed by that. For whatever he had done, Kurama might as well have thrown a match down an IV in his arm and substituted lighter fluid for his blood. What was that, Kurama? As he swam to the best of his abilities, Naruto asked. It's the best we're going to get right now, so deal, kid. Informationally, it wasn't very helpful, but at the time, that wasn't a concern. He had plenty of room to cover if he ever wanted to see the light of day again, and it was better to hurt than drown. However, the pressure on his lungs was indescribable, and he was feeling faint. He also sensed that Fu was closing in on him. Since her Biju's chakra made her faster on land, it made sense that she would also be faster underwater. How long was she able to hold her breath? Clearly, she had practiced this. She resembled a kappa in human form. After a brief pause, Naruto turned around and extended his right hand. Kakashi, you'd better not have been making me and my clones pop balloons and rubber balls because you thought it was funny, he said, channeling chakra to his hand with great effort. Should this Rasengan not be authentic? He eventually had to put the two pieces of a jutsu together, the man had insisted. Well, the present was the perfect time for a breakthrough. Naruto only needed to use the jutsu's spin technique to produce an underwater torrent that pushed Fu away from him. When the power element was added, it exploded in his face, ironically driving him to the surface and something else approaching. Back where the water began to light up again, Naruto swam to the human figure he could see. He had no intention of asking Kurama for another shot. It was as if someone had poured boiling liquid into his veins with the one he had received. When he opened his mouth in agony, he had lost half of his remaining breath. He saw it was Tenten as he approached. When they got to each other, Tenten covered Naruto's mouth with the strange gadget she was holding. He didn't realize it was some sort of breathing apparatus until it was put in his mouth. Oh, what a beautiful girl. He intended to buy her a fantastic gift with the entire amount he had previously taken out for his own carry-on funds. Having a tinkering ninja tool know-it-all as his partner had never made Naruto happier. Naruto had never been happier to receive 2 lungs full of stagnant cavern air than he was when Tenten handed over her makeshift rebreather and they swam the remaining distance to the surface. They made no bones about swimming frantically to the big rotating bridge piece in the middle of the water because all he wanted to do was get out. Their goal was to avoid coming into contact with water as much as possible. Kurama squirmed inside Naruto's head and said, "Yep. Just gonna lay here and keep being awesome." Tenten only received a bone-crushing embrace after they were free. Oh man. I thought I was gonna bite it back there. He didn't think he had a chance in hell of returning to the surface, even after he was free. "You're so awesome, TT Ibeo," he exclaimed. Was he praising the worthless ninja girl who played with toys rather than the crucial Biju inside of him? Hello. Awesome. Right here. That little thing. I figured out how to help without making your blood boil inside of your body. A lot, granted. This is the first time I've ever wanted credit for not killing something, but come on. You know I appreciate it, Kurama, Naruto thought to him right away. Really, I was unable to make any hand seals for a fuinjutsu or even reach for a kunai. Thank you. Tenten pushed Naruto away with her hands on his face. Alright, it's fine. Let go you dummy, she said, downplaying how anxious she had previously been. She had nearly freaked out, but he didn't need to know. But what was that flashing thing you did? Huh? Was Naruto's eloquent response. Tenten looked at Shino and then whispered to Naruto, was that the Kyuubi? Yeah, she said as Shino joined them. The only reason I started swimming in the right direction in the first place was because it looked like someone turned on a warning flare underwater for a split second. Naruto clarified, his name is Kurama, and yeah, it hurt though. I still don't know how to hold back enough to keep it steady. I had to do it in a single burst to make sure you could hold up. Okay. All I'm saying is, you big dumb fox, it hurt. Just as long as you know brat, and I did it for me more than you. Fuck you Chome. You're not better than me. Speaking of the devil, the Biju's Jinchuriki entered the bridge, heavily bleeding, and gazed at Naruto as though he had been hiding something or had pulled a shady prank on her. Despite the blood streaming freely from her nose, Fu pointed accusingly at Naruto and exclaimed, "You glowed? Like a spark or a match. Fu saw you, what was that?" Even when Shino gave a barely audible gasp of surprise, Naruto declared, "I'm a Jinchuriki too," without feeling ashamed or afraid. Why would somebody else do what they did to me to you? Why would somebody want to do it to your Biju? Kakazu Susofu wanted Fu to guard this place, Fu said. He always told Fu to be strong. That Fu should never lose to anyone she fights after all the time he put into sealing Chome inside of me. She recalled Kakuzu telling her during a particularly traumatic training session, "If you aren't up for the job of protecting your great-grandfather's legacy, I'll find another child who will. That would make you a liability. And I've told you what's to be done with liabilities. It took time, effort, bodies, and a whole lot of money to get what I needed to make you useful girl." Fu shook her head at the idea. Kakuzu was frightening. More terrifying than any foe she had ever faced. He was more cruel to her than Chome had ever been. He ensured she was sufficiently nourished to fight, sufficiently trained to kill, and otherwise meant that she would not be seen or heard. Like all children ought to be, he repeatedly reminded her. "Brat, go hit her, now." Naruto listened to Kurama again, feeling as though he was gliding through time and space, because the first time it worked so well for him. In actuality, though, he had been moving so quickly that Fu's face didn't even have time to register shock at how quickly he was moving. With a single blow, she was launched into the air, her body crushing the pit's weathered, shoddy pillar. Given that it was a secret pit and all, it wasn't as though Kakuzu employed real contractors to construct the supports. Needless to say, he was not an engineer, but he did it himself. Tenten's mouth fell open at the sight of the movement alone. What the hell was that? She asked Fu after seeing him glow yellow and then being unable to focus on the blur until the following week. "Oh!" Naruto exclaimed, embracing his arms, legs, and body in a haphazard manner. "There's gotta be a better way to do that. That hurt way more than the first time," he said, unsure of what pain to concentrate on. "Quick, she's getting up. Go do it again." Still, it was effective, and even when the enemy was reeling, you continued to do what was effective. Fu wiped a trail of drool from the side of her mouth as the pit started to collapse around her. She had been completely spit out by Naruto. The last person to strike her with any degree of force was Kakuzu, see Chome? "Damn you Kurama, you were always so reckless." Chome swore before telling its Jinchuriki, "Kurama is hot-shotting chakra to the boy. Kurama was never one for control, so he's incapable of sustaining a constant connection like the one I have with you with the amount power he can't help but use, otherwise he'll burn his container out. He has to do it in spurts." However, Kurama was giving Naruto more chakra during those outbursts than Chome had ever dared to give Fu before she was prepared to accept it. On the subject, there were two schools of thought. Kurama either believed in the boy and knew that his container was strong enough to handle the unabashed horror that such a tactic would inflict on his tenketsu, or he didn't give a damn and just wanted to win and avoid dying. Considering the type of fox Kurama was, it was most likely the latter. Fu, look out. At least this time, Fu managed to block and leap away a little before Naruto splashed to the water's surface and then punched her again with a dazzling display of Biju chakra. For a while, Naruto was unable to appreciate his creation before the agony became even more intense. It happened instantly and was at least twice as bad as the previous time, which was already twice as bad. He was physically unable to handle it. Naruto blurted out, "Oh, Herc," because the chakra was too much, even in outbursts. "You'd better hold out, Runt, I swear to Kami," Kurama said, "pain is weakness leaving the body." Among other terrible consequences, the pain was actually caused by Naruto's bile frying his own liver like it was on a griddle. However, there were instances when you didn't have to tell everyone everything. Fu was lying on her back, floating on the water's surface while coughing up blood and letting her own tears fall. Tears of frustration and pain. It was really painful. Everything was painful. What Chomei told her was the one thing she could always rely on. The fact that she could hardly recall her life with her parents who had given her to her great-grandfather, or what it was like to feel the sun, the wind, and the scent of the outdoors, no matter how much Kakuzu's cruel methods hurt her body or how much her heart ached. Chomei assured her that no one would ever harm her in a fight, regardless of how much any of that hurt her. A punch from a regular human ninja would never hurt her. Chomei gave her a deceptively thick and tough chakra exoskeleton, but they were never strong enough to penetrate it. They were unable to harm her. She had been harmed by this boy. He repeatedly injured her. She was unable to comprehend. She had lost the only thing that had given her comfort. With the intention of ensuring that she wouldn't pursue them once more, Naruto approached Fu. He needed to leave that place. It was crumbling there. A wall was already leaking water. They would drown if it completely collapsed because the air pocket would be the same as the rest of the lake. Inside Naruto's mind, Kurama uttered the words, "Naruto, that's enough. She's done." What? Who else but Kurama was telling him to stop? Kurama usually complained when he didn't kill someone in a showy way during a fight. He was now telling him to move away. "I'm not up for getting one of my siblings killed. Chomei knows this is over as well. Look. Her chakra is human again." "Wait, are you crying?" Naruto asked, unsure if he was seeing things in the dim light, as his own determination to finish faltered when he arrived at her. That question was all it took for Fu's final floodgates to open, and the girl started sobbing in public, saying, "Holy crap, you were crying." Man. It was one thing to kill someone in combat. It was a completely different matter to kill a girl who couldn't have been older than Tenten in cold blood. There was no way he was comfortable with that. This was just a quarrel over money that wasn't either of theirs. It wasn't an assassination. The alternative, of course, was to simply abandon her there. The blood wouldn't be on his hands that way, at least not directly, but it would still kill her. Wasn't that all right? God damn it. After Naruto removed Fu from the bridge, inserted her through two support pillars, and began tearing the structure down, Tenten and Shino were able to flee. They both hoped he had avoided becoming mired in a protracted battle. Shino wrung out the bottom of his shirt and wiped the water from his sunglasses before saying, "I wonder if Naruto-san is alright." "Why you ask?" "He's taking a rather long time making his way back up." With a breathless, "Thanks for the play-by-play," Tenten said. She said, "That girl was so tough though. If you went in to finish her, I don't think it'd be that easy to hurt her. She had done more swimming today than she had ever really wanted to." Tenten knew she was making contact, but her strongest jutsu, which was meant to cut Fu to ribbons or turn her into a pincushion, failed to do the job. What Shino said next caught her off guard. "I disrupted her chakra," said Shino. "I can use my insects for more than draining chakra. I can transfer it." Tenten said, "You gave her chakra?" It's not like she needed it, because Fu had so much that it was readily apparent. Shino cleverly put his glasses up on his nose and explained, "If you do it wrong or don't take the time to try and adapt the chakra to the person you're giving it to, it disrupts their chakra control." Why is this important, you ask? Because that girl's durability was chakra-based. It took Tenten a moment before she realized, wait, whose chakra did you use for it? Such a plan would have required a lot of chakra to function, just to continue long enough to be effective. I felt that it would drain too much of my own or yours to keep up such a stratagem, so I had my insects drain a significant degree from Naruto-san before transferring it to our opponent. Shino explained to her with precision, "I did more than substitute an insect clone in his place when Fu blinded he and you." In other words, Shino's insects had actually made a chink in Fu's armor by the time Naruto began belting her with whatever Kurama had been doing to give him a boost, and it was up to Naruto to break the rest of the way through it. Tenten's face lit up as Naruto appeared out of the water just in time. All three of them were present, and their scrolls were brimming with treasure. Naruto. What the hell? She exclaimed when she saw the person behind Naruto. With her body still shaking from silent sobs, Naruto rolled to the side and crawled on all fours on the shore to drop Fu off his back. I couldn't just kill her like that. She's crying, Naruto said, sitting up on his knees and flipping his wet hair back while looking at his partner with the bun. For a moment, nobody spoke until Shino said, "So? Who do you think I am?" Naruto asked, exposing his teeth in an unappealing manner. A ninja? It was a judgment call. Tenten stomped her wet sandal on the floor and said, "It was a bad judgment call. Naruto. She's not supposed to." Tenten stopped herself before she could realize she was about to say that Fu couldn't be allowed to live. She was a Jinchuriki, that's why. Tenten could never finish that thought, say something like that to Naruto's face, and have the audacity to look him in the eye again. That was a terrible justification for killing her. This person wasn't carrying a monster at the moment. She had seen many recently orphaned children, but she had never seen a preteen girl who looked more broken than this one. One of them had been her. What comes next? I'm going to go ahead and guess that these are yours, the man said with a drawl as Kakashi, Anko, and a man they had never seen before arrived on the scene and took in the sight of the soaked children, one of whom was crying. With a wary glance at Fu, Kakashi acknowledged, 3 of them are. One of them isn't. Naruto got up from the ground and squelched his wet shoes, saying, "It's a long story," but he also said, "But the money pit is toast." Scar-cheeked man. What do you mean it's toast? When Shino noticed the Senju clan crest on the man's attire, he squinted a little and assumed that some kind of truce had been reached. However, he was unwilling to reveal his clan name in case this somehow came back to haunt the Aburame. Well, you can still get to what used to be in there if you can dig through rubble a few hundred feet underwater, Naruto replied. And only if the vast majority of it hadn't somehow ended up in that abyss known as Sagan Man. Well, that's just fucking fantastic, Nawaki complained, sighing and shaking his head. Then he noticed that someone there matched a certain description, and he thought, wait, this is the kid that's driving my sister up the walls to get rid of. Just for heaven's sake. Did the ninja world's sanctity of the status quo depend on this child being buried? He didn't appear to be some superhuman secret weapon that would tip the scales, or a specially trained young ninja from the Uzumaki clan who was supposed to displace the Senju clan as the little brother, and replace them as the top brass of the ninja world, or any other absurd justification anyone could have offered for why a Jinchuriki needed to be eliminated right away. And Kakuzu created that young girl? Simply put, no. She was in tears. Even crying. Regarding something or another. Nawaki proclaimed at random, well hell if this didn't kill my boner for loot and plunder, and then gave Kakashi a shoulder pat. What can I say, Kakashi? It's been more than a drag, but less than a pleasure. Color Kakashi was taken aback and asked, you're leaving? It was said that the Senju clan was hellaciously persistent. Furthermore, Nawaki most likely did not become the hunter by being more relaxed than the others. Yeah, my sister wasn't too crazy about this mission in the first place, Nawaki stated, not particularly enthusiastic about leaving at the time. She wants me working actual missions, and she let me go on this thing because I had a legitimate lead. She's going to blow a gasket when she hears that it's all probably buried under the lake. She probably won't believe I found anything. He could at least point out to her that he defeated Kakuzu. But all that money is gone. Nawaki pondered whether the thought had caused her to cry. Naruto said, wait, reaching into his pockets before removing a heavily jeweled ring and an elaborate brooch, which he then tossed to Nawaki. It's not much, but it might be enough to prove that the place was actually real, he concluded with a shrug. Thanks kid. These are actually relics. I can rub that in Tsunade's face, said Nawaki, evaluating the ring carefully before turning back to face Naruto with a faint smile that was gradually growing. It was unfortunate that his clan felt it was appropriate for the child to pass away. That being said, he didn't have to do it himself. Keep your nose clean, runt, and you might survive a little while. Nawaki gave sparse advice and then departed to go back home. When he conducted these searches, it had nothing to do with the treasure or possession he was looking for. The discovery itself was the main focus. The thrill of discovering the unfindable was his real reward. For him, it had not been about the money, however, it was for Tsunade. Hell, She would probably stop talking if she knew that the ring and brooch would cost 2 S-rank missions. After completing that, Kakashi waited for Nawaki to completely disappear before speaking to his young charges. "Well, I have to say, that was a nice thing you did, Naruto. Really upstanding," Kakashi said, his tone bright and approving, his eyes smiling. "What the hell is wrong with you?" he asked again. That boy wasn't taught nice by him. He did not teach nice to anyone. With a cheeky grin on his face and a ring on each finger, Naruto put his hands back in his pockets and explained, "Well, yeah, sure, I gave him those. I've got a bunch of these things. Too many. If I'd tried to walk with all of them, they would have jangled anyway." His accent broke, he realized. In other words, he was happy with himself. Appeasing a dragon, so to speak, was a good way to get rid of an undesirable element. Tenten continued, not to mention all of these, and took more than a dozen sealing scrolls from her personal stash, and all of Shino's. As Tenten swatted her hand away, Anko blew an impressed whistle and placed a hand on her head. "Good work, Runts. Now what about this?" she said, referring to Fu. Kakashi squatted down by Fu and gave her a long, hard look instead of a wary glance. She was obviously more frightened of him than a man wearing a face mask, but that didn't make her seem any less broken-hearted. "So here's the deal, Kakuzu's dead," he said bluntly, causing the girl's eyes to widen in surprise. "Do you have a name?" he asked. With her eyes still red from crying, the mint-haired Jinchuriki said sardonically, "Fu is Fu. Is Kakuzu Susofu really dead?" she asked. "Yes. I'm so." "Good," Fu muttered as she sat with her knees past her chin and her legs drawn up to her chest. "Hate him. But, what does Fu do now?" Kakashi surprised Fu once more by saying, "Well, that's really up to you," before he stood up and turned to face the others. "All right, let's leave." Naruto exclaimed, "Wait, what? You're just gonna leave her here?" It was difficult to imagine Fu as the frightful girl who had attempted to murder them not too long ago now that they were outside in the daylight, and that brought with it a great deal of empathy. "I'm responsible for you, and you." Kakashi pointed at Naruto and Tenten as he spoke. "I'm sort of responsible for him, but not really, and she's going to ditch us any minute now since Kakuzu's dead now," he said, alluding to Shino. "If I get any more of you, I'm going to have to start roping you together like cattle to make sure I don't lose any of you. Besides, I'm pretty sure that girl tried to kill you." He wasn't sure how many Kurama roid injections he could have taken to level the playing field before it became too much for him to handle. "Yeah, but then I hit her so hard I think I broke her," Naruto said, flexing and gripping his bicep. "I'm pretty glad she stopped too. She was really tough." Kakashi again turned to face Fu and said, "You can do whatever you want to do now, whatever that means to you. If she's really tough she'll be just fine," he said. Uzu no Kuni, clan leader mansion, Uzumaki clan village. When he believed there was a better way or that something was incorrect, accepting things as they were was not a path to advancement. To his own embarrassment, Minato had done so before, and the idea of doing so made him feel sick. When he recognized that he lacked the authority to obtain justice for the Senju clan's attempt to exploit him and his freelance partners, he had come to terms with the situation as it was. After fleeing, he did not respond to them. He was only one ninja in his youth. How could he have defied the best at the time? When Kushina's relationship with him was viewed negatively, he had come to terms with the status quo. He reasoned that he would need time to gain acceptance, but it was never accepted, even after she gave birth to a son. As a result, he agreed to the next thing, which was to leave her and his newborn son in order to prevent her from being banished. He might as well have let it happen since Kushina and Naruto were explicitly excluded from the activities and events of the Uzumaki clan. His son ended up succumbing to the chaos of the world he had attempted to shield him from, even though it might have been safer for them both there. Naruto was never supposed to be in that jungle. However, there was no other option if he had to choose between leaving his son at home to die by Biju extraction or bringing him outside to live with killers. There were some long overdue tasks that needed to be completed as long as that was the case. All Minato needed to do was defeat Nagato first. That task wasn't that easy. Nagato wasn't an idiot. He had no intention of allowing Minato to place a Hiraishin marker in his immediate vicinity. Minato ran around the large rooftop, but Nagato's gravity skills prevented him from approaching close enough to run the risk of being blown away. Nagato wasn't willing to try to go there because he knew he couldn't outshine Minato. Minato continued to place markers in a sort of surrounding formation around him, but each time he teleported to one. Nagato moved right away and attempted to use his gravity jutsu to blow him away. "How is he able to react like that?" Minato asked. "He doesn't even have to make an effort to find out where I move. He was confident that Nagato wouldn't start causing too much harm to his village unless absolutely required. A fight between two typical high-level shinobi could have taken place on the mansion's roof alone. But since they weren't typical, it was reasonable to assume that, in the end, it might not be sufficient. With his body moving fluidly through the motions required to watch his back from any angle, Nagato declared, "I don't have to discover some grand secret to beating the Hiraishin. I always knew it would come to this eventually, so I took what I knew about your jutsu and I taught myself a way to battle against it." "Why am I not surprised?" Minato asked with a humorless chuckle. "Well, I have known you for over 14 years, Nagato responded, "and you're not of my clan. I think it would have been stupid to never think that I might end up fighting you." When Minato was raised, he scowled angrily and said, "Why does it have to be this way? We were friends, Nagato." He could still recall their first encounter. Almost by coincidence, Minato met Kushina and Nagato simultaneously. Distinct combat operations against the same adversary. Nagato unlocked his Rinnegan on that day. That day had a lot of noteworthy aspects. He had no idea that he would end up fighting him all these years later. Nagato also recalled, and he closed his eyes for a moment in an attempt to suppress the memory. He sighed, steeling himself. He had led his clan for many years. He was accustomed to saying uncomfortable things, like, "Minato, I always resented you for that mission." "What? Why?" Minato recoiled in shock at the moment of sheer rage that briefly lit up Nagato's face. He had no idea Nagato was capable of such rage. "Because you finished it for me and then gave me the credit, that's why," Nagato grumbled, "because of that mission, and you saying that it was me who finished it, I was groomed from then on to lead the clan." He was pointing to his eyes, "because of that and these. And I should be grateful, I know I should, but I can't. Because it wasn't me, it was you." That day, Nagato nearly lost his life. That day, Kushina nearly lost his life. Both of them ought to have. He lacked the strength to pull through while she was unconscious. He felt a deep-seated sense of horror upon realizing this, which set off the Rinnegan and bought them time. Nevertheless, Minato broke the back of the enemy, completed both their and his missions, and saved them. He then grinned and gave Nagato the credit for the mission's accomplishment. And Nagato knew deep down that he had lost Kushina when he failed to correct it and lacked the courage to disappoint everyone by admitting that Minato had been the one responsible. The way she gazed at Minato every time he was present after that day. He had lost the respect of the only woman he had ever loved in favor of the person who had given him everything else, but he had gained the respect of the village that he had not yet earned for himself. Did the fact that he was unable to move past it make him a terrible person? Did it make him a bad person that he was never able to consider Minato a friend or even an acquaintance, even though he tried to do so every time he smiled at him in the past? Minato's expression was a picture of suffering. First, his childhood friend Konan detested him and thought it was acceptable to kill his son. Now, the man he had trusted with his wife and son's safety was confessing to harboring resentment toward him. "So don't," Nagato replied, "don't think of this as something that can be solved with words. I won't let you take her, and you won't leave without her. In that regard I would say that you and I have nothing left to discuss." "I guess not," Minato sighed before his eyes hardened. "All right, no holding back then." Minato pulled out a Hiraishin kunai and hurled it at Nagato before sealing his hands and exclaiming, "Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu." Every single kunai froze as Nagato raised a hand in response, saying, "Shinra Tensai, heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent god," as the metal weapons multiplied hundreds of times in midair. However, his expression showed surprise when Minato teleported to him, using their close proximity as a cue, and appeared directly in front of him. Minato. The checkmate was that, for 5 full seconds, he could appear anywhere in the vicinity of Nagato, up close, before his gravity attacks would let him try again. Nagato held up his hand toward Minato, presumably in a last-ditch effort to halt what was about to happen, saying, "That won't work." Minato's right hand held a spinning blue ball of chakra that he brought forward, aimed at Nagato's head. Rasengan, spiraling sphere. Nagato grinned as the jutsu's chakra entered his body rather than turning his arm into a hamburger. "Won't it though?" he asked. "It seems like you've been preparing to fight me for quite some time as well." In spite of the mortal combat they were locked in, Minato returned the smile with his own and said, "You mean the 5-second thing with the Shinra Tensai? I guess you could say that." Minato Hiraishined out of the way before Nagato could send him flying, but he was caught in a gravitational pull that was coupled with Nagato blazing a path right toward him. "Don't think it's that easy. Banshu Tenin. Heavenly attraction of all creation," Nagato said, smiling despite his irritation at one of his most powerful techniques having a weakness exposed. "It's been 5 seconds," he said. No way was possible. With all of the markers he had already placed for Nagato, it was impossible to predict Minato's teleportation destination. It was illogical. However, he was finally apprehended in the middle of his action. Minato made a clone with reflexes that were purely inhuman and used the gap that his decoy had made for him to teleport out of the way. Nagato wasn't happy with the item after it was removed. "I see you get the point. You are never going to get an angle on me with that jutsu. I know where you're coming from no matter what you try to do. What will you do when you can't use your signature jutsu to get close enough to do anything to me?" Minato just grinned. Although Nagato killed his clone in close quarters, the clone managed to. Wait, something wasn't right. Nagato chuckled at the look of disbelief on visage. "Oh, are you trying to feel for the little marker your clone left on me for you? Oh dear, you can't mark me. Not unless I let you. Have you ever wondered why you were never able to come back here in secret from time to time? Why all of the markers you left around the island were just gone?" According to Minato, "I was curious about that. Yeah, are you going to tell me or just leave me in suspense?" Was getting more and more serious. "I think I'll keep this to myself. You knowing about this particular jutsu won't do anything to solve your problem, but let's just say having one over on the yellow flash is just too good to pass up." Minato grunted, "Fair enough," and tried a different strategy. It would be a serious problem if Nagato could actually remove his markers. His tactic of marking his adversaries and swiftly eliminating them was rendered ineffective. He required a clearer view of the rooftop of Nagato's mansion, which served as their battlefield. In light of this, Minato was about to launch a kunai into the air for a brief aerial perspective when he spotted a bird far above. It had never been meant to attack, he realized after initially ignoring it because it was too high to be dangerous. Given that it was circling, it was evident that someone was in control of the creature. The bird was big and had 3 legs, right? Yes, that was undoubtedly a summon animal. If he had to make a clear guess, it would be Nagato's. Now everything made a little more sense. According to what little Minato could see of Rinnegan knowledge, the eyes could see chakra, and by connecting with another creature in some way, the field of vision could be shared. Since he had to concentrate on them to start the jutsu, the bird was likely able to see the chakra ripples that showed him where he should affiliation beforehand. Nagato had discovered a more effective use for his summons than engaging in combat. Furthermore, Minato would have probably filleted in a heartbeat if he had used it for combat. Minato thought to himself, "And here I wanted to do this without tearing half of the village apart. I used to love this little place." He hadn't anticipated that this would end without having to cut loose. He simply wouldn't have wanted to. However, if it was necessary to complete the task, then so be it. When something stopped Minato, his hand went to one of the 2 bands on his shirt's right sleeve, ready to take them off and roll the sleeve up. Nagato did not do it. Nagato's attention was actually drawn to something that was directed at him. Multiple chains flew up and over each other over the mansion's sides, then came back down and connected to the roof's edges. Nagato's mouth fell open. His bird had been following his instructions to the letter. In order for Nagato to predict the affiliation, it had been closely observing Minato. No, she didn't. The chains were merely a tangible depiction of the boundaries of the jutsu, and it was a substantial barrier. No other members of the clan activated their jutsu with chains. No other ninja that Nagato knew of did so, as far as he could recall. When the blonde man saw those chains and heard that voice, his heart paused for a full second. "Really, Minato? You're going to start using that? I almost forgot that you fight like such a mainlander," he said. "You sure took your sweet time though, didn't you?" Had been a persistent theme in his dreams for years. When Nagato realized what was happening, all of the fight and brewing frustration went out of him. Kushina, it seemed that her strength had not diminished since he had last witnessed her fight. It had been a long time since then. Kushina was aware that there was nothing she could do to truly beat Nagato. She was unable to harm or subdue him with the chakra chain's barrier, but the space it covered was sufficient to keep him somewhat confined, at least temporarily. She only needed that. It wasn't as if she was going to enter it herself or allow Minato to enter it to engage in combat. Kushina, wearing a shunshin with multiple long, large chakra chains hanging from her back, said, "Man, it's harder to keep this barrier small than to make it bigger. Then again, control wasn't always a strong suit of mine." Despite their appearance, Kushina felt no discomfort. "Hi there. Long time no see, huh?" she said, beaming as she gave Minato the gift. He looked at her as though she were a ghost. He knew she would be there, of course, and she was the only reason he dragged himself back there with all the risk involved, but imagining her and seeing her in person were 2 different things. It wasn't until he stood arm's length away that Minato realized he had been deliberately approaching her. As though his hand would go through her and he wouldn't be able to touch her, he was nearly terrified to reach out to her. But she beat him to it and put her hand to his cheek while grinning broadly and shaking her head. She was at a loss for words, as difficult as it was for her to believe. Minato, on the other hand, had his entire spiel figured out long before he had even arrived on Uzu no Kuni. Kushina, Anything he said was abruptly interrupted with a physical, unkind, oof. A punch to the stomach. Yes, that was indeed Kushina. Why did Kushina slug him after first luring him in with her affectionate gaze and then Naruto? That was for bending to the clan head like a willow in the wind and leaving like you were keeping us safe or something, the fierce redhead said, bending him back up before punching him twice more. And that was for my not getting any for 10 years, you ass. He never saw that coming, my god. Despite what she said, she continued to smile. You're so going to get it for that later. You promise? You're not the only one that's been holding off for 10 years. In an attempt to make up for lost time, Kushina chirped, well, we can fix that soon enough, before snatching Minato's coat collar and planting a passionate kiss on him. She finally let him go after a half minute, saying, okay. Get me out of here and take mama to her baby. Nagato's mini trance was broken upon hearing that. He was afraid that one of his nightmares would come true and that she would actually be gone. Wait, Kushina. As she turned to face him, the joy and warmth that had been in those violet eyes froze. The way she looked at Minato, she would never look at him. This is not how it could happen. Minato could still have her even after all these years. Without even trying, that is. What good was it for Nagato to have all of his authority and influence as the leader of the clan if he was unable to obtain even one of his desires? Then, what use were a god's eyes? Minato was the only one left because Nagato couldn't bring himself to be upset with her. How come it had to be so difficult? What was the reason behind Kushina's strong loyalty to Minato rather than to him? His blood was distant. They belonged to the same tribe. For crying out loud, he was the leader of her clan. He had visited that place. He had been the simple choice. Why, then? You and the Senju clan can keep trying now for all I care. A clan that has no place for my son and husband has no place for me either. Kushina turned to Nagato and gave him a cautious look before saying, I'm leaving. I thought that I could convince you that Naruto wasn't dangerous, but you sent Konan of all people after him? No, that was the last straw. It was never like that. Then how was it? You know what it's like out there, Kushina, Nagato claimed, attempting to keep her there despite the fact that he had no response to that. There was no other way for him to get to her. Even though Minato wasn't entirely capable of using Hiraishin no jutsu to quickly flee the scene, he wasn't sure he had the courage to do so violently. Here you would be safe. I'm safe with him there. If it was safe there, Kushina didn't care. Not if there was danger to her son. Not if there was no safety for her husband. She had only remained because she was aware that Nagato would have pursued them relentlessly if she and Naruto had left right away. At least she had purchased enough time for Minato to be located with the game she had played. Kakashi demonstrated his superior running skills by guiding Naruto to Minato, the designated safe point marker. Going to Kushina herself was now the only option. Kushina said, You've forgotten who you're dealing with, Nagato, while holding two of her own chakra manifested chains in both hands. The chains had sharp hooks at the ends. If you've been thinking I'm just some helpless housewife since I had Naruto, you're damned mistaken. And besides, she said, looking off into the ocean horizon, with what's out there I think I'll take my chances. With that, they vanished. Kushina's chains were removed along with her, indicating the end of the barrier. She had brought everything with her. To refrain from shouting into the air, Nagato had to use every ounce of composure he had acquired as the leader of his clan. With Naruto? Yeah, Kakashi? Why is that girl following us? Fu has been pursuing Naruto and company ever since they left the lake that once held the late Kakuzu's wealth. Not in a way that promised violent intent to harm them or malicious retaliation. Just interest. She had maintained a maximum of 20 feet between them at any given time, and she simply grinned whenever someone turned to look at her. Fu remained with them, albeit kept just out of conversational range, even after they had paused to check on Enko's injuries and make sure Kakashi hadn't burned or lost anything significant due to Obito's attack on him. From his perch on a fallen log close to Shino, Naruto gave Kakashi a cheeky smile and replied to his temporary guardian, Well, you told her she could do whatever she wanted. I guess she wants to follow us. Indeed, Shino replied with agreement, Your lack of empathy for her situation did leave things open for interpretation, Hitaki-san. I wonder if I could genjutsu you into behaving better. You suck at those, right, Tenten? Naruto sucks at those, doesn't he? Anko snorted with laughter, Tenten grinned, and Kakashi just looked down at Naruto. Yep, Tenten said, her smile never leaving her face, but you can't just make Naruto behave sensei. That's Minato-sama's job. Turning away from everyone else on the stump, Naruto spat, "Fei," saying, "The old man can't make me do what he says. He hasn't put in the time to. Only mom can make me do anything." When Naruto heard a voice he hadn't heard in months, his eyes widened. "Oh, that's kind of sweet, Naruto," he said. "I mean, yeah, it was a really delinquent kind of thing to say, but it had respect for me, so I'm good with it," he said, turning around in midair before he could even turn around again after being grabbed by the collar of his shirt. Mom. Yep. So the old man. But how did you guys get here?" Naruto asked, glancing past her to where Minato was standing leaning against. "You kept the shirt I tagged back in Twin Ridge Town," Minato said with a slight grin. "I told you I was going to bring your mother right to you. Didn't you know? A good man always keeps his word." Naruto nodded, and then Kushina set him down, only to give him a bear hug in return. "It's okay. I'm so happy you're okay." "Whoa," Kushina exclaimed, putting her hand on Naruto's head after initially being surprised and returning the hug. "Oi, I knew you were going to do that, but really?" She blocked a punch that Naruto threw at her. "Naruto!" exclaimed Tenten, horrified that he would attempt such a thing. The way things operated in that household was completely foreign to her. This was insignificant. Minato's face was palmed. It seemed to be a mother-son custom to captivate someone with an emotional moment before attempting to surprise them with a, "Yeah, he's hers all right." Naruto angrily questioned, "Kakashi? What was that, huh? Making me leave without you? Making Kakashi kidnap me?" Kushina retorted, blushing hotly, "I had a plan, granted. It failed miserably, but that's not the point. And what's wrong with Kakashi anyway? He did a good job from what I can see. You have all of your eyes, fingers, and toes," she emphasized with a hard flick to his forehead. Not because the universe didn't try to fix Naruto's lack of physical deformity, mind you. Apart from that, Naruto's only positive role models over the past few months have been a large, sociopathic red fox that lived inside his stomach and a resolute veteran ninja whose face no one had ever seen. One would learn everything there is to know about the situation from the fact that he was more likely to heed the fox's advice than Kakashi's. Simply put, Kakashi's a terrible role model, he was. He stuck me to the roof of a metal cart. In the midday sun. In the desert. He kept me around people like her. The man was a great ninja, but on the whole, he was a miserable human being. The crudely attired Anko simply chirped a cheerful, "he," and waved to the newcomers. Then, as if the conversation was boring or he was being told something he already knew, all eyes turned to Kakashi, who simply took out a small book to read. "What? I've never lied to any of you and said that I was a good person or a role model. The last few months were me being nice. Just think about that for a second." Minato nodded, realizing how messed up his most devoted disciple was. He was not bothered by it. Kakashi wasn't the kind of jerk who would rape and pillage people. He was the cynical, heartless, and adorable as a cactus type of jerk. A lot worse could have happened. "Right. Good work, Kakashi." "Of course, Minato-sama, it was my pleasure." "Your pleasure? You beat the crap out of us, gave us vague explanations for the jutsu you taught us, made us spar with each other so you could make fun of us, and treated us like bag carriers half of the time," said Naruto. Kakashi turned a page idly and said, "Exactly, it was my pleasure." To prevent Naruto from attempting and failing to choke Kakashi, Kushina had to place him in a headlock. "Oh, I think I'm going to stick around with you for a while," Anko said, leering at Kakashi with gratitude. "You blew up my house after all," Kakashi said, shrugging as though to say, "Suit yourself." Tenten muttered, "You blew up your house," perplexed by how Naruto and his mother's supposed tearful reunion had devolved into an animal-like argument and wrestling match. "We were just in it at the time," Tenten said. "Oh, family."
I will continue the story in next part. Till then, we weeb offline.